There we go. Good morning and welcome to Making Law Simple. My name is David Helm, a licensed practicing attorney in Southeast Michigan, right where this case is taking place. And today we are on yet another jury watch, or verdict watch rather. Verdict watch in the Jennifer Crumbley case. I see everybody in the chat. Hello, hello. Couldn't leave you hanging for too long. There is literally nothing going on in the court though. So the plan for today, I have work that I need to do, but I didn't want you guys, oh, what's going on? And, are we staring at the seal or is there somebody in the courtroom? So I'm going to go live so we could chit chat with you all for a bit. And then the Broken Baker's coming in and he's going to entertain you all for a bit. I need to set up my admin controls and add him. And that's what I'm going to do. So he can add you. And then if anything happens, we'll come back in, or I'll come back in rather, and be able to take care of all kinds of things. Let me see. I got to remove that. I don't like that it only has 3 other people that can be admin. It's really annoying. All right, the Broken Baker, if you are listening, I sent you admin controls. I removed Valhalla. Valhalla no longer has a back door to my studio, at least for the interim. Let's see. If the shooter was being manipulative in the meeting to stay in school because she knew he'd be in trouble and possibly no longer access to the gun because of what he was looking at, the bullets and the meth drawing. I mean, anything's possible. The point is that if you don't know, you must acquit, right? Everyone's throwing out all these questions. What if he was lying? What if this? What if that? What if this? That's all reasonable doubt. Chris, I scared the living daylights out of you. Well, I'm happy to do that. Oh my God. Okay. So you want me to send it to this new email? Question mark. Shoot, now I'm dropping stuff. I just sent the admin controls. Let's see. Yeah, okay. All right. Now I gotta delete this one. Let me send it to the right one. Then Baker will be on. All right. Please ignore the sausage for the moment. Doing it live. We're doing it live. What's everyone else doing today? How do we think Jennifer's doing today? All right. Yep, I think I spelled it right. Okay, cool. Sent. All right, there we go. All right, welcome. Toby Keith died. That came out of nowhere, didn't it? I was like buying concert tickets for him. I know he was sick for a while, but his death came out of nowhere. Good morning. I hope you are having a wonderful day too. Murph says Jennifer did not get much sleep last night. I don't think so. I know he had stomach cancer since 2021, but he seemed to be like going strong still and selling out concerts. So I know, but like it was on the DL. They had like one blurb in the paper about it back in 2021, and that was it. We can listen to a deep dive into the wrongful conviction of Zachariah Anderson while you're waiting for a verdict. 6 episodes at wrongfulpod.com. Everyone actually needs to go check that out. Let's see if he has the controls. Look at that.
And
do you want me to give you here, let me send you the link for this YouTube stream that I'm covering. Oh, what is this?
It was just if we had nothing else to do, I thought I could watch the opening statements again.
Oh, okay. You scared me for a second. I was like, wait, the judge is back on? I just sent you a
No,
link for the live feeds just so you have that
no,
too.
but that's here.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So as long as you don't pause it on your end, I can see it in the button.
Yeah, I'll just at some point probably do this.
Oh my God, I'm all alone.
Then get some work done. I thought this was going to be done yesterday. I've got some lawsuits that I've got to we're either going to resolve today or we're going to gear up for trial. So that's what I'm going to work on. But
Yeah, but you can just go away and we can watch some opening statements, and people can hang out, and
well,
I can tell
before I go
inappropriate
away,
jokes.
I am going to add your description, or not your description, your a link to your channel on my in my description. Oh my God, I can talk today. Jeez, everyone go check out the Broken Baker too. He is doing a
I'm
very
verdict
kind
watch
service for
expert.
us. Huh?
Yeah, I'm the verdict watch expert.
He is the verdict watch expert. If you guys have ever watched the Broken Baker, he'll stream a trial. He does a lot of trial streaming. And would you stream 35 hours waiting for a verdict once?
Yeah, 35 hours, and it was only got silly when they removed two of the juries and started over again. Then I started to get a little bit annoyed. See,
Yeah.
people love it. Oh.
All right. So I will leave you in the very handy, capable hands of the Broken Baker. He's Danish. Don't hold it against him. And I'll be here lurking in the background always and forever. I just need to get some work done.
Yeah,
You knew
we'll
Dave
keep
would
it
not
going.
let you down, Sea Shouter.
Yeah.
I do like to entertain, whether it's me or by proxy. So I'm gonna go by proxy today, at least for a bit. And if anything happens in the courtroom, I will be jumping on here and we'll be going live. It looks like, I will say, it looked like defense counsel was in the courtroom earlier, and this morning they probably just brought the jury in, set them in the back. No issues were had, so nobody came up. They didn't go on the record. So
You had two super chats from Miftifs.
I missed your super chats. When?
The one I put on screen now.
Oh, Baker fan fee. Don't be late for the verdict. I won't. I'm gonna be right here. I'm gonna be sitting literally right here. I just can't be like staring into a camera talking.
That's
David,
why he has me.
that's right. I have Baker that fills in for me. Baker
And I
is
have
so
wide hips,
Danish. He
so
sounds
I can fill
Swedish.
out a lot of room.
Baker is so Danish. He sounds Swedish.
Oh, and I can ban people on your chat as well. Hey, Land. See you later.
Oh, that's awesome. Nick Staroff is Swedish, and they have a little banter going on. So is my wife, but she likes Baker. She tolerates him. But all
Lynn,
right, you guys,
I will. If you're a basketball scholarship lady, I will go to prom with you.
have fun. I'm gonna get some work done. I'll be back.
See you later. I will be covering the Adam Montgomery case. I covered his gun charges, and I am ready. I know they're seating the jury today. Hopefully, we'll start tomorrow. But I will cover it over on my channel. I have a few videos about him. I have a playlist about Adam Montgomery where I did an update last week. So that's a bad case, but I'll be doing that. If Sean comes around, we might get into that. Well, probably Kurt has something too, but I'll just help Dave out so he can get some work done. It's probably EDB, Emily D. Baker. Yeah, Brandon. Some guys just doesn't have the stamina for Voided Watch, so I'll do it. Shaquille Oatmeal, haven't seen you in a long time, but yeah, every parent should be very nervous about this one. Yeah, poor little Harmony. If you don't know about the Adam Montgomery case, it's a very terrible case out of New Hampshire about a 5-year-old girl just turned 5 who gone missing, and she had her dad just had custody over him. He was a massive meth head. Her mom didn't start looking to after her till 2 years later, and they never found her body. But his ex-wife and mother of 3 sons, 2 or 3 sons, turned witness against him. And if you read the affidavit, you will be disgusted. You should pop a separate stream to receive 2. But no, I'm just here to support. Yeah, jury selection will be today, probably tomorrow as well. It's going to be hard to find one. I don't, and I know you don't like my buy me a coffee because they don't like people from New Jersey. Shaquille Oatmeal, second best name on YouTube. Best name is still Genitals. Thank you so much, Exploited Innocence. Harmony does deserve justice. I just wish that they would find the body. So, and the technical evidence kind of suggests that it is as Kayla tells us, very, very bad one. Well, it's a very, very, very bad case. I can give you the rundown. We have nothing else to do. We're just here to fill some time. It's as I said, he just had custody over her. He was a crackhead. So was his wife. They got thrown out of his grandma's house and lived in a car. Apparently, one morning while driving to Burger King, she had a few accidents as a 5-year-old can have, especially living in a car. He turns around and multiple times with this to the face, and she begins to groan, and they stop. Doesn't do anything to help her. According to the stepmom, she passes away. He puts her in a bag. They go back to, because the car breaks down, they can't start it again. They go back to a parking lot where they've been staying. Stands around for 20 minutes doing nothing, probably doing something. And then he puts her in a bag, and for the next couple of months, he transports her around. They live in a halfway house where he puts her on the ceiling. They have found DNA evidence on the ceiling tiles from that room. Then they bring it to the wife's mom and put her in a cooler. Later, he puts her in a maternity bag, takes her to work with him at a pie factory that's since closed down. And then later, at some point, he has a friend rent a U-Haul for him. And then, since then, no one's seen her. So, yeah, it's a very bad chat. Oh, he has at least two. He has more law experience than I have as a lawyer. That's more than I have. I never went to law school. I just talk. So yeah. Hey, Jung, how are you doing? I get so far behind. Audio. Can you hear me? I swallowed a robot. Oh, it's a stupid microphone again. I'll. Sorry. I fix now. Can you hear me now? We had movement in court, it looks like, Dave. There's audio from court. I don't know if you're following along. Yep. We'll just do this while I work on my microphone. It's because I have a bad microphone, so it jumps to my camera. Yeah, please be nice to each other. I don't know what's going on in court right now. It looks like I'm back on my microphone, so I hope everything is all right. Getting a lot of props in the K-Read community. Expect a subreddit. Well, hopefully, I try to do it. I try to cover it open and honestly, and I will call out the stuff I don't like as well. Yeah, he worked at a pie company and put it in the freezer. Very bad. You can always make fun of David. That's one of the rules. Yeah, hopefully my mic is back to normal now, because in my equalizer it's the right one. Kayla Montgomery says it's one of multiple of these to the face of a 5-year-old. Really, really bad. Well, they can't show the jurors because they're not in the room, but I don't know if they're just testing cameras or whatever they're doing. So I thought I would just put it on while it happens. Very heartbreaking. Poor little Harmony never stood a chance. No. And it's, as I said in my update video, it's always the people. I get seasick with the motion of the camera. It's always the people you don't want to have kids who can breed like rabbits. So good, so good, so good. Thank you. How much chewing gum is stuck under those chairs? Hopefully they clean it. Yeah, that's it. At least I can talk to you and read the chat or put something on. He just has to stand there. So it's a little boring doing that kind of work, I bet. But it's the same as people. Did you watch? Now I can see there's a person really want to talk about Trump. Did you watch the Trump trial where they couldn't film inside the courtroom and everyone just stood outside for 8 hours a day with a camera? And I thought, that's a way to make a living. It's the Harmony Montgomery, Adam Montgomery case. Harmony Montgomery is the victim. It's starting this week, hopefully. They're seating the jury today. Good morning, Patty B. How are you doing today? Oh, well, hopefully it's not your own. These are the parents that we need to be worried about. Yeah, and I just don't get how a man with a massive crack habit can get custody of a 4-year-old child. But her mom didn't start looking for her till, I believe, 1.5 years after she lost custody. So yeah, she was still the bad hand. The bio mom had another kid in Florida after she gave up custody of Harmony and Jameson. So sad for poor Harmony. Yeah. Cutest, most innocent looking little thing. Yeah, with her glasses on, it's heartbreaking. Well, I got a new toupee. That's why I look a little different today. Yeah, my sister went to 3 years of injections to get her kid. So yeah, for 2 years. Well, I think it's actually 1.5 years if you believe her in her interviews. That's good. It's the same with people are saying, "Oh, I hate it's my birthday today." Well, you would hate it more if you didn't have another birthday. Well, you wouldn't, but family around you. I haven't been able to find another channel without insane toxicity, bullying, and even threats all morning. I just wanna wait with people too. Well, Madison, we try to. We might get into a little heated argument sometimes, but we try to be nice. As long as Jamie isn't on. Jamie isn't nice. You have a problem with Kayla not being charged with desecration after the fact. Yeah, that part I don't get. And the reason I covered the gun trial was to see how trustworthy she was as a witness, because she made a deal after lying to a grand jury. So she's spending time in prison right now, but got a sweetheart deal if she testified. Well, he had a home at the time. He lived in his grandma's house, but there was no electricity. Police, child custody services was there multiple times, but as long as they had a generator running the fridge, they seemed to be fine with it. My mom was in rehab. When she got out, she didn't know where she was. Yeah, I think that's like the year and a half she did in rehab. You know, people who knew him when he was younger, he was always effed up. Yeah, it's but that entire if you watch the gun trial, everyone in that gun trial were messed up. Yeah, that's I don't like doing child cases. Luckily, in my work as a layman here in Denmark, I only had one, and she had the same name as my kid, so that was really bad. I will stream it real time, as far as it's possible for me. Yeah, but again, they're seating the jury today. They probably won't be finished today. Hey, Jules, how are you? Welcome. Yeah, I have one of those as well. Bad feelings about this one. I mean, right here. Don't get excited just because I got hair today. Potentially criminal shown. Yeah, he's normally a little later in the day, but it's always great. He normally I go to bed with him. Well, I fall asleep to him. Um, so yeah, you're approved for PTO. Jamie and El Farrell argue and then rest in a pool of jello. Yeah, that could be interesting. I don't know where there's more movement on one camera than the other one. People need to learn the art of Irish funerals. Well, I think it's dependent on how your family are and stuff like that. I lost both my parents within 4 years, and of course, it was sad at the church. But then we went out for a dinner and talked about how great they were as people. I think that's a good thing. Instead of just crying and be sad, remember them as the good people they were. You've been on this case for years. She gave up her rights. She had Jameson adopted and Paul Harmony didn't. So Adam took custody and they moved to New Hampshire, Massachusetts, DCF dropped the ball. Yeah, that's a big problem in this case. But still, they were at the house multiple times. That's why I really hate that case. Um, the judge is as much to blame in this case. I I don't know. Have she made rulings that's totally out there? Yo, Nunya, how you been? How you doing? Letitia Stout and Laurie Wallow upset me and etched in my head, so we couldn't do anymore. Well, Letitia Stout, I watched it with Dave, and it was actually quite funny because we went away from talking about the kid and more about all her crazy stories.
I'm Russian trained and Spanish speaking as well.
Yeah.
I saw heads bobbing around and cameras moving. Did we get anything or no?
No, we had a lot of shots of the jury chairs, and then we had your friend, the head guy, standing in front of camera. So
I'm gonna go talk to him and tell him, be like, by the way, we get tons of close-ups of your forehead, just so you know.
yeah,
Hey, everybody. I'm just working in the background, and this popped in because I thought I saw some camera movement when I was on the phone with.
there's a lot of movement, but I think he's just bored.
Okay. All right.
And
Fair
why
enough.
do your state seals say circumcised?
Well, because we all are. Who's not? Dirty Europeans. That's who's.
Well, I don't know. Good morning, Mermaid. How are you doing today? Tell him he has nice skin. Yeah, he has a nice sheen to him.
Yes. That's
Mrs.
really
Smith, how are you doing?
Dave. Colonel says, wait, we don't read those messages anymore. Look, it's Mexican Law Show guys showed up. Yeah. My name is definitely Have Fun. Came for Dave and got Baker. I'll allow it. Yeah, you guys go enjoy Baker. Baker's a good guy. And remember, his channel is linked in the description below. So go give him a sub, follow him around. He has a bunch of cases that he covers, way better ones than I do. I get too serious with mine. He has fun with his. So, yeah, go enjoy him. And I'll be back, guys.
Well, he'll answer that later, probably, maybe. So, no. Oh, I never seen that before. What the F is that? It's, yeah, hopefully I'll get one sub today. Do you all think we'll have a verdict soon? I actually thought we would have one yesterday because the first questions had me reeling, thinking, oh, they are just sitting in there and saying, how guilty do we find her? And then the second question came in, and that to me indicated that there was some discussions going on in the back room, and I still think we'll get it before noon today. That's my general idea, but I thought we'll be done yesterday. I have a bad feeling that I had a bad feeling that it would be guilty, but then with all the questions, I think there's some holdouts, and I hope it's strong holdouts, because that's what I hate about covering cases is when you can see those verdicts where you can clearly see it's a compromise verdict. Again, as I often talk about Carol Rintala, it was clear that they spent the last day just beating one or two people into saying, okay, we just find her guilty of a lesser included, because they were holdouts and she should have been free. So you're thinking 3 p.m. today. It's 9:45 a.m. right now. Yeah, and the head guy is back. Yell loud if you get a verdict, Baker, so I can tell my chat. I will. I figured with nothing yesterday, my luck would have it happen while here. Well, hopefully today. Thank you so much, Laura Cox. I'll try to entertain you. And Jason, grazie mille, as they say in Italy. What time is it over there now? My place, it's 3:45 in the afternoon. So 15:46 is the time in my place. Oh, I'm not the best. I'm barely capable of what I'm doing. You're getting butterflies. Well, I have that effect on some ladies. I shouldn't say stuff like that. Did they start deliberating yet? They were supposed to be back at 9 and start up again. I don't think they've shown nothing from court yet today. So they probably just met up, started deliberating. Subscribers aren't anything though. Kurt has a lot of subscribers, but still very low viewers and super chats. Well, that's the big thing for all of us. I don't know what you call us, creators, streamers, YouTubers, whatever you call us. Is we can have massive channels, but if you don't really have anyone watching you, what do numbers means? I'm happy anyone shows. Now I can just steal David's audience and sit here and talk to 377 people. That's nice. But no, you hopefully I'll do as good a job. So one or two of you think, well, maybe I'll watch Montgomery with him. You'll save your question for Dave whenever he gets back. More of an Addy question. Well, Caroline, that sounds like a good idea because I'll just make stuff up. You want to let the J6 rider out of prison? You're against justice? I don't live in the US, so I don't really care. But do whatever you do. That's the beauty of Los Estados Unidos, as they call them. You have a lot of rights, and you have the right to have every opinion you want to have. You have a feeling it will be shortly after lunch. They were not going for loose. Well, if it was me, I would be out by 10. Then you can get a tea time and come back to your wife and say, "Well, we didn't get let out early." So yeah, Irish, how are you doing? My channel name is The Broken Baker because I used to be a baker and then my back is broken. At Gravy Boat Morris's headquarters going on. I hope everyone is staying safe and that the police over there doesn't go overboard with the charging after. If you are just listening to him, he sounds Chinese. Roger Stone, that's not nice. Baker, pin your link. But I can't do anything in Dave's YouTube chat. I can only do in StreamYard. So it's Dave's job. You dug in deep to Montgomery. I'm going in with opinions on this one. Sounds good. So am I. It's a really bad case, but I'm not happy that the main witness is one who got paid off by doing a plea deal. You're glad the jury is taking this as serious as it really is. I feel the prosecution, at a minimum, overcharged these parents with involuntary manslaughter. I totally agree, exploited. That's and I like when a jury takes the time instead of just saying, "Well, we got $10 for today. Let's get out of here." It's more of a procedural question. Well, I'll still just make stuff up if you ask me. That's none of this is legal advice, or maybe even advice at all. Once they decide, they have to fill in all the verdict forms as well. That'll take. Isn't it just ticking off yes or no and then writing their name? It can't be that long. But there's a lot of movement in court. But there was yesterday too. So Isn't the protest at 3 today? What are all the colored? Oh, this is my when you get a super chat in on YouTube, they are colored. Up till $5 are blue, 5 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 50, 50 to 100, and 100 plus. So just to remember that I have nice people donating to my channel, I put them up as an extra little notice, so I know I am very blessed to have a very generous audience. It's crazy how majority in recovering addict chat says guilty. Well, again, however the chat goes, you can sit and watch the same trial and have two different views on it. If you have strong proponents for one side or the other in chat, that can sway a lot of minds, and that's really what hopefully goes on in the jury room as well. Because that's why how when I stream trials, how I see chat is you're kind of the jury right now, and the discussions you have and the things you notice, hopefully some on the jury notices too. Because again, all respect for all the people who went to law school, but law has nothing to do in a jury trial. It's all about the jury, because the jury, you can't predict the jury, and that's why I love streaming trials and having chat going, because we can have the same discussions that the jury hopefully has. Nail you to the wall. Well, Brandon, you know that's about my favorite thing to do is nailing you to the wall. So this is what the tabs are for. It's for like lovely people like Brandon here. He gets nailed to the wall. And then I dropped my thumbtack on the floor. That's not smart when you have a little dog running around. Hey, Nicholas, did you hit your mark yesterday or today? The recovery addict chat decided guilty during the Miller hearings because of the character witnesses. Gossip decided their decision on guilt. Yeah, but again, that's why jury trials are always a flip of the coin, because do they know what the evidence show, or do they just go with their gut feeling? That's that's I don't know if any oh, Nicholas hit his 4K. Happy congratulate you on all of those. Amazing that you hit 4K. But I don't know if anyone saw the Treehouse trial out of Florida where he went pro se, and he's going to go pro se again. He got a hung jury, and he's going for it again. And I think he was lucky because he kind of ruined his own case. He had a very strong case to be let out, but because he wanted to bring a lot of stuff that had absolutely nothing to do with this case into to the courtroom, I could just see he can end up life in prison because he wants to talk. So yeah. Is recovery addict all angry recovering wine moms? I hear some teachers call in, and it was very cringe. Searching every backpack, some kids looked up a picture of a scary gun. Don't really see the causation here. Well, I don't know. During the Treehouse trial, he had the wife call in, and I think he does a great job. I like his channel. I go hang out there when I'm not doing stuff myself, because he has, like, here he has a chat where you can have different feelings. So yeah, 11-1. He was lucky. How it was 11-1 is beyond me. Yeah, that's my biggest problem with all of this, is how the f did he get to that? Um, he he the performance he gave, he shouldn't have been sent free. I'm sorry to say. I think he's absolutely not proven guilty, but the way he acted in court, I was sure he was gonna get life. Wolfie Fox for $5 saying, "Walls, I like walls. Push me against it forcibly. Well, I'll nail you up against the wall." Thank you so much, Wolfie Fox. And we need to resurrect that treehouse and smoke with Roger. No, we need to go to the party bench in Key West, Brandon. That's when I come to the US. We'll need to rent a car and drive down. Well, maybe we get a designated driver, and then we go down and meet with Roger and sit on the party bench. But thank you so much, Brandon. That could be fun. Hey, Lefty, how's the disease today? He's also getting facts wrong. Me, I get all the facts wrong. They do. They do indeed. Even with Tucker Pro saying the jury messed up, he needs to learn his lessons, though. He won't. He will go to jail. Yeah, I'm Dave. I totally agree with you, because he saw it as his big moment when he was let go. In reality, he was lucky that one guy said they didn't prove anything, or else, if another jury, he had been gone for life. It's me, Josie. For your favorite baker, make sure to subscribe. You won't regret it. Well, just don't make me do southern accents. People don't like that one. You jump around from different. Yeah, and there's a lot of different styles, because, again, Dave is a lawyer. I'm just a talking head. And Kurt is very knowledgeable of some stuff. Recovery addict. I just love his voice. He has a very, very good voice for streaming. He will have a different trial next time if the palliative lady passes away. Yeah, and but he should get a lawyer. Then he would be free forever. Don't pass out with your shoes on the party bench. I don't think you want to pass out at all on the party bench. Then Treehouse Dude was running his mouth on Kurt's channel. It was wild. Well, I do too. Yeah, I saw that again. Everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Just remember that little thing. You think Jennifer and James both share some responsibility here, as well as the school. However, I'm happy with any result because the charges alone put parents on notice. That's I'm not sure how you would say that they share a responsibility in the unaliving, because did they break any laws? Did they give him the pew pew? I agree to disagree, and that's the beauty of human nature. We can all agree to disagree. If you don't have shoes on while sitting on the party bench, the toe liquor will get you. Yeah. Yeah, I heard Kurt say he would be the Three House Guys lawyers, but he turned him down. I would have me instead of having himself. I would be glad if Kurt would be my lawyer. At least just as sitting by him and say no, no, whenever he says stupid thing. Well, restless mom, restless. I'm happy to see you everywhere, every day, on all the channels. If not for having the gun, though. Mhm. You lost a lot of respect for Tucker after that civil interview. Even if he's right about the conspiracy, he has to realize how it sounds. He won't listen. No, and that's his biggest problem. He just want everything put into the courtroom, and there's rules about how you run a trial. You can't just go in there and talk about the evidence that isn't there. If it's not allowed in, it's not allowed in. Um, you can't start making up witnesses, and you can't be late 4 days in a row. It's just so stupid. um if I was on trial, I would be there an hour early every morning, making sure my laptop was updated, everything was in order. I would have my folders set up so I knew exactly what questions I was going to ask, what surprise questions I might believe there was. He spent more time on court TV than preparing for a trial, and it's life that's on the line, life in prison, and he treats it as a joke. There has been a bunch of pewings where people just wait to buy their own pew pew. Wait till after they graduate and go back. You can't stop these people. No, and it's most of it is a mental illness problem. And I know in Denmark we have a big problem right now. We just had a party suggest yesterday that all school kids should have a free meal. You know what free means. And it would cost 6 billion Danish a year. We couldn't find 3 billion to give to mental health care when they asked for it 2 years ago. But they could find, they want to find 6 billion for free dinner. I think the biggest problem we're facing in the world right now, in entire Western world, is mental health. Especially if the internet makes a lot of people insecure and give them ideas, and especially when you're a teenager, you can start to believe in all those weird things you read online. Tucker has a personality defect. Towards the end, he behaved, acted like a lawyer. Other days, 40-year-old. Yeah, maybe. I think he's just a guy who's always been the smartest in the room in his own head. You're late today. You're a broken person. Fear is the only thing that makes me on time, and it's impossible to live that way. Well, I'm always on time. I'm the guy who's always 2 hours before the plane takes off in the airport. If you say to me we'll have a meeting at 10, I will be waiting outside 5 minutes to 10. Because when I was a young baker apprentice, my the owner of the bakery said, 5 minutes too early is 10 minutes too late, because you have to change, you have to be in the bakery and ready to work. So I just keep going with that. And I hate people who are late. Hey, Nick, how are you doing today? Congrats on the 4K. Hey, Mo, did you rate us? I can't see it on this one. But Mo, Tucker is lucky that the state had a...
Oh, I got there. I already... Oh, let me check. Oh, 4K. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Yeah, someone said you had hit it this morning, so congratulations. Yeah, Holly Moore, a good lawyer would have had that case thrown out when the state rested. You could hear in the judge's voice that he knew it. They had nothing. Bakery getting free 15 minutes from you, yeah. But as I told my daughter when she started her apprenticeship, that they might not remember the person there 5 minutes early, but they will remember the person there 5 minutes late. And you don't want to be remembered when you're a young worker. Can't be shitting on... Yeah, don't be nasty to people. Be nice. As I just said, world is a happy place. I don't know, Nick. How... If... No. She works in customs. But it's still, she did an apprenticeship. Kitty kid.
It seems like I have a... Ow!
You have a slight delay?
Yep. I blame Dave.
The no health insurance sticking point was odd. The only place they could have taken him that day was the ER, which would have had to treat him if he would stay. Yeah, and they would probably say there's nothing wrong with him. Bye-bye. Because they do that almost to everyone. So that's such a stupid argument. But again, it's the same argument as the 9mm is a more unaliving gun than a 308 or a 22. No, it doesn't matter what happened to unalive you. If you're unalived, you're unalived. It's such a stupid argument, but it works in front of the jury. Dave, Brandon says you should get drunk and call court. Everyone who lost someone to self-unaliving sees miss signs prior text read different. We see the signs after it happens, but at the moment we didn't see it and didn't expect it. No, because it always comes right out of the blue. What about a 22-3? No, they're fine. I don't know what it is. Yeah, only personal attacks against Dave. Or me, maybe. Oh, yeah. We had actually back in the day, in my town, we had 2 brothers. One of them, his girlfriend dumped him. So on his way home, he had to cross a bridge. And he didn't make it all the way through or over the bridge. Well, he went over the bridge. And that was... No one saw that coming. And he had always been he was, I think, 2 or 3 grades under me in school. And I think 5 or 7 years later, his little brother went to the same bridge, did the exactly the same thing as his brother. And no one saw it coming. So the parents were all alone. It was so weird when they had the gravesite next to my grandma, and watching these, and I knew them from school, and no one saw it coming. And he just left a note for his parents that I can't live without my brother. I was 5 or 7 years after. So mental health is really somewhere we should be using a lot of money. The key thing in this, does what she accused of rise to criminal negligence? To me, no, it doesn't, because they haven't shown that she did anything where she could have done something else. She talked to him. She gave him a safe place. According to what we know, the other guns were locked away. I can't see. She wasn't informed of what's in the journal because he had it with him and he wrote it the day before. Really, to me, it's hard to see. Yeah, she had an affair and she liked her horses. Yeah, he was a 15-year-old boy. He didn't want to hang with his mom. That they went to the gun range actually, to me, shows she really, really tried to connect to her boy. A lot of 15-year-old boys doesn't have a mom who says, you want to go use a pew-pew? Let's go. No, they would say, that's weird. Go with your dad. Or I don't like guns. So I really think she did whatever she could to try and help him and connect to him and try to break him out of the shelf. Well, Patty, I'm a mind reader. I am not.
Hey.
Oh, you can not add yourself. I pressed at the same time you did it. Yeah, your mom used to force you and your sister to parties and then drive us home. Jennifer seemed like a decent mom to me. Yeah, she tried to. She tried, I think. Sebastian Müller.
Yeah. I mean, 2021. We are 2 years into the end of world thingy. The governments are all in full panic mode. Everybody is just trying to get by. And I mean, a lot of us during that time were just going by day to day and took the smallest thing just to get out of the house. Now, of course, she made some interesting choices, but a lot of us did. I mean,
yeah.
I buried myself in work completely to the point where my gorgeous, beautiful girlfriend told me, knock it off because you're about to do something really stupid here. And okay. So, yeah, and a lot of us did. And it seems like most of us, it was so almost traumatic that we now try to forget about it. As a collective, we don't really remember exactly how bad it was for a lot of people.
No, and my dad fell ill during the second. You never had it in Sweden, but we had 2 rounds of you can't go outside, and during the second one, my dad fell ill, and he went to the hospital for 10 days, and I couldn't visit him.
Yeah,
even I was cleared and everything. I couldn't visit him because I wasn't a close family. I'm his only living relative within more than 100 kilometers. But that's fine. But I could go to the hospital, leave a bag outside, which would have all my germs on it, and then they could bring it into him. But then I told my daughter, said, no matter what, go down and visit him because he'll go faster if he's sitting there alone. I went over there almost every day to hang out with him because I could just see him falling off a cliff, and a lot of old people did that.
Yeah.
So yeah, you had a great time doing the pandemic. Well, you tried that once, Brandon, and you got in all the history book.
Now, for me, I'm a hermit. I get along with myself very, very well. But for all those extroverts, it must have been extremely painful to not being allowed to go out and talk to random people. I don't get why you should do that anyway, but a lot of people do that.
Pam, no, they haven't. I think they just started deliberating. They were told to be there at 9 and deliberate. One of the important parts for Kim was the counselor. His concern was self-deleting, but there wasn't evidence about his opinion. Where was his assessment, or was it just a hunch? Yeah. And again, no one told the parents, we are really afraid that he's going to do this at school.
Yeah.
So how should they know? They have prepared to...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank you. Oh, that was funny. Oh.
The amount of abuse, and I'm friendly, so friendly. I offered Dave to run his channel while he worked, and this is what you give me. Calling me a Swede is kind of like calling you Canadian. You're kind of surprised there hasn't been any court activity. No, I actually think. I think they were kind of close yesterday, and they might have sent some signals to the judge, since she said, "Well, we're not gonna need the alternates there tomorrow," because she's probably, that's my gut feeling, that they're probably pretty close and sent some signals yesterday.
I have it here somewhere.
All this lowering of the bar for parenting is a big problem. It's why I have mobs of kids shoplifting and many others. So yeah, and that's the same here in Denmark. We should give every kid a free lunch. Why shouldn't the parents feed their own kids? If you can have the funny 30 seconds and make a kid, you can take care of them after.
But it was like you said earlier, it's uncanny how many people who shouldn't have kids have them. And then I have a friend, well, there are a couple, they tried for 15 years, from their early 20s, and then they tried the, turkey paster on injections and stuff like that. Didn't work either. And then it's okay. We are now mid-40s. We will adopt. And at 45, they were too old to adopt in Sweden.
Yeah, they could give a kid a good life.
And amazing. I know them both, and they would be the best parents. And it's not for them.
No, Aaron. Yes, if I have a cigarette halfway through, 30 seconds is it's one of my best.
Yeah.
You are trained unalive counselor. One in a family increases the risk. There will be others in the family, but still nobody knows who and when. Actually, my family, we have a long line of it skips a generation, but then most parents, most dads in my family have unalived themselves. So my dad's dad unalived himself. His dad's dad unalived himself. So actually, I should be worried. So yeah,
we don't have, to my knowledge anyway, but we do have on my mom's side. They grow really, really old, and the sole reason is, and they've told me, is to piss off their enemies.
Hate is a great motivating factor. No, actually, I always say it because kings only have princesses. That's why I have two daughters. No making out with Lefty again, Baker. He'll give you the coup. Okay, only corner kisses this time, Lefty.
By the way, I tried to pin your, but I'm not allowed either. I have control.
Oh, it's because it's because it's on the YouTube. I'm not a moderator on his YouTube. but it's running in the bottom our 2 channels. Your dad unalived himself in 2018 because of the wrong antidepressant being prescribed to him. It made him manic. Medication being given so freely and without second thought is a major issue as well. Yeah. And again, it's so easy to just slap a band-aid on. If you can't sit still, you might have ADHD. Should we maybe try to grab you in some other way than just force you to sit still in a schoolroom for 8 hours a day? Should we say, well, we have some ruly kids. Maybe we should make sure they came out and used their body. Maybe some of them should be carpenters or something. No, everyone should go to college. Well, it's not for everyone. Maybe we should try something different.
There are a good bunch of people who are, as Mo's son said, they are good with hand jobs.
Yeah. But
I don't think Dave's new chat, all these new people have heard this. Oh, I wish Mo was here. Mo was debating with her kids about working with your hands is not a bad thing. That carpenter, welder, miner, I mean, there are a lot of work for people to work who likes to work with their hands. And her youngest then said on their way to school, that yes, I'm going to tell everybody when I grow up, I'm going to do hand jobs.
Yeah, and they told their sister in her teens that so many hand jobs. It's so great. That's Mo in the deep end. If you don't know her, she is the funniest person alive.
Yeah, I mean,
we all try to make funny jokes, but she is funny. She has a funny bone. Like, no, I love Mo.
Yeah, I mean, she is amazing. I mean, she's naturally funny because she just opens her mouth and out something unexpected and funny, and it's a talent few has.
Yeah. Online Red. I know jury selection is going on, but they're not suspected to see the jury today. I have my eyes on it. And we will keep an eye on it because I will cover that case. It's really a bad case. No, but back to what I was saying about school. I for those of you who don't know me, and most of you don't, I used to be a local politician, and I was in the council that had to do with kids and schools and stuff like that. And we made a hand job line where you can come out and you could maybe spend once a week or twice. You could try to be a mechanic or a carpenter or whatever you like to try. And then I was at a meeting and a school leader said, yeah, for those unruly boys. And I said, sorry, what do you mean? Yeah, because boys. I said, how about that girl who really wants to be a mechanic? How about her? Shouldn't she be allowed to do it? What? I said, why do you think that no girl want to be a carpenter? I have one of my old buddies from marching band. She's a plumber. She does a lot of work making sure that people know it's a great job for women as well. There's a whole lot of money in working with your hands instead of getting a gender studies degree. But it's just this old school mindset that boys should just shut up and sit down and learn to sit still. No, too many people think that the world can only go forward if everyone get a college degree, but it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Go out there, let the kids be kids. They spend way too much time in school. They should spend more time playing, running around. Then they didn't need all that medication. She do lay quite some. Back in her younger days, she didn't lay as much, but she had pipe fitted. I shouldn't say stuff about that. Well, she doesn't watch me. MLS, it was frustrating yesterday with the people who had no idea how mental health works and how diagnoses are done. 98% of the time, these people are so far off, it's sad and scary. Well, Ken, that's I think that most professions experience that everyone thinks how stuff is done is from something they see on TV or they read online. And I know that's true because Abraham Lincoln said that in a tweet.
Yeah, and
But,
then
yeah,
some not mental illnesses, but for instance, let's say OCD. There's a lot of people who claim they have OCD, and no, you don't. OCD is when it's on a dangerous level when it takes over your life. A hoarder can have OCD.
Yeah.
In certain stuff because they can't let go of anything. The Sheldon Cooper thing, penny,
yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's fun. But when you have to do everything in three, like turning your computer on and off, turning your phone on and off, open and close doors 3 times, every door in the house, light switches 3 times, all of them. Check your fridge and your freezer 3 times. And that's just to get out of the door.
Yeah.
That's OCD. Not this, I have to clean. I have to have it clean. Yeah, we all do. We all have to have clean. Not all of us do because it's boring. Yeah, counting your steps. And if you take one step wrong, you have to go back and start over. You can be 3/4 on your walk to work and you lose count and you have to go back home and start all over. That's OCD.
If you want to go to a great psychiatrist in the US, it's like $500-600 an hour, not covered by insurance. That's why people end up at pill mills. Yeah, and it's so and some of these people who treat you are kind of like personal trainers, because a personal trainer doesn't want you to get fit. They don't want you to understand how to train on your own, because then they lose money. They want you to come back and be trained by them, because that's how they make money. And and if you can get a good deal with Novo Nordisk, our Danish medical company, you might get a little kickback if you get a little more on the blue pill instead of the green pill.
Red Eye Good. School lunches should be free. The children are our future leaders. Why should criminals in jail get free 3 meals a day? Well, a very wise man a long time ago said, you are always 3 warm meals away from anarchy. And most people in prison will sooner or later get out of it. They are there for 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, 10 year. How pissed off do you want that person to be once he or she get out? By being not fed and stuff like that. And they are in the care of the government. So there are some responsibilities in there. So if they are in for 3 years or 5 years or 10 years, well, in Scandinavia, we have the system of actual rehabilitation. They are trained on job training in prisons. So once they get out, they have served their time, and then they have been trained in some kind of work. So that's our system. And we have quite good statistics in all around the world. The sex crimes are really hard to rehabilitate, almost impossible. But the rest of them can be rehabilitated in some degree. So it's all about it's not as much as how much do you want to punish them, it's how much do you want to punish the rest of society by having loads and loads of people really angry once they get out.
Yeah, and in Denmark, you actually, if you don't work while in prison, you have to pay to be in prison. So, but again, free meals in school doesn't exist. It's just money taken from the potholes, the teachers' salaries, or your grandparents, because
Yeah.
no such
yeah.
thing as a free lunch.
No, nothing is free, because government tend to claim we support this with our money. It's not your money, government. That used to be our money that you taxed from us in order to do good things with them. And so 50-50 they do, and then somebody gets selected who chooses, oh, I want this roundabout have a statue of me in the middle of it, and it costs $100,000. Those $100,000, that is theft from school lunches and teachers' salaries, in my opinion.
Yeah, and again, it's I can understand that people say, well, it's nice for them to have a good lunch, but in Denmark, every year at Christmas, we get these headlines about how retirement home foods are. And it's the same companies who's going to make the food for schools. And they always say, oh, it should be nutritious and it should be good. And it's just microwaved food factory food that they're going to have. I would love it. We actually have in my city, we made a program while I was in the local government, where one school, we grade the schools. So when you go to the 7th grade, all the older kids get centered on 2 schools. And one of them, they had a food line that made food for the rest of the school, and we paid extra for that. So they learned how to produce food, and I think that's one of the skills kids should have today. We used to, I think we had a year of learning how to bake bread and make food, and today most people can't boil an egg. Good morning, genitals. And I really think that we should focus more. It's becoming so much up here in school. We need to get more down here, more working with your hands. And you can use it. I used to go to teachers' college, and it was back when we had a lot of nerve language programming and all of that stuff. We talked a lot about that, and we talked a lot about, well, you can build a windmill and teach mathematics by building a windmill and raise awareness about the environment at the same time. But schools are way too stupid to do that.
Yeah, I was terrible at math until I was 25. Then when I started working, when I applied it to law, and I applied, okay, now I'm starting to get math. Now I can get, but that all of a sudden, I stopped caring about math when I was 10. So that's 15 wasted years, because the then Swedish school system was already back then. No, you should sit on your bench, have this piece of paper, and I'm going to tell you how it's done. And I'm a practical person. If somebody taught me via a windmill, or for instance, how do you calculate the nutrition in food? That is my formal training. Yeah, it took me until 25 before I got that.
M&M, no, they don't want to give it to the low-income students. No, they want everyone. Every kid in school should have a meal from school, because then the parents didn't have to get up and do it. And that's what I don't like.
Invoicing is really easy. I just take a number and then I round it upwards. I'm kidding. I'm salaried. I don't do invoices.
And chat, we have a very important question. We can't do polls because we don't run his YouTube, but put a 1 in chat if Brandon should get a burger, put a 2 if he should get pizza, or put a 3 if he should have Chinese, just like a little surprise. Yeah, home economics class. It's the same. Every kid should learn how to balance a budget. We had the last 8th, 9th, and 10th grade, we went to a bank and tried to do a life game where we had to plot in expenses and income and make a budget balance every year. And we had a game about that. We had that all three years running, just to make sure that people knew, oh, I have to buy food. That's a lot of money. I thought food was free because I just get it in the fridge with my mom and dad. So I think school doesn't set you up for life. School sets you up for school, and that's a big problem. Teaching a machine class and see how much you'll use. Machining class.
Dave put up a poll. Yeah, that'll work, Dave. Thank you.
It looks like it's a burger. Mix in a salad, chops. Lefty, you just go with your COVID and enjoy that.
As long as there is something green on my burger, it's a formally a salad, like pickles.
LC chat 43% guilty.
36% not guilty and 21%. A majority not guilty or hung. That's interesting, because if the law and C-word chat is there, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and
no, not to my knowledge.
No, only the 2 times yesterday where they, I think, kind of combined. They asked like 5 questions combined, but they only broke twice yesterday. Budgeting, using credit cards responsibly, writing checks, basics of investing, it's all would be helpful. Yeah, again, because you can. It's so easy to think that money, that there is such a thing as free lunch, that taxes are easy to do, but it's quite hard. It's yeah. I think I'm going to get a burger from a steak house or Shake Shack. Well, I think you should get the vegan option.
He's hungry, not mentally ill.
Yeah, exactly. In the future, because I can design okay graphics with AI, and I have absolutely no artistic skills. But you can teach a machine how to make a bread, but you still need someone to make sure that it has the right consistency, that it's baked the right way, that the ovens is taken care of. There will always be work for people who can work with their hands, and toilets won't be installed by AI.
Yeah.
But stock trading, that'll be AI, no problem.
Yeah. And big changes in society, we've been there before. In 2 years, back in the 1910s or something like that, in 2 years, everybody switched from horse carriage to car.
Yeah.
2 years.
The big C, Brandon.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden, the fridge came and all the ice cutters was out of work. These changes happen, and they have all around history. And for me as a union rep, I have some issues with some of them, but in the end, things will change.
Yeah, and I'm not I am a conservative, but I'm not so conservative that I don't see the good things we get as well. And just in my lifetime, I'm 27 years old, and we have come a long way.
You had kids really, really early, didn't you?
Yeah, well, not to brag, but I would have been 6 when I got my first one. No, yeah, but back the funny thing, when you see all these, look how New York looked. They forgot there would be 3 feet of manure because everything was done by horse. And the most impressive part is, since the Roman Empire and until 1910, the horse was the leading transportation. You had trains for long distance, but everyday transportation was the horse from the Roman Empire and up till 1910. And then within a 2-year period, the world changed. It was the same when the internet came around, and it became for everybody. I remember
Yeah, I mean,
my mom buying the first trip to the US online. She was, I can't do that. And then she bought a trip.
My first modem was a 26.6 modem. And that's not megabits per s, that's 26.6. I mean, you had to, if you wanted to download a picture,
Sorry, miss.
you had to
That's
start,
always right.
and then you went out and did something for an hour, and when you came back, hopefully nobody had tried to call me. Because if somebody called you, yep, internet down.
Yeah, and the amazing how the money we paid for internet back in that day. I just have fiber via installed today.
We pay per minute.
Yeah.
And same with phones, we pay per minute.
Yeah.
Before that. So this is just in my lifetime, when I was a kid, my parents' TV was black and white. There were color TV, but it was like 50-50, depending on. And my first TV, when I moved out when I was 17 or 18, my first TV cost more, not adjusted for inflation, than my current 49-inch something. I paid roughly in 600 bucks for my TV. It was a 23-inch by that standard big TV. The screen I have in front of me is 23 inches.
My sister and I pooled our money and bought a 17-inch TV with a VHS player installed. We had our paper route for a year. I was 9 and she was 8. And it was 750 Danish kroner. So that's roughly what, 200 bucks? 250?
Yeah, I have no idea. Danish currency is weird.
Yeah, and that's just amazing. Just in our life, I have a 65-inch flat screen. I never use it for anything other than watching football, the superior sport, not the hand Americans like. And I don't use it. I have a 32-inch screen and 24 inches. It's and back in the day, 17 inches. That, and even the ladies were happy
Impressed.
with only 17 inches. Look at these two old farts talking about back in the day. But just remember, the snow was always 6 feet high, and we had to walk to school uphill and back from school uphill as well.
Yeah. Always with the wind in our face as well, no matter which way we turned.
Yeah. No shoes.
Yeah. We lived in a hole in the ground with some tarp over it, but we called it a house. It was a house for us. And for you, who got that reference, you're as old as I am.
we lived in a cardboard box. Oh, the luxury of living in a cardboard box.
We used to live in a lake.
Brandon, Judge isn't back. Nothing is really happening. There's the slight movement all the time, but nothing has happened.
Oh, and good news, the young thug, the judge was only 45 minutes late today. Yeah. I was planning on having young thug coverage Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, because it's only a 3-day week. Yesterday, I could summarize yesterday's trial in 15 minutes or less. Today, it seems to be roughly the same. So I will have a recap on Thursday of day 25, 26, and 27. Because, yeah, it's the people I feel most sorry for is the jury, who have to uproot their entire life for up to a year, maybe longer, for this. I have 5 2-hour words for what's going on in the Young Thug trial, and if I'm still here in 35 minutes, I might say them. Dave is having a discussion in the private chat.
Yeah, he's just giving you. I need it on the other email because it again, that's where my YouTube is connected.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun.
So
there it is.
In Poland, we never had school closure due to weather. Sometimes it was like minus 15, 20 degrees, and you still walk there and spend 5-7 hours there. Traffic was still going, buses were running. Yeah, but that's back in the good old days. The commies was a little stronger than we were. Oh, yeah. Cognitive behavioral therapy is a gold standard in treating a lot of things, including ADHD. There are techniques you can practice and free worksheet you can use for practice. That's interesting. I'm not.
Oh, and by the way, yeah. Today I received 2 packages I didn't know I had ordered, which will be interesting. It seems like Drunk Me has been online again and bought Sober Me presents. I will open them next Friday on my Finally Friday stream. And so I will be as surprised as you lot will be on what Drunk Me has bought me. The Drunk Me tend to go on these weird sites and then pay. And then okay, that's a weird email, okay. And all of a sudden something shows up and okay, I guess I was ordering on Wish, on eBay, or some other weird sites.
And Costco parking lot. What does Jennifer do when she's in the basement downstairs? Is there anything for her to do while she waits? I bet there's nothing to do. In Danish,
there's absolutely nothing.
You're just sitting in a room with a very thin mattress.
There's not even a mattress. It's a concrete room with a concrete bench, and you just sit there. You might have some legal paperwork to look over or something. Maybe you bring a Sudoku book with those small little rubbery pencils or something. But yeah, she's just sitting down there. And so when everyone's commenting on her hair, by the way, and the way she looks, she's woken up at 5:30, put in a van with a bunch of other people, sits in that little room either by herself with or a few other people if there's other arraignments, and just sits there all day and waits to be brought up. And so, her hair is how her hair is.
Yeah.
Anyways, hi Nick, how are you? I gave you guys both admin controls for YouTube, and Valhalla is out as admin for StreamYard for a moment because Baker has that.
To my delivery is 5 o'clock. I have an early morning tomorrow and kind of a board meeting, so I will save that until next Friday. No, by the way, this is not my channel. You can pay me to drink with sending money to Dave.
Send all the money to me and have Nick drink for it. Dave making bad decisions today. Well, I want you guys to be able to do polls and stuff because I'm kind of in and out. And Baker's got controls since.
Wait, Valhalla.
Okay, well, so Valhalla is out of admin controls from StreamYard, but let me tell you why. Because the 2 others that have admin controls, I feel like it would be more difficult to reestablish those admin controls with them. I won't say that it's Nick and I won't say that it's Wendy H, but I'll just say there was a bit of a struggle to get those set up where Valhalla was like, oh, I just click right here, 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 and I'm done. So he knows how to get in and out. So when I send him a link again, he'll know what to do.
Yeah, the Valkyrie says that. Sometimes he's a little too fast getting in and out.
A little too fast, yeah. But I appreciate you guys holding down the fort and carrying on.
We were talking about the supremacy of a socialist government country.
Oh yes, I hear great things about it.
Yeah, how
You know what
how
you guys say that
taxation can never be high enough.
you say that Denmark's and Sweden are like socialist utopias. They're, you know what? After having spent some time in both countries, it's a nanny state. That's really what it is.
Yeah.
It's a nanny state.
It's
okay
Sweden.
if you do it, if you're safe, and let's just watch and make sure that you do it properly. And nope, that's a little too much.
Yeah.
Let's take it easy. It's like having a nanny looking over you.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
The Social Democratic Party in Sweden, who has been in charge for like 80 of the past 100 years, their motto was "From cradle to grave."
Yeah, that's the Social Democrat statement.
Yeah.
Or right. And Young, yeah, in Denmark, we really want poor kids to eat lunch, but remember, less than 6% of the Danish population is below the OECD poverty line.
Poverty line. Yeah.
You know what? Why do my kids get free lunch?
Because
my
Michigan
son,
is a socialist state.
you know, when they started offering free lunch to everyone, my son stopped taking lunch to school, because before that it was like, well, if you had your own money, you can buy it. Otherwise, I have a prepackaged nutritious lunch that I'm making sandwiches and whatever every day. So now it's just like, oh, I get free lunch. So he eats the shit food at school and doesn't want to take the healthy stuff that I used to prepare for him. Because it's free. Well, it's not free. It's free to him. I pay for it with tax dollars.
Now, as Dave said, me and Baker, we are in nanny states. We all live in bureaucracies, not democracies. And there are huge issues with liberties. And I'm just going to say, because I was an adult when the Berlin Wall came down. And remember, people fled from East Germany, was killed while fleeing in the thousands to get to liberty. There's something in it, because you can only enforce socialism with deadly force. That's the only now social democracy, once they started to adapt to a market economy, things started to lighten up. But yeah, I mean, back in the day, I mean 50s, 60s, when my dad grew up and became an adult, I mean, if he tried, say he went out on the streets and said, we need more liberties, he could lose his job.
New pull-up.
So yeah, no matter how bad sometimes market economy, capitalism, and actual democracy is, it's better than all the alternatives so far in history. And I agree with a lot of people say, but the United States of America is probably the greatest country that has ever been. And that is why so many people want to go there illegally.
Okay, I just wanted to pop in and let you guys know that I sent you emails. I don't know if you saw it in the private chat, but you guys should, if you accept, get the power.
I still need it on the other one, because that one isn't linked to my YouTube.
Oh, okay. I will do that then. Okay. But Nick, you should be good. You just have to accept it, I think.
Well, Fed, I would say one thing about the Switzerland system. It's so annoying. When I'm down visiting my sister who lives in Switzerland, they are standing almost every day. You get a pamphlet of something. We should vote for this and we should vote for that. They vote on everything. They can bring everything up for a people vote. I don't know how you would do it in the US, but every proposal can be bought, and if enough people underwrite it.
Lars is talking to you, Dave.
What's that?
Lars is.
Yeah, I don't. He's trolling around somewhat.
I didn't see anything. I'm trying to email Baker.
U.S. isn't the greatest country anymore. Murder is not a symptom of mental illness, you retarded lawyer. Well, I'm not a lawyer, so it can't be me.
Wait. What was that? Murder is not. Wait,
What?
he made the poll. Oh, I made the poll about mental health. And murder is not a symptom of mental illness, you retarded lawyer. It's not. I love it. Oh, that's great. Yes. It is not. It's not, but everyone thinks it is. Like, oh, you have to be insane. Now, mind you, I don't wake up in the morning with a sudden urge to unalive somebody. I feel like you'd have to have something mentally wrong in order to do that. But no, it's not. It's not a mental illness thing.
Mm. Now
Anyways,
you have some people who have actual mental disorders where they simply cannot separate right from wrong, or even a reality from their reality. There are a certain. I mean, for instance, you have what's her face? Who cut off two heads?
yes.
She business.
She business. Yeah. Now she was
Cut off
deemed
two heads.
competent, and she was deemed competent to stand trial, and apparently she was not, according to current law and statutes, not mentally ill in the eyes of the law. Now,
Right.
please, people, let me know your personal opinions or even professional opinions if you are a shrink, psychologist, therapist. She's cuckoo. It's all cuckoo in there. It's you can't make me think otherwise. But the law in these cases are political, because nobody wants to risk that kind of woman go into a mental facility and be out again in 10 years. So it's a political. I do believe more. She would never get out. Most people, and I think Dave had the statistics on that somewhat.
What's
or
that?
your friend, on people who are sent to mental facilities.
Oh, I think that was Ken.
Okay, yeah.
Ken counseling coach that was in. He's in the chat. He was on my panel, I think, for day one of this trial. He had a lot of good insight.
Yeah, they tend to get longer sentences than they more or less would have had if they went to prison.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah. So if you're found not guilty by reason of insanity, you will go to a mental health hospital and you will not get out. You will end up serving. I had a guy that took what is it? The bath salts. Remember, bath salts was a thing. It was not actual bath salts, but it was a drug. And he ended up burning down his parents' house, and he was charged with arson. He'd get like 5 years for arson, but he pled not guilty by reason of insanity. I think he's still in, and that was 10 years ago. So, that's what you get by not guilty by reason of insanity. It's not a better option. He's still in, though I believe he's still kind of messed up. But if he had just pled straight up to it and taken 5 years in jail or prison, he'd be out by now. He'd be out, way early too.
I mean, the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest is not, for that time, is quite accurate.
I got
People just don't get out of mental facilities. Salty beast. Date. Oh.
It was no. I am in the control panel.
What you're in Dave's YouTube's and changing things.
I can't go.
Are you redirecting his profits to us?
Yeah, I took all of his profits. But I thought I could go into close. I thought I could go into his. What the F? No, it's.
Maybe you can get in there if he's logged into there. I don't know.
Oh, it's probably because I was on the wrong one.
Oh, yeah, that could have something to do with it.
Yeah, I have to see if I am.
Yes, I like noisy things, including my keyboard and mouse. Yes, I know it's clickety-clackety here. And last spring, when I got monetized, my chat was so lovely. They super chatted and everything. So just to get me a new share, which I bought in July, I think. Now, August, September, October, November, December, January. Now, 7 months later. Yeah, I paid $300 for this piece of garbage. And today I noticed one thing. Hold on. Now it's up. And soon it's going to start to descend. Yeah. So that is broken too.
I bought a cheap one from IKEA, and it's a little wobbly, but it's better than the old one I had that was more expensive. Mine doesn't really make sounds.
This share is supposed to hold for £400. I ruined it in 6 months. And I'm not 400. I'm a big guy, but I'm not 400 pounds. I'm between 260 and 270, depending on which end of the buffet I am.
Yeah, well, I only pay 40-something% of tax of all my overseas income. So that's a little bit.
Mm.
Do you have that in Denmark we call it arbejdsmarkedsbidrag, where you pay to be working?
Yep.
We pay 8% for the joy of having a job.
Yep. Employers pay, I think it's a 12 to 15% for the joy of having employees.
Yeah, and then you pay your normal
salary.
And then I pay 40% of the rest of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm current. Oh no, I'm not paying in income tax. I think I'm at 28%.
Do you run it as a business?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. Yeah.
I could have. I think business tax is 25, but then it's 40% when you take it out of the business.
Oh, okay. Now, I mean, no. I was talking about my salary. Now, my YouTube's is now under the business of my farm. So, because I can differentiate under the same umbrella, stuff like that. Yes, the first year, the government will take 35% of everything I get from the YouTubes. That's fun, because I have to, not until next year the new microphone and the new computer and stuff like that. Not until next year I can start to, what you call it? What's the English word for it?
Deducted.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, so, you are punished in Scandinavia for starting a business. They see it as yeah.
Do you know Rust? In Norway, Federowski probably knows it. He's Norwegian.
In Rust? No.
Never heard about it.
It sounds like up north. Because the Norwegian has a slice.
Yeah.
Like Danes have. We as Swedish have the 2 dots.
You're lucky, because you have to remember you pay mumps as well, as we do the 25% on every purchase.
Yeah, we pay. That's your grocery tax or whatever you call it in the United States.
Value added tax.
Added tax 25%.
Yeah.
Ow, jingles! Ow.
It's in Lofoten.
Okay, Rust is in Lofoten. Yeah. Oh, that's way up north. I've heard a lot of good things about the fishing way up north, but I'm not a fishing kind of guy. I'm more of sit in the deep forest with a gun and pretend I'm there for hunting, but while I'm just there to be left alone.
Yeah, my brother used to go to Norway and fish in up there, and it should be pretty. It's a beautiful country. But I'm not.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, up in Lofoten, that's an amazing. The scenery. I mean, it's. Yeah, you and you can only experience the fjords in Norway, more or less. We
don't really have it in Sweden or Denmark. We don't have the. They had the wild nature.
Yeah.
Ours more. Well, you have the big forests as well. We don't have that.
Yeah. We have the big forest and the big lakes and the big rivers and all the islands, and then Denmark have. Remind me again.
Islands.
Yeah. Islands.
Most castles per square kilometers in the world.
In 1972, it was a temporary tax on groceries and car. I mean, you can apply it on everything, even services like having a DJ. You have to pay first his fee and then the tax on top of that. Isn't that great? Welcome to social. Now that was a temporary, because it was a bit of I don't remember. It was I was
it's
very
because
young,
of the oil prices.
Yeah, the oil prices. So it was temporary. And with governments, when they can extract more money, something temporary kind of becomes permanent. And so did this.
Marjorie Smith, I have a question. The gallery saw that Karen McDonald lied about Crumbley's fleeing as well as the public audience. So does anything happen to her? No. What should happen to her?
No.
Perjury?
No.
That's
I mean,
you can tell all the stories you want. It's up to the jury to weigh the evidence presented in trial.
Ow.
So yeah.
Ow.
See, have you ever seen Pernilla in chat? She's half Danish and half not normal. I think
no, that's 100% not normal. If she's half Danish and half not normal.
Well.
Hey, Pernilla. Yeah, I recognize her. She's been in my chat on occasions as well, I think. And no, we don't pay 20%, 25% to avoid income tax. We pay 25% moms on top of everything else we pay in taxes. When we pay for energy, for example, the energy cost is this. Then you have the tax, and then you have the moms on top of everything there. So maybe 20% of our energy prices over here is the actual production cost of energy, and the rest is taxes. 80% of what comes into my electricity bill is taxes.
Patty B, absolutely nothing happened today. We haven't seen anything. They moved the camera to show the jury chairs just to fix it. We have seen some heads moving across. Nothing happens. So, top tax bracket is 38% federal tax, I believe that. Then add states 5 and 6. Well, top tax in Denmark is 60%, I believe. And then you still remember that's on your income. And everything else you buy, you pay 25% taxes. If you buy a car in Denmark, I think they lowered the taxes on car, but normally back when I was young, a car had 180% tax on them. I think it's 168% now.
Yeah. If I hadn't put the YouTubes into the business, the income would have I make between $300 and $500 a month. And I don't make it because just to keep the channel afloat is $350 a month. But if that was on top of my salary, I would jump up a tax bracket. And I would go from because then I would not just the county tax, but then I have to pay the state tax on top of that of 8 to 12% on the pieces that goes up. Yeah, it's a weird system. And the government says, well, we give most of it back in some shape or form. Yeah, no, you don't.
Yeah, I love it when they always say, well, but we don't pay road tax and stuff like that. And what did they just talk about 2 months ago in Denmark? Maybe we should start taxing the bigger roads.
Yeah.
We built a bridge back when I was in the Navy, and it was supposed to be paid back within 15 years. We have paid it back 5 times now, and they still keep raising the price.
Yeah, and 2 of our major cities in Sweden you have to pay if you want to drive into that city. On roads we already paid for.
Yeah, but that's why whenever people say, "Oh, it's so great to be a Scandinavian," yeah, it is, because I'm not saying we are the best people in the world, because we don't brag, but we are. But still, we pay a lot to be this happy, and Finland beat us again this year for happiest people on the earth.
Yeah,
and we're still the people who are.
Which is really, really weird, because if you listen to a Finn, they never sound happy.
No, would you be happy? They have moose fighting in the street all the time. I bet you that Medita, every time she goes outside the door, she has to fight a moose.
Yeah, just to unlock her door, she has to fight a moose.
Yeah, and reindeers take most of the roads.
Reindeers are armed in Finland. Did you know that? Yeah.
As a quarter Dane in Texas, I'm curious if the only Danish tradition we do is still a thing in Denmark. Does your family dance around the Christmas tree singing "Nu er det jul igen, og nu er det jul igen, og julen var lige til påske"? Absolutely. Yeah. And that's a Danish tradition. I think it's a Scandinavian tradition that we dance around the Christmas tree. And you have especially "Nu er det jul igen" is too many verses, so we always agree on either singing the first 2 and the last, or every other, because it's one of those that goes on forever.
We sing the first one multiple times because we can't remember the rest.
Yeah, but yeah, we do dance around. You eat your Christmas dinner, because we have Christmas on the day Jesus was born, not like Americans who do it the next day. So on the 24th, you eat your Christmas dinner, and then you go into the nice room at around 8. You eat a lot of candy, you dance around the Christmas tree, and then, I don't know how it is in Sweden, but normally one of the younger kids will grab a package, and then you'll give it out to the people, and you'll unpack. And
we start with Christmas lunch around 2, because why not? Then at 3 p.m. we watch Donald Duck. That's a tradition in Sweden to watch Disney movies. We have done this since the 60s. And once that is done, it's opening packages and everything, and then we have Christmas dinner.
Yeah, we do it after. The next trial I'm watching, it will be Adam Montgomery. Should be starting up tomorrow or Thursday. They are seating the jury today.
Yeah, and I'm still covering the Young Thug trial, and I will probably do that for the rest of this year. Unless somebody gets stabbed in jail again.
No,
then
you'll be doing that for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good choice. But I said it from the start. I will have that damn trial from gavel to gavel. I do that with all my trials. Gavel to gavel. Not just, guilty. No, sentence as well. And for, what was his name now again? Austin Ford? No. Hold on. I have it here. Alan Brown. Alan Brown. It took them 8 months after his trial to get the sentencing, because they had to medicate him so bad. He dope to his eyebrows in order to get him to sit still for sentencing. It took them 8 months, and I still covered it.
That's just crazy. What is it you call Donald Duck?
Kalle Anka.
Yeah, Kalle Anka. Yeah, that's right.
You say Anders Ed.
Andersen, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's actually there's a big because Disney's become so expensive. So Disney Christmas special, they were talking about taking off national television, and there was a massive protest against it.
Yeah.
That's a tradition. You always watch a Disney Christmas special.
Yeah, it's a half an hour Disney Christmas special, and the fee the Swedish state-controlled television have to pay to Disney for it is astronomical, but they have to. I saw something earlier. What is the Young Thug trial about? It's a Georgia RICO trial where the prosecution claims that Mr. Jeffrey Williams and his 5 co-defendants that are left is a criminal enterprise. And they do that by bringing evidence of people they barely met and crimes they didn't commit. The state witness list is 731 witnesses.
Bald uncle?
Yeah.
Kalle Anka?
Kalle Anka, bald uncle. What? I have no idea.
Sometimes chat says stuff and we just smile and wave. The nephews are Quick, Quack, and Quack. Fight me. No, it's Rip, Rap, and Roop.
Knatte, Fnatte och Chatte. People are thinking we are just making things up. No, that's what we actually call them over here.
Yeah, it's a different country. Shouldn't you also have Bamse? Verdens stærkeste bjørn Christmas special.
No, we only read about Bamse, the world's strongest bear. We don't have that Christmas special. Because Bamse, the creator of Bamse, is no longer with us. Let's just say his main political idol was Stalin, and so no, we kind of said good comic book, but no.
Tupu hupu lupu in Finnish. Ole dole er doffen in Norwegian. Yeah, I used to read Bamse when I was a kid. My grandmother gave me and my sister 20 Danish, and we could buy a Bamse, and I could get Fantomet when we used to go to this local stop.
No, we still call him the Swedish chef. We are very proud of our native Swede coming to America and becoming so famous.
Yeah.
There's a bad rumor somewhere on the internet that we dislike the Swedish chef. We don't. We love that guy.
What did you just walk into? We're talking about how Scandinavian people, because we have people from, me and Nick he's from Sweden, don't hold it against him. I'm from Denmark. Then we have Fedorowski from Norway. We have Medita from Finland. So we talk about what we call Donald Duck and all of his family. Yeah. Are you still considering doing Nordic folklore legend stream or series?
Yes, I created the channel, but I need to get the time to start reading in the stories and have some video thingy to it, and that it's a lot of time. But yes, I have this book that has 25 something stories. I've ordered some other books about Nordic sagas, Finnish sagas, Danish sagas, Norwegian sagas, I mean Nordic and Scandinavian folklore and saga and old tales. So I've ordered a few of these books as well, and only by authors, just to make sure the copyright has expired, because I don't want to just walk in and let somebody else take all the monies and stuff like that. But yes, it's in the works. It is, let's see here. I will get you the link to it.
And Ethan's dad, what's the Disney's Christmas show you mentioned? It's short Christmas themed things with the two little chipmunks and Donald Duck, and it's like small 5-minute teasers from the different cartoons that Disney had from back in the maybe 70s, stuff like that. And it's all Christmas themed, and it's an hour show that we watch every Christmas. Everyone watches it at Christmas.
Let's see here. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, that is how Swedish people sound. So you can't fool us.
There.
Yeah, there's 55 to 65 witnesses from the state, but again, it's just a witness list, and we have seen in multiple cases that they don't call all of them. Do you gentlemen have to pay for water and sewage? Yeah. Yep. Actually, we just had a big survey today. If every waste disposal company, because we have one for every city council, they have one for every city, or for every, you would call it county or something like that. And we have 98 counties in Denmark. And if everyone ran as the cheapest one, I would save approximately $400 a year if my waste disposal was as cheap. But I have to pay for the water, and I have to pay to get rid of the water.
Yeah, so do we. Now, the cost isn't that high, but it's still a cost here.
Yeah. Yeah, even your dog is taxed.
Oh, yeah. Up until maybe 12 years ago, there was an inheritance tax, and there still is tax on funerals in Sweden. So you can not even after you pass away, you can avoid being taxed by the Swedish government. Now, what's not taxed in Sweden is the lottery, because you can't tax chance. You can only tax skill. So that's good. So if I were to win the Euro lottery, which is now 57 million euros, no tax.
Yeah, we pay everything we inherit over. Oh, I can't remember the amount, but that's taxed at 17. No, everything up until some point is taxed by 17.5%, and after that you'll pay normal income tax. So that's a very expensive to inherit a company, because then you will have to sell most of it to pay 40% taxes.
Yeah. Now that doesn't apply to Sweden, because companies are a separate entity than the owner. So unless it's under a different tax bracket, we have so many tax brackets when it comes to companies, ridiculous. But if it's what do you call it? Ett aktiebolag. If you holding company, I don't know. If it's listed with stocks, then those stocks can be passed down to your kids and stuff like that without tax.
Yeah, and MLS, can you ask Shannon to refer you to Jennifer if there's a hung jury? Will Shannon stay on the case? I can answer so much that Jennifer won't be able to speak, because the gag order was put in place yesterday. So Jennifer can't talk about this case with Dave, even if there's a hung jury, because James is going on trial later. So she couldn't talk to Dave even if she wanted to. You must have a funeral. You can't just dump them in the woods.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, Dave is a
Sadly,
genius. No, I offered him because I saw he's had a massive audience through all of this, and he has to work. And it's too sad for we have almost 500 people here right now. It would be too bad if you didn't have anyone talking to you. Then you might stray and go to strange places on the internet. And we don't want you on Lawn and Crim. We want you entertained.
Yeah.
This is taking forever. Jennifer Sawatsky over on Facebook. I agree. This is taking too long, in my opinion.
Well, at least it's not a 2-hour verdict. I hate those because there's no way for them to actually have evaluated all the evidence in that time, which they are supposed to. Now, you can't do anything about it, but for instance, the Zachariah Anderson trial, 17 trial days, and they were done in 3 hours. It was ridiculous. But with the Young Thug trial, I'm all for them coming back after 45 minutes after a year-long trial and say to the prosecution and drop kick it out of court via a not guilty verdict.
Well, no genitals. This is the right place to hang out.
Yeah.
As you go back to jail, if it's a hung jury, yes, because then you don't have a guilty or not guilty. She's in limbo, and they will have to do the trial again, or they can drop it. It's kind of like in the Treehouse case in Florida. He will be back in court in I can't even remember. I think it's the beginning of March. March 7th, we'll have a pretrial hearing in the Treehouse case from Florida because that was a hung jury. A hung jury just means it was inconclusive. And as long as she's not out on bond, she will be back in prison. Yeah, but Rachel K., yesterday they spent, 5 hours? And they didn't have a question for the last 90 minutes. We haven't had any questions today. They've been going for roughly 2.5 hours today. So that's 7.5 hours overall. I have this weather gauge on my channel. As Dave says, up until 2 hours, it's good for the state. And I say 2 to 5 hours is good for the defendant. And after that, it's the Wild West. Oh, Sebastian, I kind of just answered that. But I think I would have, if I was the defense, I would be looking like a 2 to 5 hour is the good one, because then you have the big discussion and then you argue why she is innocent. But when you get over 1 day, it kind of goes away. And I don't like that we haven't had any questions today. How much do you think the combined attorney's fee have been for the Young Thug trial? I feel like the prosecution is just trying to bankrupt them.
The court-appointed lawyers are paid $15,000, full stop.
For X work or for a day's work?
For everything. That is what the state is paying the court-appointed attorneys for those defendants. Now, Young Thug, Jeffrey Williams, and I think one more has their own lawyers. The cost for them is Brian Steele, I believe, is somewhere in the range of $800 an hour, and Mr. Shard is a $500 an hour attorney. But the rest, I believe, are court appointed.
Why don't they let Jennifer out on bond? She has no risk to anyone. Well, sometimes
the prosecution wants to have her looking as dangerous and as possible.
What do you call it? Set an example.
Yeah.
So far, this has been Dave's best stream to date. Well, then pull up the numbers. Go tell your friends. Make sure that everyone knows this is the place to be. Because where else do you get no Dave and two Scandinavians talking about nothing?
Yeah. Well, Dave is almost Scandinavian. He's married to a Swedish woman.
Yeah, and he's from Michigan. They're Scandinavian too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Scandinavian blood in Michigan.
Yeah, it's probably because they could say, well, she took out the cash and she wanted cash, and then she went to another place to stay, so she's a flight risk. Yeah, but she has no money now. She has no money.
Yeah, I mean,
And
and
the flight
seriously,
risk, she
how
went away
long
because
do you
she was
get
afraid.
with the? How much did she take out in cash? Was it six grand?
Yeah,
Something
she
like that?
wanted like $5,000 for the horse, and she took out what 2 point some thousand from Ethan's account.
Yeah,
She
I mean,
couldn't have run far.
yeah, I mean that is my budget for Matsuri in August. That's my budget. That's not fleeing money. I mean, fleeing money is like $500,000. That's flee. I'm going somewhere and I can stay there. You can't
Yeah, and
get to your neighbor with $6,000 and try to hide for more than a week. I mean,
yeah, and
yeah.
if they put her bond at $500,000, that's just insane. They didn't even have enough money to be in healthcare because he had been unemployed more or less since his mom died. They could have put ankle monitors on them, but again,
Yeah.
and it's easier to just put them in prison.
Yeah. I mean, for instance, in the trial I covered before, the Young Thug trial, the Florida versus Dykes. No, Texas v. Dykes. The lesbian couple with a toy boy. They had ankle monitors until they fled to Thailand.
Well,
and that was a felony murder. They got ankle monitors.
yeah,
But
that's
here, yeah.
Well, you had your business who went to Hawaii after she did it, and she was denied bond because she could set up shop anywhere in the world with an internet connection. Not your business, Clenny, sorry.
Yeah. Courtney Clenny, yeah.
Yeah. She just got slapped with another felony 3.
Okay.
Third degree felony for tempering.
Yeah.
It,
yeah. Boyfriend's laptop thingy.
Yeah. Lesbian couple with an unfortunate name, or was it purely the reason they became lesbian?
Now, if you go back and if you want to see me annoyed as hell, is that Mr. Charles Beltran, he spoke with the DA, he got a deal, he walked out of the courtroom as a free man. In my opinion, every single piece of evidence pointed to him as the actual killer. But he took a plea deal and said she did it, and the jury bought it somehow. And what's most unnerving and really scary, the remains of the victim, sometime later, some people went back there to check for more evidence. They found human remains that was not the victims in the same spot. Think about that for a while. It's not normal for 2 random human remains to be at the same spot. It just isn't.
Tammy, have that. If you're American, have that thought in your mind the next time you have an election. If you're voting for a DA, just have that thought in your head. That's why I always say, people who are saying, "Oh, how do I get out of jury duty?" You shouldn't. You should be the one sitting in there and say, "This is cherry picked. This doesn't make sense."
Yeah.
You should be the person that makes this take longer, because everyone wants to get off jury duty because you get $10 a day to sit there, and no, you need people there who's critical, or you'll just have law and crime chat as jurors, and no one wants that.
Yeah. And if you have a DA that has been on that spot for 5-6 years and somebody runs against him or her, vote for the other one, because an elected official, I don't care if it's a politician or a DA, or in some cases even the coroner is elected. elected officials are like diapers. They will become full of crap and needs to be changed.
Yeah. Do you think that's why this is taking longer? Yeah, because the first questions we heard yesterday sounded like they're going down two routes to get to the same goal. She's guilty. But the second question about can we infer anything from them not bringing Ethan into court to tell us how he got the pew-pew stick? To me, someone raised a question after they were, yeah, she's pretty guilty. Someone said, but are we sure she gave him the pew-pew?
Yeah.
Did they
I think
prove
that
she knew
that
they left it out?
Yeah, I said that yesterday. That is the one jury instruction that can save her. The handing the gun thing. Because if anybody had control over where's the gun, where's the ammo, no, I don't care who bought it. Where was it? Who hid it? Blah, blah, blah. It wasn't Jennifer. She had no control where that gun was hid.
No. Anybody else hate that the chat comments cut off the bottom captions? Any way to fix? I don't know what that means.
We don't have captions on, but if you have captions on your feed, you can mark it and direct it to somewhere else on your screen if you're watching on YouTube. Or you should be able to, at least.
Sounds like they hung, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, the jury, yeah, maybe. Farrell got censored?
Yeah, they put him on 10-second timeout. There haven't been any more questions, and that's why I thought this would be done by lunch, because we haven't seen them. The last questions they had was like 90 minutes before we ended yesterday, and the judge were kind of waffling if they were supposed to stay a little later, so I thought they might have indicated we might be pretty close. So
yeah. If you move your captions right about here, I can start sitting here, and it looks like I'm spewing out words. I'm so easily amused.
I think bench trials shouldn't be discouraged by getting penalized extra hard because the DAs want the police, especially in emotional cases. We don't have juries in NL or plea deals, all bench. We don't have any plea deals in Denmark as well.
No.
Sweden neither. So you have your trial. Either the state will prove it in a trial, or you will be set free.
Yeah.
There's no.
Now there are suggestions from the current government to with crown witnesses, with anonymous witnesses, and even if it goes through, it will be struck down by the EU court because it's we have a very weak constitution, but when it comes to court stuff, it's rigid. It's really rigid.
The judge must have told them what the day two menu was, and they wanted a free lunch. But again, it's probably some $5 sub from somewhere. I don't. Yeah. You don't have the same jury system in Sweden. No, you have a slightly different, but still, it's kind of the same. You have laymen as well.
Yeah, we have layman judges, we call it, but it is professional jurors. You tell the political parties, I want to be appointed to being a layman juror or a layman judge. That's in the lower courts and the first stage. The appellate or hovrättens, as we call it, that's a panel of 3 judges, but there can be 1 or 2 layman judges as well if it demands a panel of 5. The Supreme Court, that's all judges, and they are not elected, they are appointed. They have to apply to it, and if they have the qualifications, they get appointed.
Yeah, and we have the same system. We just cut out the political parties now because we don't join political parties as much as we used to. Something tells me that the jury is struck on the alternative theory of the case. My guess is there's a group of juries that are trying to convict of that, whereas there's a group not buying it. Or maybe they
be.
just maybe you have 3 guys sitting in there and say, we heard about him having access to the gun, or the dad having access to the guns. We heard about him being the one who kept the guns at the house. She only saw them at the gun range. Did the state ever prove that she had anything to do with it in the house? I would think that's more likely. That's where some people are hung up.
Yes, I have Mr. Jingles on my shoulder. And this is not usual. His usual stance is he jumps up on the back of the he jumps up, and then he sits there, then he scratches, and then he hurts me, and then he's off. This is very unusual, and I'm savoring this moment. Mr. Jingles is he was found in an abandoned barn with his brother about 8 years ago, and we don't know if they were kittens or if they were just starved adult cats. But once it got into my care, he grew. Now he's a 12-pound monster.
Ken, as one who have been a professional jury for the last 12 years, it's you can be elected. That's you. As long as you are able to vote in an election, you must be 18 years or less than. I think they've moved it up to 80 years now, but between 18 and 80, I believe is the rule. And you can't have your ability to vote taken away from you, because then you'll be in special care. But still, everyone can apply, and you just sign over that they can look up your criminal record and stuff like that, and then you wait for. I think I applied in February, and I got notice that it went on to, because then the local government gets it and they make a list, send it to the national government, and I got told I was appointed to the list that would be sent on in June maybe, and then I was told in October or November that I would be on for the next 4 years. And then you have 4 years as a layman, as we call it, and the normal rate is between 4 or 5 cases a year. So that's everything. And of course, when you are appointed to it, it actually takes a lot to be thrown off the list. I have only heard about one person being thrown off, and that's because he was showing signs of dementia.
We are doing Jody Day. It will be dual stream. I don't know if you can stream 2 things at once on YouTube. But if he can't, he can still record it and put it up as a video. But I think we can stream snipe it here unless something happens. Yeah, okay, we can dual. So we are dual streaming, me and Dave. It's the Jody Aris trial from 2013. We are now in the defense case in chief, and we skipped a few days because Jody's psychologist, who claimed that she had amnesia, was utterly destroyed by the prosecution during cross-examination, and then it became utterly boring, and we discovered he was on the stand an additional 3 days, or an additional 2 days, and we just said, no, we can't. Not 2 more days with that person. So we skipped a few days, and now it's a new witness. And that is what we are beginning on day 36, part 1 of the Jody Aris trial. So it's a completely new witness, and I pray to whatever God you pray to, that this is an interesting witness. Oh, you have a cat too? No.
Yeah, it's a fluffy one.
Oh. Oh, it's
It's
a dog.
She thinks she's a cat because whenever we go to bed at night, she's doing the scratchy scratch to lay down. And
my
maybe
cat
she's
also does the scratchy thing, but he uses me for that.
well.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She just licks my belly when I'm in bed. That's weird. Maybe she needs the salt. I don't know.
Jingles hasn't been this close and calm for this long, for as long as I've had him, or he had me. What's wrong, Jingles? Or are you just very, very cuddly today for some odd reason?
What breed is my dog? I don't know. It's my brother's dog. It's a fluffy kind. I don't have no idea.
Now, I am a dog person, but this farm, I need a cat. That's just the way it is. And the hours I work, it would be so unfair to the dog for me to get a dog. This
it's
yeah.
It's kind of hard when we do these long streams to find time to. She needs I don't know if Dave is what he's gonna do with this when you go to Jody, but normally I would take my hour and walk her and get some food and then be back when I'm streaming. But we'll see what happens because she's a little cutie who wants to go out and pee.
Oh, hello. What? Yeah. Okay. Here it goes. Here it goes. Okay. I have a cat's asshole in my face. Thank you.
Hello. So, so we can stream to two different things. I just need to back out of this, and I've been hanging out just in the background and letting the live feed go. But Baker, you're going to have to pull up the live feed if you're going to keep going. We'll be doing Jody areas for like an hour, and then we'll probably both be back, or at least I'll be back.
Yeah, but Baker can stream snipe us here as well. So there's, I mean, it's 500 people here, so they can get a taste. But also, so he has the thingy in the background, so he can, if he sees something happening there, he can just switch over.
Sounds good.
So you're saying see something, say something. Is that what you're asking?
Oh, if they come back on this case with like a verdict or something, I'm ending Jody, or at least I'm jumping off. Nick can keep running it.
Yeah, I can.
I'll be back here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, you should go Jody and nothing else. But they have lunch there in like 15 minutes. Probably.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
But they will be served lunch in the jury room, so we will never know.
Yeah, they'll be served lunch. They won't like break for lunch. They're not sending them to the cafeteria or anything. They're just going to bring food into them, and they're sitting back in the jury room, eating away and probably still deliberating. But I imagine some of them walk in and out. Like they're free to come and go. They're not locked in the room.
Ow! Ow!
So if you have a juror that's a smoker, they're in and out the whole day. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I knew something was up when he was
putting
so
Baker in the corner
confident that long. I knew something was.
I might just put Jody up on screen on this one and then make a quick trip around the block with this little pea monster, and then I'll come back and sit here if anything happens.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah,
that's not a bad idea. Yeah, so you guys can keep watching here. We'll stream Jody to this stream as well as the normal Jody stream, and then if something pops up, I'll be monitoring it while we're streaming Jody. And if Baker doesn't come back or I come back, well, we got this. Between the three of us, we can handle 2 cases.
We're professionals. Well, we're not, but
no, that sounds good.
I will be jumping off to prepare for Jody, so I have that everything worked out.
Sounds good.
So I'll see you all in 12-13 minutes or something like that. Yep.
Sounds like a plan.
Yay! We have a plan?
Apparently,
Jesus
we're
Christ.
making it on the fly. It'll work.
I need to watch for flying pigs. No. See you in a bit.
Alrighty, sounds good.
And here's Mr. Jingles again. He's up to something no good here. I'm
My cats
a
have been
bit
fighting all
scared.
day, so I don't have them anywhere near me.
Well,
But
see you in a
Dave,
bit.
can you take care of your own channel until you go for Jody? Then I'll run out with the dog
Yeah.
and put some some food in the oven.
I guess. I'll keep talking.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Sorry, you have
Jody
to
has
do
so many
12
nice
minutes
holes.
of talking.
No, I guess I'll suffer through it. Jody does have some nice holes. And by the way, if you are a member of MLS, Making Law Simple, you get access to my Discord. And that's where I have all of my member content, including all of Jody Arias. So if you want to see Jody's wonderful 3 holes, that's in Discord, as well as a bunch of motions and orders pertaining to this case, a lot of pretrial stuff, photographs of the evidence, text messages, things like that are all in the Discord, as well as, I believe, additional portions of Ethan's journal. So you guys can check that out if you are members of MLS. And as well as all the other trials that I covered, including Zachariah Anderson, which I am currently working on a documentary of. And don't forget this evening, too, in about 6 hours and 11 minutes from now, we're going to do a Fun with Friends stream. So if you want to come out and hang out and talk about anything and everything, we have that going on MLS tonight as well. A bunch of guests will be, well, maybe joining us. I don't know. It's like I'm throwing a house party and I invited a bunch of people. We'll see who shows up. I might be the only one. No one might show up to my party. We'll see. But there will be beer, I've been told. I will have beer. Let's see. Make sure Baker gets the most likes and views. Yes. Make sure. Yeah, and so and for the Jody area stream, by the way, so Nick and I have been dual streaming this for the last 8 months or so. It's got to be at least 8 months. And we dual stream it, and we have a super chat, and a membership gifting competition. So whoever gets the most likes, super chats, and memberships wins for the day. And send me a link. Might be able to come on for a bit. Oh, okay. All right, I'm going to send him a link. Valhalla wants to come on. If you guys don't know Valhalla Awaits, he is a goat farmer in Tennessee, but he also watches trials and whatnot. I hate when I see heads moving. I always think like something's going on. They're coming out. They're going to do something. But let me invite Valhalla onto the stream so you guys can chit chat with him a bit. He's got a great channel full of friendly goats as well as some trial streams. So you guys can check him out. And he looks exactly like his name suggests, if you guys haven't met Valhalla. Let's see here. Goat Daddy. Yes, Goat Daddy. Yes, go sub the Broken Baker. Everyone needs to sub the Broken Baker. It's been scrolling at the bottom of the screen for like hours, if you haven't noticed, Farrell. But yes, everyone needs to go sub to Nick and Broken Baker. Their links are in the description. He's a very nice guy and very funny. I like his coverage. Both of them, both Nick and Baker. Invite Sean, he will show. I don't know if I can invite Sean back on after yesterday's reading of the Vince McMahon text messages. He might not be allowed on again. That was my bad. I had not read those text messages. He's like, "You sure you want me to read it?" It's like, "Yeah, read whatever. It's all cool." Oh, those were so bad. Let's see here. People actually read. Well, we would hope so. I put it up there so that everyone could read them. Valhalla, I've been waiting a while. Yeah, he hasn't been on for the stream at all. Valhalla, I sent you a link. Let's see. It was the highlight of the day. It was the highlight. Mind you, it came minutes after my brother jumped in chat and said, "Hey, say hi to your niece." And so we all said hi. And then all of a sudden, Sean launches in to his text message. It wasn't appropriate for a young lady. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see here. Is Karen sitting in the courtroom with Mark? Is Karen sitting in the courtroom with Mark, or is she out at Costco parking lot waiting for the race? She's definitely out in the Costco parking lot. No, the thing that sucks when you're a defense attorney, this courtroom, it's the main building, and then there's a west wing, and in the west wing there's a couple of courtrooms, and there's the prosecutor's office. So the prosecutor can go hang out at her office and do other things. There used to be an attorney's lounge if you were a member of the Oakland County Bar Association, which was nice because they had computers and printers and scanners and tables and desks and a couch and a TV. You get to sit there and watch The Price is Right as you're waiting for a jury verdict. Now there's no place to hang out if you're defense counsel. They shut that down. Which Oakland County Bar Association, if you're listening, if you bring back that attorney lounge, I will rejoin your group because that was one of the greatest perks ever. But now you got to just like hang around and sit in the cafeteria, and there's really no place to hang out anymore. There's the law library, I guess you can hang out in there, but it's not the same thing as this like nice little lounge. So I don't know where everyone's hanging out, but I imagine the prosecutors are more comfortable than Shannon Smith is. Let's see. What is happening with Jody Day? Jody Day is going forward. Jody Day is going forward starting in about 6 minutes or so. And then apparently Baker is going to stream snipe it. So you guys can watch it right here and give Baker all the likes, apparently. We skipped a few days on Jody Day. We because the sex therapist. You think sex therapist in association with the Jodi Arias trial is going to be this amazing thing, and it is absolutely so freaking boring. We ended up skipping it, so we skipped like 2.5-3 days of trial, and so now we're up to day 36, towards the end of day 36, when the sex therapist finally gets off the stand. And I don't know who our next witness actually is. Valhalla, if you're listening, I sent you a link. It's in your Twitter inbox. Do I need to do it on? Do I need to send you a link like multiple locations? Normally he doesn't need a link because normally he has backdoor access, but unlike Jodi Arias, I cut it off. Let's see. In my mind, Shannon is not one to hang out. Oh, she's sending emails. Yeah, I mean, she could be hanging out in her car. You just got to stay relatively close so that the jury has a question, you can show up, right? That's the whole idea. You got to stick around. If the jury's deliberating, you got to be able to get to the courtroom in like 10 minutes or so. So that's the thing. You can't just wander off and go home or anything. Yes, it was literally mind-numbing testimony from the sex therapist. Let's see. Look at that. I jump on the panel and Baker leaves and my numbers go down, but that's okay. It's okay. It was all for Baker today. Valhalla has all the backdoor access. Not anymore. No means no, Farrell. Don't you know that? Yeah. Well, Jody also had the doggy door access. That's true. And if you guys don't know what the Jodi Arias trial is, this is back in 2008. She at the stream, she murdered her boyfriend, Travis Alexander, by stabbing him and then shooting him. But while in the process, actually taking pictures of herself doing it. She had like the camera around her neck or something. And just before that, she had taken some, we'll say, risque photos with Travis and herself. And all of that came into evidence at the trial, and Court TV was streaming it at the time. And when they were supposed to cut the video and leave the audio, they cut the audio and left the video, so the whole world saw all of Jody's holes. And so that's what we're talking about. But that, and Travis was Mormon, she converted to Mormonism, and there's this whole like sexy undertone to the whole trial. It was really weird. She's really weird. And but it's an amazingly horrible disaster of a self-defense claim. He's been cut off. So you guys should definitely check it out. We have a whole playlist to it. Nick and I do. Let's see. The woman does makeup and tells crime stories. Natalie watched the case I mentioned on Facebook. Oh. She does crime stories and does makeup. I think I know her. Who are you talking about there? I think I know that person that does makeup and watches and talks about crime stories. It's kind of a funny stream she's got going on. Yes, they are being served lunch the entire time throughout the trial. The judge has provided lunch for the jury because she did not want them going to the cafeteria. Although she couldn't stop them from going to the cafeteria or going anywhere during the trial, she still brought them lunch. And to my knowledge, they didn't go down to the cafeteria. They just ate what the judge brought them. Now they are prohibited from going to the cafeteria because they're in deliberation. And the judge only brings them lunch. But nobody seems to be complaining. So the judge will bring them lunch. They'll have it in the jury room. They essentially won't leave the second floor for the rest of the deliberations. They won't be wandering around like they have been throughout the trial. Let's see. Is it Daniel something? Bailey something? You guys don't even know. Let's see. Can we all write Jody fan mail? Yeah, and in fact, if I was in my treehouse studio right now, you would see a lovely piece of artwork behind me from Jody Arias. So she paints in jail, and people buy her artwork. You can send her letters and whatnot. She even has a fan page on YouTube, or not YouTube, on Twitter, rather, where people update everything going on. Like Jody got her COVID shot today or whatever. I don't know, just random stuff. Or she was denied TV time because there was some girl being mean to her. Like there's all these updates on Twitter about Jody. It's amazingly funny. So you guys should check that out, definitely. Is it doxing if you give out Jody's prison? I don't know her prison address. I'm sure you could figure it out, but she has a Twitter page. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Let's see here. Jody Arias. Jody Arias updates. That's what it's called. What's going on? All right. So let me so this is Jody Arias updates. Jody Arias is resting. Audio by she's listening to an audiobook by Stephen King. Jody got her COVID-19 booster yesterday. That was January 11th. The sun shines over Perryville while hail simultaneously rains down. That's an update. That was from January 8th. See, so you have all these updates. You can follow along with everything that's going on with Jody. She got her flu vaccine. That's good. She got that in November. That's nice. She's being safe. But yeah, you guys can check this out. And I'm sure somewhere on here they have like ways to access her. Like you can Jody Pay, JPay, you can pay her. Oh, that's JailPay. JodyArias.com. You can go. Oh, doesn't look like that website works. JusticeForJody.com. There we go. Let's see. Donate. Donate to the fund. I don't know who these people are. JusticeForJody.com. I don't know. Anyways, you can follow all this fun stuff around. She's quite entertaining. And nothing's happening in court still. My plan is to actually eventually get an interview with Jody and some of the other people involved, but I wanted to get through the trial first. So when the trial is done, I'll be doing some interviews. Still no verdict. Still no verdict. Who doesn't paint in prison? I know, right? Everyone has artwork coming from prison. Really? T-Bone, you're only here for Nick and Baker? They're off doing Jody Arias stuff right now. You know, I don't know if she has a tablet. I'll probably find out on this Twitter page. Oh, Jody had some Panda Express on September 21st. Ah, how'd she get that into prison? Still no verdict. No verdict and no jury questions today. So that's interesting. No jury questions whatsoever. If you guys recall, or if you don't remember, yesterday the jury had two questions. The first question involved sussing or like figuring out how to read the jury instructions, really, and how they could find her guilty under two possible theories. One being that she was grossly negligent in the storage of the firearm, and the other one being that she was grossly negligent because she knew that she had a duty to protect society from her son. She knew that her son needed or had some sort of issue going on that the society needed protection from. She knew that she was in a position to actually exercise control over her son, and she failed to do it, and that failing was grossly negligent. That sort of thing. And then the second question was, can we infer from the fact that the prosecution did not present any evidence or witnesses as to how Ethan actually got the gun? Can we make any inference from that? And the answer was no from the judge. So seems to me to believe that the first theory, that she negligently stored the gun in the firearm, they might be thinking a quit on, because they had no evidence as to where it was actually stored and how he got the gun. But and maybe they're still deliberating over the second part of the theory, which is that she knew that he was a danger to society. She knew that she was in a position to exercise control over him, and she failed to do so. Why aren't you in the treehouse? Also, been watching the Jodi Arias trial on you. Got a bit to catch up on. Well, I am not in the treehouse because it's cold out, and it was actually taking a lot of energy and causing a lot of issues to heat it. So I ended up just moving in. When I say it was cold out, it was like -10 Fahrenheit here, and it was super cold. Now it's a lot warmer, but then I'd have to move this whole thing back into the treehouse, and I'm just going to do it in the spring. Nick is at the Jodi stream. Ah, is the Jodi stream up and running? Nick has. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, Nick has the Jodi stream up and running. Thing is I can't pull up to do the stream snake thing while I'm on here, because there's going to be a lot of echo and feedback. So I got to wait for Baker to come back and for him to pull it up. So I'm going to put that in the private chat. When Baker gets back from walking Molly, he'll be able to pull that up, and then I'll jump over to Jodi. -10 only. It was cold. You're sitting there, right? I had the heater on. Well, the thing is I brought the propane heater out, and then it was like 100 degrees inside the treehouse. And so I went from -10 to like 100, and I was either freezing or like my feet were freezing and my face was sweating. And I was like, all right, I'm done. I'm just going to move indoors. The court's going to give them a very narrow window. It's going to give them a few days to refile the charges, which essentially will be a duplicate of the other one. They could file within minutes of the mistrial, but the court will give them a narrow window, and they'll bring the charges again. I'm almost certain of it. But they essentially have 3 days. There's like a 72-hour window that someone needs to be charged with if they're being held. So they have 3 days to really bring the charges again, but they'll do it within a day or two. Let's see. Where I live, they give inmates bagged lunch to take to court. She might actually get better food sitting in the holding cell at court than at the jail, because the cafeteria is literally like right next door. They might actually grab it from there, but I don't know. It's the independent contractor, so the county would then have to pay their independent contractor for the food. I don't know if they're doing that. Let's see. Toxic bacon. Oh, for sure. That was just a weird way of spelling the name, but I didn't see the name up above. Let's see here. Oh, good. Nick's got the stream going. Oh, you know what? I can share it right now. Let me do this. We'll stream snipe my own stream with Nick. Right, hang on, let me pop it out so I can make it full screen. Wait, nope, that's the wrong thing. Hang on. Let's try this again. There we go.
At the
No, I did
time
it
of
right.
this trial had an affair with a blogger / journalist
You guys hear it okay?
and leaked her name.
Nick, we're stream
So
sniping
she had
you.
to go into hiding.
That's the sex therapist, by the way, in the red tie.
That is one of
He
the
was
reasons
so
why me and
freaking
Dave
boring.
are not very fond of this prosecutor.
We can
John,
all
thank you so much, John, for a $10 super chat. And this is not a fast forward donation. Okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, we have a donation thing. If you want to fast
This is
forward
the
10 minutes,
defense
you
case
donate
in chief,
$10
so
or super chat $10.
it shouldn't be boring. Oh, Dr. Inappropriate. Oh, well, we will see soon enough how this next witness, how interesting she will be.
There's still nothing
Alice
going on
Lavalette.
for everyone. There's a ticker going at the bottom.
Go.
Jury is deliberating. Wait, I want to fix this. Nope, that's not what I want to fix. There we go. Save.
On.
Bring in the jury. Please stand for the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. The defense may call the next witness.
Let me know if sound is okay, if I should lower
Sounds good to me, Nick.
or raise up the court. Just say it in the chat and I will make it happen.
Defense calls violence. Please come forward right up here to be sworn. Right up here.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Hi, who is this
Please
one?
walk right
Oh, for frick's sake. What's
around here and have a seat.
Looks like she's missing the top forward part of her head.
okay? 1.25 gets me the Whirl of Doom.
Okay.
Did you want some water? If you want to, you can pour some there. Maybe the other cup though.
What's that?
And
Stop doing
Courtney
this.
Clenny's parents were arrested. I heard that she was being brought up on charges of evidence tampering
This
and that it
should
involved her
not happen.
parents. So I'm not
It is
surprised.
buffered.
You know, these people,
Subtitles.
they do stuff and they pull down their whole family. Intentionally or
Here.
unintentionally, right? I mean, we look at Ethan,
No.
look at Courtney
Blocker
Clenny.
off.
There's that one guy that unalived his ex brother-in-law, and now his mother's
Let me try to switch from
mother's just been arrested trying to flee to Vietnam.
router to mobile and see if that works. Give me a second or 20 seconds here.
We need Baker back. Someone message Baker so he can take over this, and then I can help Nick with the stream. Because his computer's been giving him issues the last few days.
Okay, I
few weeks.
switched. Let's try again.
clean cup.
Oh, a clean cup. All right.
And if you are a member, you get access to our special Jody 3-hole wonder
And the
emojis.
Whirl of Doom.
All right, let me tell Nick I'll be there in a second. Oh, I got to open this in another window.
Yeah, chat viewers, I don't know why this keeps happening.
Okay.
I have excellent. Let's see here. I'm going in to check the speeds. Yeah, I have a latency issue at the
I will
moment.
forever remember Juan Martinez. Yeah, the angry little
I
elf.
have
We have a feral housewife put together a little thing for him.
21
He's amazing.
down.
Here,
Mebbets
our little
per
angry
S.
elf, Juan
And
Martinez. Hey, Baker.
What?
Um,
Someone said something.
no, that
Oh,
was
it's
we're
the
stream sniping
upload.
Nick.
That's
So,
the issue. Okay.
Do you? I put in the private chat a link for this stream right now, so I can jump off and go help Nick because he's having his
Let me try
internet
to
issues
switch
with the
again.
buffering.
Oh, yeah. Well, I put my food in the oven, so I'll just leave when it. I'll be here.
Do you want to bring this up though? Because I got to back this out.
I'll measure
The
again.
stream, the Jody stream that we're currently playing.
Back to router. Okay,
Like
we
open
are
this for Jody
at
Arias because she's the 3-hole wonder.
same.
That's why Jody Arias is the 3-hole wonder.
24 down. And upload is at
According to Travis Alexander and his friends.
12 on router, which means there should be no damn issue. And it still is.
Nick is raving. All right, I'll be back, guys.
Try again. Let's try again.
Right.
What? I don't know why he took that off. I just put in
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell us your name, please?
My name is Alice LaViolette.
And Miss LaViolette,
I'm having a frozen pizza.
what do you do for a
Oh,
living?
I'm heating it up.
I'm a psychotherapist. I do consulting and training, and I do expert witness occasionally.
Okay, and so
Hey, Miss Kigriff, and thank you
psychotherapy
so
and what?
much, M. Young, for
Psychotherapy,
the 3 corner kisses.
I have a private practice,
Okay,
and I have a specialty in domestic violence. I conduct 2 groups a week for men who perpetrate domestic violence, and I have a broad-based private practice where I do marriage counseling. I also do work with individuals.
Thank you so much,
I work with
M. Young, for the 3
Okay.
corner kisses.
She is a psychotherapist who specializes in domestic violence, and she
I
handles
can't switch
groups
switch
of
anything.
men
It's on Nick's
who
channel.
perpetrates as perps.
Sounds about right.
This is
All right, I just took over. I can play it
yeah.
here. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I think
thank
we're
you.
right where we left off.
Nick and Dave is doing Jody Arias's rewatching that trial every Tuesday and Saturday.
marriage counseling.
So
I also
while
do,
they're streaming that,
work with
I'll just
individuals.
I have the
I
other
work
one
with,
There we go.
adults.
live, so I
I
can
work
follow
with,
along. If
battered
anything
women.
happens,
I
we'll
work with
go
adult
live to
survivors of
court.
childhood abuse, and then I do a broad-based
But it's
private
just
practice
so
with
they can watch
variety of
that one.
issues.
So
okay.
that's one. But
Let's talk
thank
about
you
your
so much,
education.
M. Young,
So
for the
let's,
3
what
corner
I want to
kisses.
know is what qualifies you to do this type of work. So can we talk about your education for a second?
Yes, I went for 2 years here in Arizona at Glendale Community College. The first year at the campus that we used to call Reed Mullin Ford University, because it was right next to Reed Mullin Ford, and then the actual campus was, or the campus that's there now was built for the second year. And I went to become a teacher. I got interested in psychology and then went over to Cal State Long Beach and did my
She's
bachelor's
matching her
degree
lawyer.
in
That's a third day in
clinical
a row,
psychology.
isn't it?
Yeah, I'm in
about
Dave's
8
stream
years
watching
later, I went
Dave
there
on Nick's stream.
and did my master's degree
With the
in community
masters,
clinical
with the
psychology,
clothes,
Well,
with
and
there's
everything.
then
nothing much
sat
to
for the
hang about,
licensing
because now they are
exam. I
talking
had to
on
do
the other
3,000 clinical hours that were supervised, and then I sat for the licensing exam and became licensed in the state of California.
Hey, Gigi.
All right, so let's talk about your undergraduate degree first. So you said you finished up at Cal State North Beach?
Cal State Long Beach.
Long Beach.
Uh-huh.
I didn't go there. So, all right, so you finished up, is that where you get your bachelor's?
That's where I got my bachelor's.
And
You're
you were
working on
talking
what?
about becoming interested in psychology?
Yes,
Okay.
This is in
And so what is your bachelor's in?
Inception.
my bachelor's is in clinical psychology and my master's is in community clinical psychology.
Okay. What's the difference between a bachelor's and a master's degree?
About 2 years. There's,
Okay.
I completed my master's in 2 years. It can sometimes take 3, but I actually did it
This
in about a year and a
woman's
half to
already
2
more
years.
entertaining
Alright,
than the last
And
guy.
your master's, you said, is in community clinical psychology?
Yes.
Yep.
What does that mean?
Community clinical psychology is a program at Cal State Long Beach that was kind of unique. You were interviewed by faculty
this-
and students who had been through the program, and
It's
you
almost like being there.
you had to pass. Well, actually, they had to select from the applicants 12 people who would be part of this program. And back at the time, the reason I wanted to do this program was because it was hands-on. You actually got to go out in the field and work 20 hours a week doing field work. And that's what I wanted to do.
When you say field work, what does that mean?
You could pick a practicum, a place to work that had to be approved by your department. And so at that time, I did 10 hours in a community facility, a community like neighborhood kind of facility, where I was doing tutoring and registering voters and that sort of thing. And then I did 10 hours a week in the battered women's shelter, which I didn't really know anything about, and was wanting to work in some form of impacting violence against women, since I had known people who had been raped and sexually assaulted. And so I was going to work with sexual assault. And one of my friends was volunteering at the shelter and told me that it was a very interesting place to work. It was a very new field.
Yeah,
So I
nothing has
decided that I
happened
would
today.
apply
No
there, and I
questions,
volunteered
no
there
nothing.
10 hours a week.
When you volunteer when you're working on your master's and in that particular community clinical psychology, and you're volunteering in it at a battered women's shelter, what is it that you're doing there?
Well, you're doing a lot of different things. I worked on the hotline. I was trained to work on the hotline. So I worked on the hotline.
What's the hotline?
The hotline is a 24-hour crisis line where people can call anonymously, or they can give you their name, and
This
they
is
can
the
tell you,
Sarah Boone
they can
defense.
talk to you about what's going on in their lives. And your job is to listen to them, sometimes make referrals, sometimes recommend that they come into the shelter, that sort of thing. And in addition to
Right
that,
here,
I did clerical kinds of work.
I'm just
I
trying to
did,
confuse Dave because I can see it's
fundraising
posted
for the
on screen.
shelter. I did what was called casual counseling with the women, which is you just sat with the women and the kids in the shelter and talked to them or ran a group. I did a self-defense class for them one time because I'd taken one self-defense class and I wasn't very good. But it was fun for the women to be up and moving around and doing physical things. So,
And can we talk timeline? When in the timeline of your life are we talking about? What year is this?
1978. 1978.
1978 is when you started with your master's?
1978 is when I started with my master's. 1980 is when I completed my master's, and I volunteered at the shelter until 1979, and then I was hired.
Can we just say that everyone's super chatting Baker on the stream tonight so that he wins the super chats?
1979.
Okay. And when you were hired at the shelter in
already got
1979, what were you hired to
So
do?
I will be
I was
winning that
hired
anyway.
to
So Baker's got 20, you got 10. So far
Yeah.
Baker's winning out of the three of us. I've got none. I'm just saying.
start a program for men who battered their wives. And the reason for that was that we did a little piece of research
You'll go on the
on
wall,
women who had been in
or
our shelter. The shelter opened in
Super
1977.
sniping chat.
And we did a little piece of research to
Casual
find out
thing.
what happened to women after they had left the shelter, a year after they left the shelter. And of the women that we could find, over 80% had returned to the
Yeah,
person
but
who abused them.
The
within
slash
the first
cars
year
and
after they left.
the
And so our
the
director was
car
very
key to
farsighted,
the,
and she said,
we
we need to start a program for the men who are in relationship to the women in our shelter, so they go back, so the women and children go back to a safer place. And actually, I didn't want to do that. Nobody actually at the shelter wanted to do that, but I needed a paid position. I had 2 children and I needed a job.
Why did you
She is
ultimately
a
take the job
Dorothy
then?
Lewis, isn't she?
Well, let me ask you
All
this. Why
goes,
didn't you want to take the
towards
job
my
of
new
starting a
laptop.
men?
Damn
I
it.
can do baking
Ah.
streams again.
Hang on. Sorry. I was trying to grab the
To actually getting into the program, they could count classes I'd taken between my bachelor's degree and my master's degree.
Eminem,
Okay. And so at the
Every
time that you're now
expert-
working
Just
at the
give me the
shelter and you're
controls.
working on starting this men's group, is there also something that you have to do to finish up your master's?
Yes.
Amazing work. But the problem is everything is self-reporting.
It's always self-reporting. Yeah, all
yeah.
of this is.
And Jody is very manipulative. And as long as she doesn't have anybody who asks the right questions, she can probably persuade most people on this planet.
I know we skipped like 2.5 hours or 2.5 days rather of the last witness, but we saw his direct and they didn't talk about malingering at all. And we saw his cross and they didn't talk about malingering at all. So I
Crime
don't
Nurse,
even know
even if
anyone
it's for
was
Dave, you'll go
testing
on the wall.
Jody for
because,
malingering, which is
I'm
essentially lying on these forms.
Sitting here.
Yeah, but I think malingering, I thought was if I remember correctly from the Deputy Heard trial, malingering was a bigger subject in the DMS-5 than in the DMS-4, and he
That's
was
true.
using the 4.
Yeah.
So that might be it.
Oh, look at that. I got a 199 super chat over on my other stream. So this is for me so that I'm not, so I don't have zero.
So I had to do a thesis. After I completed my
got
classwork, I did a
pity
thesis.
super
What does
chat.
that mean? What does that mean?
You write
Thank
you for
basically
the
a
pity super chat.
research paper, and it's a significant research paper on a topic that your
Yeah, I
clinical
just don't
supervisor
get why
approves,
you
and
lawyers
that
can't
is something that would be
agree
of interest.
yeah, it's an
And I did
that's
mine
enough.
on perpetrators of domestic violence. And it was one of the, I guess, one of the
Only
early
twice on
theses
Sundays.
on that topic, because at that time I had sort of a corner on the market. I had there were only 2 programs in Los Angeles County that actually dealt with working with folks who perpetrated violence. And so I had
I can do
clients
what I
to
want.
volunteer to participate in that study.
Okay, and when you talk
I don't
about
know
clients,
how
are you
late-
talking about the
how-
men, the
how high it
perpetrators?
is.
Yes, the men who were in my group.
Good citizens.
And that's the group that
yes.
you created.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that group?
The purpose of that group was
And that dog
to
looks like money.
to teach people skills and maybe help them to work on issues that would enable them to be more effective parents, to be more effective partners in their relationships. And at the time, I hadn't had much counseling experience. And so I sort of based my group on a healthy family. What would a healthy family look like? And I talked to the women at the shelter, because at that time, I think there were 3 groups around the country that were doing this work.
Nope.
And I wrote to all of those groups and got information about what they were doing. And they were all doing work at about 6 to 12 weeks. They were doing short-term work. And I talked to the women in the shelter. And what was consistent from those women was that the men they were involved with had grown up in abusive families and needed help, that they needed to be,
Well,
to
he can't
have
put us
work
on
trauma
top
issues.
because that's
And
over on
so
Nick's channel.
we created the group to deal also with some of those
So
trauma issues.
I'm not on that
And
channel.
so
on
this
that
group
scheme.
that you created,
If I want,
that you worked with,
I can
was
take
it
it
just
away.
men who would be in
See, I'm the captain now.
Groups. At that time, you didn't, but we didn't have any referrals from women at that time.
Okay. And so
I want to know.
how long did you keep working with this particular group? Well, you received your master's in 1980, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
They said the group was, so they didn't have any referrals from women who battered their men consistently. I feel like even today, they're going to have very few people who women who routinely batter their men.
Yeah, because even when it happens, it's because, I mean, you hear the common excuse from violent men, she made me do it.
Mhm.
It's the same the other way around, with the exception that the woman is believed.
So this is a defense witness. She is saying that Jody was abused by Travis to the extent that she had to physically defend herself by stabbing and then shooting Travis while he was nude in the shower as she took
Yeah,
pictures.
he made me a mod and everything. It's
when she wasn't even supposed to be there, and she lied about being there. So that's men don't report. Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah,
the
yeah. I
underlying
mean,
issue.
most men and guys and boys, we are trained since birth to suck it up, keep it inside.
suck it up, buttercup.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well,
when you receive your master's,
she had to
let me
defend
back up a
herself,
second.
just
When you
like
receive your
Porter Penny.
master's, you said you have to write a thesis.
Yes.
Is that right? Do you have to do anything with that thesis?
You have to have it approved, and you have to sit for orals. So you sit with a group that questions you on
Nope.
your thesis and has to
I
approve
won't
your
say
thesis.
anything
And,
on Dave's
to sit
channel
for
feel that it's
orals.
worthy
about sitting
of,
for orals.
if it's to be published. I don't believe mine was published. I think parts
She
of it might
actually
have been
found
used,
an expert,
I
but
never
no
pursued publishing
want
my
to do it
thesis. I
for the
was just
fee
happy to
that the
get
state
through
will
with it,
give her.
actually.
All right.
Give
So
them.
once you receive your master's, that was, you said, in 1980?
Yes,
Okay. And then are you still then at the shelter working in the men's group?
I'm still at the shelter, and I'm working with the men's group, but I'm also doing volunteer recruiting and
Nope.
training, and I'm doing all the community education.
I can do
for the
whatever
group.
I'm in
So,
control.
for instance,
And even go in and
I worked
lead
with
David
the
off
probation officers
this-
locally,
Yeah,
and
a
we set up
woman
the first
beating up a
8-hour
man
training
is
program
comedy in certain
for probation officers
Yeah.
on domestic violence in LA
Oh,
County.
it is in
And
every
then
sitcom.
went around the state, and I worked with 2 probation officers on that. I did training for
Though
mental
the
health.
state will pay for her
Initially,
expert, and she actually found,
really, in 1979,
she
the
claims
only
she
people that
found
kind of wanted
one,
training were church groups.
but now
She
she's
did.
Well,
trying to
did.
get
I
a
went
new
to
lawyer again. Her
United
7th
Methodist
lawyer
Women, I
asked
remember, were one of the
for
first groups that
being
supported
recused.
the shelter, and I would go to speak to their church women's groups. I went to speak to the Seroptimist. I went to
Is it
speak to
messed
the
up again?
Rotary. I went to speak to mental health agencies. So anybody actually who wanted to hear about it.
I
And
wonder
by the way,
why.
at conferences, we would have maybe 3 people in a workshop. People
No, it
really
should
didn't
be
want to
the
hear
right
too much
mic.
about it then.
Well, I was going to ask you, in the late 70s when this is occurring, was domestic violence something that was wide known?
No, it wasn't. There were very
You
few
shouldn't be here.
shelters. Shelters began to open in the late 70s and early 80s in the United States.
And you said you were one of 3 groups in the US who had a men's group? Is that right?
There were 3 other programs that were outside groups. There was one program in Washington State that was at a veterans hospital, and they had a residential program there that Ann Ganley did.
I'm sorry, that who?
Ann Ganley.
Okay, is that somebody who's involved in domestic violence, battered women, or?
Yes, she's involved with battered women, but also involved in doing programs for the men.
Okay, and so when you're doing how did you feel working with these men?
We don't need a
I guess
producer. I run
that
the show.
I felt hesitant at first, but I quickly saw that they were in pain, and that they, for some of them, really wanted to
going in and
change.
out when I
Some of
talk.
them didn't. They just wanted to get
I
their
think it's
partners back.
because
And so the
we
men
cross
that I worked
streams.
with who continued to stay in group,
I'm a bit
because they had
loud.
an option back then about staying in group, really seemed to want to change. And I was excited about that. I thought that was terrific. And I wanted to
Farrell is
be part of
excited
that
too.
process. And by the way, I worked with a male co-facilitator. We wanted to set it up to look like, as much a family as we could. And so I thought having a male-female team would be a good way to go with that.
Yeah.
And having
Sarah
that
Boone,
power
for
dynamic where
instance.
you
Yeah,
see respectful
yeah.
interaction
This is
between
all
a man and a
foundational
woman.
stuff, by
would
the
be
way.
good role
This is
modeling
just
in
to
that group,
establish her
so,
as an expert, so she can
we-
then
we
They
did
offer
could
well
her.
with
just
that.
fast forward
And,
over this.
I
I
worked
would
with
have
him for
done that. It
28
was
years
mine.
This has
until he
nothing to do
retired.
with Jody herself.
Your
Go and
co-
chat and ask them to
co-part
fast
on that?
Facilitator, yeah.
forward. because
did,
I'm
did any of
bored.
these men working, you had started working with just the women in 1978, is that right?
Right.
Did any of these men ever frighten you when you started working with the perpetrators? What's your expertise, Judge?
Overall. Occasionally, I have been frightened probably 3 or 4 times in my career. If I was frightened very much, I wouldn't keep doing it because it would be too frightening. So there were
I was just
several
told I
times
was
where I
loud.
really worried. One time with a
McKinney, I think
guy
you're
who was a
having a stroke.
gangbanger who was someone who I know had murdered people.
Nick
when you
can't
talk
see
about the
this
3 or 4
trial
times, how many men have
or
you
this stream. You have to
counseled
go into Nick's stream
throughout
or
your
Dave's
career?
stream.
At
It's
ballpark.
confusing.
Well, probably a couple of thousand, but I'm not sure. There, maybe less than that. I've done two groups a week for 34 years. And I've had normally not more than 12 people in a group, usually somewhere between 8 and 10 people in a group. And the groups change so that it's an open-ended group and people can come in at different times during the period of doing that group.
By the
All
way,
right,
this is Veohammer Media here in the chat. Veohammer remastered all this audio for us. His link is in the description below. I recommend everyone go sub to him. He's got a ton of trials, older trials that he's remastered the audio for, so you can actually hear them this time. And he's also been working with us on bringing some live trials remastered. So when the audio is crap, he's able to help us out. So everyone needs to go sub to Veohammer Media. Go watch his trials. I missed the part in the intro.
No,
she
they are
sounds
doing
like
their normal
she's
Tuesday
a-
stream
I don't
where they cover
know.
Jody areas.
I
But
have
just
no
to
idea.
keep this one rolling, if
They
anything should
didn't
happen,
go
I have
into.
I have this running on the other screen, so they can have their fun with Jody. She likes it with multiple at a time.
She didn't say
Female.
that.
It's just to make
They
sure
rarely-
if
they rarely
anything
got
happens, I'll
female,
jump right into
what
it,
do you call it,
so you don't miss anything.
Participants.
This is a
participants
full service
in these
channel.
groups because no referrals.
Yeah.
Um,
You didn't mention the Duluth
from
method, though.
going from the first men's group, what kind of therapy do you do now?
I don't still know where it says circumcised.
With battered women, I continue to do that. I've worked with a few men who have been abused as well. I continue to do the groups, and I work with adolescents. And occasionally I'm working with parents on parenting issues.
And when you're doing this work, do you work always with groups, or do you sometimes work with just an individual?
I work with individuals, I work with couples, I work with, I haven't worked with large families, but I've worked with, like. I'm
Yeah,
working with a
that's
grandmother
the
and a
funny part. It's
granddaughter
kind of
now,
like that girl in
west of
California who
granddaughter and that kind of thing.
stabulated a guy
All right, so
100 times because she
after
had
you,
smoked
did you say,
weed.
how long did you stay working at the shelter with the men's
Who
group?
got
I worked at the
off
shelter
with
from
time served or
1978 till
It's
1984.
Okay,
East
and all
Coast
that time from
stopped
79 to
doing his
84, was that
female
where you
privilege.
were working with the men's group?
I worked with the men's group from
Just like,
79 to
mine
84, but I
massage
also
parlor.
worked with the women, and I also did community education, and I also recruited volunteers and trained them.
Okay, so you were doing a myriad of things.
Yes, I was.
All right, and in 1984, what did you
It's
move to?
Inception.
In 1984, the funding collapsed for the shelter, and I needed a job, and I thought that it might be a really good idea to try to start my own business, which was something I'd never actually considered in my life before. And I had 2 children, and so I needed.
I have an
Fifteen.
original
Oh.
Did
Jody
you
Harris
start your own,
painting
did you
right
start your own
here.
practice?
Yes, I did. I started
Okay.
my own practice in 1984.
All right.
A
And
wonderful.
what kind of practice
you
was
are.
This is
that?
at 1.25
It was a
feet.
psychotherapy practice, but I continued to do training. The probation department hired me for.
Well, you won't find any
Probably-
male
I
who,
think I worked for
is
the
an
probation
expert in
department on
dangerous
and off
women.
for about
we
a
don't
decade,
understand them.
doing training for probation officers and people in camps for working with domestic violence.
So did you do volunteer work then along
At
with your
some
private
point,
practice?
you have
Yes, I
been alone
continue to
with
do
Farrell.
volunteer
You
work.
just
All
don't
right.
know it.
The volunteer
Please
work,
get
you were,
sneaky.
did you actually work for the probation department or was that volunteer work?
No, they paid me to do that.
Oh, okay.
They paid me to do training.
All
I mean, I volunteered time, talking with the probation department,
Uh-huh.
but when I trained their officers, that was actually a paid position.
And what did they pay you to do? You said train their officers, train them to do what?
Trained them to identify and work with people who were arrested for domestic violence.
Okay. And what about, and then with your volunteer work, did you do trainings with your volunteer work?
Yes, I continue to do training. I do training for shelters. I've done training for lots of people who requested it. I continue and have done training for churches. A number of churches have had issues.
In
where
Denmark,
they've
we have
talked
a.
about, domestic violence in their congregations, and they need to
Of
have
course, it's paid
some
by
way
the
to deal with
government.
that or to deal with anger. So
We
I've
have
done that.
0 men's shelters in
I
Denmark.
do training. Most of the volunteer work I do now is training, although I'm on the alumni board at Cal State Long Beach, and so I do. I've reviewed grants for them and done a little bit. We're starting to meet with younger people and do some mentoring. I do that. I am a reviewer I'm on the editorial board of a peer review journal, and I do peer reviews, and that's volunteer.
What peer review journal is that?
Journal of Child Custody.
Okay. Do you ever work in
Yeah.
child custody issues?
I do. I consult
Looks like
usually
he's
with people
hiding
in their
something.
child
He looks
custody
shifty.
issues. I have come in and done
This woman does
expert witness or
everything.
consulting with child custody evaluators or with attorneys in domestic violence cases, and
Pizza time now.
counsel
they can
battered
have the screen.
women generally, and occasionally also I've worked with fathers who are going through domestic violence issues. and
This
working with
woman
them.
is men are
All right.
bad.
And all this
That's her whole
training
MO.
that you do at churches and different areas, what kind of training is it? Is it all different kinds of training, or what are you training people to do?
It depends on the group. When I do training at churches, a lot of times it's to explain why battered women stay. It's to look at gender issues with domestic violence. Sometimes there are counselors out of the churches that want training on doing anger management. There's several groups, church groups, where they had a big enough congregation and they had people that wanted to be peer trained to do anger management groups. So I've done that. It really depends on the group and what they want.
Yeah,
Um,
men
I've
who
worked
are
in almost
offenders
every
only.
area of domestic violence. I did training on teen dating violence, and that was volunteer in the high schools. And I've spoken in the high schools in California, around in Long Beach and different areas.
She probably
And done
is
that
totally not
as a
Russian bot.
volunteer. And that would be coming out and talking to kids about dating violence, teen dating violence, and what that looks like, and resources that they might have, and that kind of thing.
All right. And besides training, do you do speaking engagements?
Yes,
What kind of speaking engagements do you do?
I speak at conferences. I do keynote addresses. I've spoken for educational groups. I've keynoted for therapy groups. The California Association of Marriage Family Therapists, I keynoted for their conference. I've keynoted I keynote for the fatherhood. I've keynoted or done workshops at the Fatherhood Conference on a parenting curriculum that I helped develop.
What's the Fatherhood Conference?
The Fatherhood Conference is put on by Children's Institute International, and Herschel Swinger, who has passed away, was the founder of that conference. And it's really to encourage fathers to be the best fathers they can be, and for at-risk dads, fathers who've grown up in gangs, or fathers who have not been the best fathers, to really improve their fathering. And there are a lot of men who are very interested in that and come to those conferences.
All right. And besides that speaking engagement, have you been asked to speak outside the United States?
Yes, I've spoken in a number of countries. I've spoken in Japan, Israel, New Zealand, Ireland, Canada, and then I've done some work for the State Department of the United States, and those are video conferences. I just did one in Kathmandu, Nepal. I didn't go to Kathmandu, but I did a video conference there, in Cape Verde in Africa and in Tel Aviv.
And these speaking engagements, what is it that you're asked to speak about, generally speaking?
Yeah, this is
I'm asked
early
to speak
2000s.
about,
This is early 2000s. This is when that Duluth model and everything was really at its heyday, and it really did set a whole path in motion. Like, men are always the perpetrators.
And this is pre-Me Too movement as well.
Oh,
This
yeah,
is
this is a
2013.
decade before.
This is like maybe 2-3 years before that really started going off.
setting up domestic violence legislation, community organizing around development of battered women's shelters and programs that are more holistic, that address the entire family. For the most part, that's it. They're countries where people are just developing things, although Israel is quite sophisticated. And when I go to these countries, I sometimes speak to the governmental groups on the creation of laws, because I have done some work on legislation as well.
On the what?
On legislation.
Oh, legislation. Okay. And you said you've done work with the Department of State
Yes,
and for the U.S. government?
yes.
What is it that you do?
Those are the video conferences that I've done. I was asked to go to Sri Lanka and Maldives, and I was asked to go to Africa, but there was a very limited window of time and I couldn't fit it into my schedule. And so I wasn't able to actually travel. So the video conferences were set up.
So when you're speaking to these other countries, is it the U.S. government that is asking you to speak to them? Is
Yes,
that what you mean?
yes.
Okay.
Through the State Department and the embassies.
Okay. Okay. And how long has that been going on? Has that been going on through different presidencies?
Friendly competition.
During
right, Dave?
George Bush's presidency and Barack Obama.
Sorry, what was that?
Friendly competition, right, Dave?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Friendly competition. That I don't even know where we are. I'll have to look. I have so many freaking windows open right now.
Obama's presidency.
All right. What about, you said you did some work with the LA County Probation Department. Have you done any further work with them?
Just in terms of talking to probation officers about clients, but I haven't done training for them. I think, I'm trying to remember the last time I keynoted the state probation conference, and that's about the last time. I also did a speaking engagement for female probation officers that had a specialized group, and I did training for that group,
A specialized group of what?
just female probation officers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever help to create any programs with the county department, the probation department?
Did I create programs?
Yeah, so like design any type of domestic violence training?
Well,
programs?
yes, in 1980 in California, we created a diversion law, and people were diverted from the system and sent to counseling.
Well,
And so that was where
That's
I
why I
worked
wanted
with the,
That's why I wanted to watch this trial, Mama Source Rex, is because it's so long ago. There's been so many things that have changed, not only in like the psychological approach, which was funny because we're talking a lot about the DSM-4, which was in existence then, but now it's the DSM-5, but just in prosecutorial conduct and all kinds of things like that. There's so much stuff that has changed just in 10 years.
Yeah, and I have to say, we all know who Eric. Well, no, maybe not all. But Eric Bland, lawyer in the Murdoch surroundings. He is going live on Fox News with 2 of his Euro clients.
Oh God.
How, in the name of all is holy, can you walk into an interview with clients? Does he really think
He was a
this
witness on the
might be
stand.
Yeah, I mean, if everything that happened is on appeal, why would you risk your client saying anything?
I don't know. Probably
Incriminating,
not.
even the risk of it.
Because he doesn't care about his clients. He cares about his personality, his persona, his billable hours.
Yeah,
That's exactly why.
yeah.
the
a
diversion
lawyer-
officer and the,
If you call your lawyer, his timer is on.
Not always. That's not how I work.
Not all, yeah.
supervisor.
The
Some
used
lawyers,
the used car salesman type lawyers. That's how they
Yeah.
work.
If you pick your lawyer because he has an ad on a park bench or a
They're
bus
talking
stop,
about Eric Bland from the
He will-
Montgomery trial.
he or she
The guy who,
will do small talk with you.
well, I don't know is
because
the term
it's
ambulance
billable
chaser
hours.
who
That's right.
who went
How are
really,
you
he
doing?
made
How is
Investigation
it
department.
doing? I don't
bobbleheads of
know.
him himself, and thought he was
Yeah,
to
a
the
good
point.
lawyer
famous.
will shut off the small talk, but I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, no, I don't like that guy at all. ED, we call him erectile
To develop the
dysfunction.
training for officers to be able to deal with this influx of new clients on this new issue.
All right. What about awards? Have you ever received any awards in the area of domestic violence or
Can
well, in
someone
that
please
area?
go into their chat
Yes,
and
I've
write,
received
skip over all
a
this
number of
boring stuff.
awards. I've been very fortunate. I just received an
I'll
award
go
from
back
the
to
shelter that I
the
worked
vault.
at just this past year. It's called a Champion of Hope Award. I received a Lifetime
Champion
Achievement
of
Award.
Award.
I received proclamations from the county and the state. And I've received from the Seroptimist and other groups awards.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
You know,
were
and we've
bust
been
up
mentioning
yours,
California a
not
lot. Is that where you
bust up
currently live?
lawyers.
I live in California. I've lived
Okay.
in California since I moved there in '67.
All right. And
AMD.
were you
agree
originally
with your
from Arizona?
sentiment.
You said you went to Glendale Community College to begin with?
I moved to Arizona when I was 10. I moved from New Jersey to Arizona. I went to
I
Sunny
wish
Slope
I
High
knew
School
when
and I
this
come back from my
foundational
high school
stuff
reunions and
stops.
still have friends back here.
All right. But other than that, your business and everything is in California?
My business is in California. yes.
Okay.
We're just
And
gonna
so when you're
finish this day and
helping,
move
when you're
on.
talking about helping to develop different probation trainings and things like that, that's why we're talking about Los Angeles County?
Yes, and state of California. Yes.
I wish we
Okay.
could speed forward, but
Do you have any
was
published
my
books? Have you published
just
anything in this
was not
area?
I have a book
Oh,
called It Could Happen to Anyone, Why
Yeah.
Battered Women Stay. It's coming out in its 3rd edition in April. I have
Yeah,
articles
I
that
just
I've
don't
written
like
for
the style.
the
Maybe it's
Journal
me.
Child Custody.
Maybe it works in Michigan.
for
I don't
the,
know. I just don't like the way.
I have a chapter in a book called Domestic Violence Offenders.
I feel like
I have,
the
Let me
proffer
ask you,
here
Joe.
is more
The-
testimony to give more weight for what comes next. They
Well,
don't
that's the
need
idea.
all of these to get.
The problem I
trained
have
as
with
an
expert witnesses is they have
Yeah,
to
no,
sit
they
there
don't.
and
But
talk for
that's usually the
45
idea.
minutes
Like a lot
about
of
I went
times
to
the
school.
people, like opposing
Couldn't they
counsel
just agree and say,
sometimes
yes, she's
say,
an
we'll
expert on
stipulate
DV.
that this person's an expert.
Go on.
You're like, I appreciate it, but I don't want the stipulation because I want the jury to hear all these people, this person's qualifications,
Yeah,
to bolster whatever they say going forward.
the Danish
And,
do sound delicious.
So
Well,
I feel like that's what they're
I'm
doing
coming
here.
to Tennessee if anyone wants a
I
Danish.
doubt Angry Little Elf stipulated to
Yeah,
this.
it's important to get the
for
book
being
copy.
qualified as an expert in the first place, but
Yeah, your is in. So they probably already had this in a Daubert hearing
jury
to
is in.
proffer the expert, but the jury is in listening to this.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. I thought you were talking about Crumbley. I was like, oh my God. No.
No.
Yeah, no, but you want the jury to hear this stuff.
Nope.
You want the
that's
jury to hear
racism.
this stuff so that it bolsters whatever she's going to say next. Well, now we
Yeah.
know all of her background. We know all of her experience. So that way it reinforces that. And that's why you have a special jury instruction that says experts are allowed to offer their opinion, but you can't give their testimony any more weight than any other layperson. All of this is
Yeah.
just so that the expert can offer an opinion.
Yeah, so it's not like in the Young Thug trial where Mr. Belknap is both an expert witness and a fact witness, and
This is
he's
very-
been, yeah, and so he started off as an expert witness on gangs because the color red is bad. Now he's on the stand as he has been investigating the YSL gang for 14 years, he claims, which is interesting because the YSL music labels is not 14 years old.
Well, generally, you don't have an expert and a fact witness in the same person.
Yeah. He will come back later in the trial again as an expert witness.
Well, hell, I'll show
the
you some
judge
Danish
allowed it,
ladies when I come
even
over
though
there.
they have 5 gang experts lined up for this trial. They are using him as both fact witness and expert witness.
Let the real smearing of Travis commence. Expert witness edition. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I know his name is Belknap, but I call him Belknob because it's funnier.
And all right, and just so you guys know, every Tuesday and Saturday at noon Eastern, 6 p.m. Swedish time, Nick and I dual stream Jody Arias. Tuesdays are our shorter days. We go 1 hour. Saturdays, we go a couple of hours at least. And so we are almost done with day 36. So we're just going to finish up this day and then probably end the stream. We don't have much. We have very short amount of time left here on this day.
Yeah, but when it comes to amazingly bad decisions, is the phone throwing expert. The judge
Yes.
said, "Well, you qualified him as an expert, which is a completely different thing from what he actually did."
Yes. Yeah.
That was. I have.
Threw it around
I'm
my office.
rarely-
What else do you want?
Yeah, I'm rarely speechless when
But
it
that's-
comes to stupidity, but
That's
that
what.
was so stupid.
But that's the experts we get in today. But look at
Yeah.
all the qualifications you need to go through to qualify somebody just 10 years ago.
Yeah.
That's what
And,
I'm saying.
yeah,
It's
and
just,
also
well,
it-
even the state's experts in this case, when they were going over cell phones and cameras and all that stuff, listen to the qualification that they needed
Yeah.
in the testing.
Now you can ask someone from the street, what would your subject be if you were in the $10,000 question TV show?
Yeah.
And that's, yeah.
Chapter in the book called Domestic Violence Offenders. What is it that you're writing about?
It's called A View from the Trenches, and it's about, it's sort of a 25-year retrospective. I can't remember. It was 2002, I think it came out. And it was a retrospective on batterers intervention programs and looking at what we currently know and what we knew and some of the things we look at to measure success in programs and some of the things we want to have happen in those programs.
Okay. And the book that you said that you wrote about why battered women stay,
Yes.
is that what it's about?
Yeah, it's about why battered women stay.
All right. And when did you first write that? Do you remember?
The first edition was in 1993, and it became a bestseller for Sage Publications. And so they asked us to write a second edition, which we wrote in 2000. And then they asked us to write a third edition. And my co-author and I are old enough that we don't believe a fourth edition is going to happen.
All right. With regard to that particular book, how is it that you sit down to write a book like that? Is it based on research? What do you do to have that information available to you?
My co-author is a researcher. I was not a researcher. My co-author would bring me piles of research, basically piles of articles, and I would have to read them and write them up in a way that could be understood. And we use case studies in the book. We made the book something that we hoped that folks could read who were victims and perpetrators of domestic violence as well, but also people who are just interested. It's used as a textbook currently in a number of universities back east. I was just a couple years ago speaking in Hawaii, and somebody from a small island near Sri Lanka came up to me and said that they used the book there. So I have no idea who else using it, but we feel pretty good about it because people have liked it. And we've also
I feel good about it. People like it.
we've had
Therefore, it's
attorneys who
qualified.
have used it in their cases.
Okay. And clearly you're here testifying. So do you do forensic work as well?
Yes, I started doing forensic work in 1984. I was asked by an attorney to explain why a battered woman would kill and why she stayed. My first trial in 1984 was a domestic violence homicide trial. And at that time, the battered women's testimony was not considered. It really wasn't well thought of or well respected. And so I didn't testify in that case. I consulted in that case. But I know that I didn't even know that this was a job. I thought it was a volunteer position. And when she asked me to do it, I said, certainly I'd be happy to do it. And I said, I'm
Am I the
assuming
only
it's a
one-
volunteer position. And she said, no, you get paid to do it. And so I was surprised.
I'm wondering
All
if we're
right.
even going to
And since that time, do you know about how many cases you've worked on forensically?
I've
This is
worked
still
on
better than
about
the last
60
guy, though.
cases forensically. I don't do
The state
lot of
seal is
forensic
less
work.
boring
I
than
do
this,
Just
lady.
skip 10 minutes.
usually about 2 cases,
You know what to
sometimes 3
do.
cases in a year, depending on whether I'm
It's
consulting.
super chat.
Why don't you do a lot of forensic work?
$1, 1 minute.
Because it's very difficult for me sometimes to watch the process.
We need to do it like
Do you
a-
have your own practice as
I
well?
said, am I the only
My
one
private
finding her
practice?
super
Yes.
boring?
Yes, I do.
So besides coming here to testify, do you also have a private practice that you're running?
I hope so when I get back.
Okay. What types of cases, we're talking about the forensic cases that you've worked on. What types of cases have you worked on?
I've worked on homicide cases. I've worked on a stalking case, a kidnapping case. I've worked on child custody cases. Most of the cases I've done currently are child custody cases.
Well, let me stop you there. When you
I just pulled it up because someone was saying on LNC they said the jury was back, but nothing has happened. So let's get back to this interesting thing.
Oh, and if we skip into a sidebar, we skip forward more. We skipped into a bonus skip.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the
Oh,
evening
that was
recess at
it.
this time. Please be back in the designated area at 10:30 tomorrow morning, 10:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. You are excused.
By the way, we
All
gotta
right.
get look at this beautiful little logo that Veal Hammer has. C Souter skipped us right into the end of the stream. That was great. That was great. That was the
Yeah.
best $1.99 ever spent. All right, cool. That is the end of Jody today. So that woman is much more entertaining than Dr. Sex Therapist guy. You know, he goes home with notes from his patients every night kind of guy. So this should be more interesting. I don't know what the objection.
Sadly, I can't see the lady on Twitter who updates whenever stuff happens because she blocked me. I haven't spoken to her ever. I feel it's because I'm Danish, so it's a racism. But thank you so much, C Souter.
Whether we have a Crumbley deliberation or a Young Thug trial or whatever else is happening, we stop and we stream Jody Arias every Tuesday and Saturday at noon Eastern, 6 p.m. Swedish time. How did we do with the likes? I think you beat me on the super chats. I have 38 likes, and you have.
I have only 32.
You beat me on the super chats. I beat you on the likes, and neither of us got gifted memberships. So that's a tie for today. Today is a tie. That's okay. I'll take a tie. It's like kissing your sister, but I'll still take it. Where's Farrell? She's in the other chat. Tie is like kissing your sister. You've never heard that? That's got to be an American expression because you guys do ties all the time in your soccer games and all that.
I mean, 90 minutes and no points or no scores. That's not unusual here.
Yeah, that's a typical soccer game. Thanks everybody.
You Americans,
for
I know
watching and
Alabama
sticking
exists,
around
but
for our
do the
Jody
rest of you
stream.
also go
Mine
around
will
kissing
be
your sisters?
redirected. My stream
That's
will
weird.
be redirected back
Is it just
to
Jamie?
the Crumbley
Jamie.
Verdict Watch.
Sorry.
Dave. Same here.
So we'll see you guys all back in there. And thanks, Baker, for dual streaming us, even though he used it so that he could, or not dual stream sniping us, so that he could go get some lunch. He said.
Oh.
Oh, look at that. No. We called it. That doesn't count. Just like the super chat yesterday or last week didn't count, I guess.
Yeah. Thank you, Tola Carissa. And it went to Vicky Heatherley.
Nice.
Welcome to my channel as a member. You now have access to all my members-only content, and in the community section, there should be a link to my Discord. Thank you so much. That's very sweet of you.
All right. I'm going to head back over to the Crumbley Watch. You guys can head back over there too. Nick, are you joining us or you got to hang out? You got Young Thug today?
I'm going to do a recap on Thursday on all 3 days today, this week. It's only trial Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and it is. We heard about the carjacking. Now he was on the the actual victim was on the stand. We already know all about it. And then this bell knob went on the stand and testified about pictures for a full day.
Full day, not just 20 minutes.
I thought he said Thursday.
After she went off the stand after 45 minutes, he took the rest of the day, and he was still on the. I think he's still on the stand now, but now it's cross-examination about Twitter pictures and Facebook pictures and Instagram pictures, where he claims, "Oh, that's a known gang member." And on cross-examination, could you please tell us his name? And,
I like
and
that.
he couldn't. Yeah.
Like that. There was the other witness too that wasn't able to identify any of the witness or any of the defendants as being part of the gang. Right? There was that witness too. This case is falling apart.
It is my biggest hope when all this is said and done
Possession
and
is
they leave it up to
9/10
the
of the
jury,
law,
they
right?
come back
Well,
after
I'm in possession of
45
his
minutes with a
channel
not
now.
guilty verdict, just to put a foot up the arse on the prosecution for wasting everybody's time.
That would be amazing. Let's hope that
Yeah.
happens after 9 months of trial, though. First, we got to get through the 9 months first.
Babies are made on shorter time. I mean,
Thanks everyone for hanging out
Yeah.
with us in our chat. Thanks everyone hanging out with us in the Crumbley Verdict Watch chat, and we will see you guys back over there in just a few minutes. All right,
Okay.
bye guys.
bye-bye.
The State of Arizona versus Jody Ann Arias, verdict, count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant as to count 1, first-degree murder.
New poll is up. And welcome back, Nick Raiders. And I can go back to this one and close that one. And I can do that one. Yeah. Back streets back again. Or at least the state seals back again. Come on. David is trying really hard to do all of this for you, for us. All. Thank you, David. What am I? Chopped liver? You're a David Raider, not a Nick Raider. Well, you're welcome anyway. But are you really raiding Dave's channel when you're coming back to Dave's channel? Welcome, Riders of the Vikings. Oh, we have a love connection going on. Clip what? There's obviously only one correct answer to the poll. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the poll. Dave put it up. You're being a Dave troll. Well, he needs more of those. Yeah, when he comes back at some point, I'll tell him thank you so much, Dave, for all you have done for us today. Yeah, I sell corner kisses. I'm not below that. Hey, Miss Jackson. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? We are still enjoying the nice state of Michigan seal. I don't get your state seals. In Denmark, we just have a little city and maybe a star and a moon and something like that. Why all these? What's beneath? Is that a fox or something? Maybe an anteater on the right? Is this an anteater? Do they have anteaters in Michigan? Dave, where are you? I have very important questions. Do you have an anteater on your state seal? Well, I know she's saying in the interrogation room. Yeah, it's taking way too long. Way too long. Daveception. Yeah, he's rating himself. That's a weird one. Tell Dave, thank you for letting us have his channel. Yeah, McKinley, I'll make you a mod. Send me your bank information. I'll put it into his AdSense. What's happening? What's ever happening? It's that's an existential question. What is happening? Am I sitting here trying to backpedal and fill some time while waiting for Dave to come back so I can eat the rest of my pizza, or am I maybe just a pawn in a game of space aliens that made me believe that there was an anteater in Michigan? Who knows? I don't know. What? Cindy's saying it's not an animal at all. It's a branch. Cindy, you ruined all the fun. It's from now on, this is an anteater. I can clearly see it. Dutch people are beautiful. Well, I've been to Holland 3 or 4 times in my life, and I would say that it varies. Swedish ladies are very beautiful. I saw the Swedish supermodel Victoria Silvstedt once. We were on one of those trips you take when you're politicians just to get away and drink beer. I mean, fact-finding missions. And I was walking in the morning, and I saw Victoria Silvstedt. She is still a very beautiful woman. Is there a difference between Dutch and Danish? Well, 700 kilometers, I think. Yeah, I'm the captain now. I'll just lock him out of it. I'll try to lock him out of the channel from now on. From your experience, Baker, David, and Nick, the longer it gets, is it better for the defense or prosecution? I think I only saw one trial with not guilty verdict. Rittenhouse, it seems not guilty is pretty rare. I've been doing this for roughly a year now. I like it when you go after 2 hours, but before 5 hours is normally when it seems good for the defense, in my opinion. When you get after 5 hours, it's the Wild West. To me, this case, with the questions we had, I was pretty sure that they were going guilty to begin with. And then they came back and said, can we infer anything from the evidence not provided? And I think they are arguing a heck of a lot. Did they ever prove that she gave him any access to the guns other than at the gun range? That's why I think there's a holdup right now. And I did that stupid 35 hours of verdict watch, and one of the things is I think it's how strong are the ones who lean the other way than the rest, because you had the Treehouse trial that ended up in a hung jury, and that wasn't even that long. I think they did they go 1 or 2? I think they only went 1.5 days or something like, no, 1 day maybe, before they came back and said we can't do anything. They haven't even come back yet and said we can't agree on anything, and gotten the Allen motion read to them that they should go back and try one more time. But I would say when you are after 5 hours, it's limbo. I can't predict anything. And but again, it's just like body language. You don't know. It's just a guess. It's your gut feeling. No, Andy. Well, I'll hope so. I don't know what I'm thinking about, what concept, but I don't know which nude. Dating nude? We had a TV show about that. It's never the ones you want to see. Oh, Gigi. Oh, Gigi. Thank you. And Craig became a member. Now I just have to find it somewhere. Hey, expert. Hope your tooth is feeling better. Craig became a member. Welcome, Craig. Be sure to join his Discord. It's one of the best Discords in Michigan. I would say at least top 3 in Michigan of Discords. Maybe top 5. On a good day, top 3. You know where there's an absolute ton of Dutch people? West Michigan. Michigan has everything. Yeah, a lot of Scandinavians are in Illinois and Ohio. Expert, you don't ask a lady when to do the Vince McMahon. That's just nasty. Victoria was a Playboy model. Is it like 50s now and is called? She walked past me on the street and I was like, what? And it was like, I say like a lot. I should be a girl from California who's 16. I think it was maybe 7 in the morning or something like that. And this tall blonde woman, and she's still, oh my God. She is a 10 in real life. I know there's internet 10s, but this woman, oh my God, she was beautiful. She I was stunned. And I'm so far behind because I talk about beautiful women. What takes longer than not guilty or guilty? Well, Latina, again, we all have these, we think sometimes, but again, it's just, it's reading tea leaves or believing in horoscopes. You don't know. But I say when you go after 5 hours, it's the Wild West. No one knows what happens. So I can't tell you. I would like some questions now. We've been going for roughly, how long have we been going? We've been going for 4 hours. No questions today. I would really like a question now to kind of suss out in which direction they're going today. But thank you so much, Latina. The name's so nice, you have to say it twice. Eminem, don't do the McMahon with him. That's nasty. I thought first question they were leaving guilty, but different theories. Yes. Second question, not guilty. Now it takes so long. Yeah, and I want a question now, so we can feel where are they. Yeah, Holland, Dutch people are, I believe, that some of the tallest in the world, at least the tallest in Europe. Maybe it's because they're high all the time, because weed is legal in there. I'm going to pull off that brand. There's no reason to have that on here. I forgot I had the power. Talking about having the power. I should say thank you so much, Dave, for all you have done for people today.
What did I do? Now I'm scared.
Valhalla said, say thank you, Dave, when he comes back for all the stuff he has done for you today.
Oh, well, you're very
And
welcome.
you should thank Latina, and Sea Sauter because they have contributed to your account today as well.
Oh.
But now I'll turn off my camera and eat the last 2 slices of pizza.
Oh, okay. Well, that works. Hey, welcome. And thank you very much for the 199 super chat. What takes longer, the not guilty or the guilty? Generally, the not guilty takes longer. So you like the first 2 hours is very sort of pro guilt, pro, prosecution. After that, it generally becomes for the next several hours, for like the next day or so, it becomes a more of a pro not guilty, just generally speaking. And then after that, it's just it's no man's land. Who knows? It could be hung jury. Who have no clue at this point. It would be nice if we had some jury questions. Not that we need them, but you can kind of maybe get a sense of where they are with it. And thank you very much for the 199. You actually skipped us to the end of the Jodi Arias trial, so that was good for today. Thanks again. I give you a shout out on the Jodi Arias stream. And then we have Craig, who is a new member. Welcome to the new member club. Click the member tab on my YouTube channel for any new members. It'll take you to a link to my Discord where I have all of my member content. And you can see stuff from this case, from the Jodi Arias trial, and from all the other trials that I've covered. And the expert, I hope you're feeling well, hanging out here, listening to me. I know you were listening to Baker, but now you're stuck listening to me. But hope you're feeling better soon. Let's see. Oh, Dave, there is an amateur on your seal. What? Oh, an anteater. What? There's an anteater on my seal? Maybe there is. I don't know. I haven't looked at it that closely. I know there's a deer and there's an elk and then there's a seal. And the seal has a guy standing with a gun. So that's dangerous, we know now. There will be no kissing of your sister. Let's hope not. No hung juries here. Anteater. Is that really? That's not an anteater. That's a leaf or something. Uh-oh. Baker Stream is wigging out. Let me pull up the seal. That's not an anteater. Michigan seal. Okay, let's pull this thing up. It's a leaf. Were there any questions today? No, there were no questions today thus far, Mother. Thank you for joining us. All right, now, that's a leaf. See, these are leaves. Leaves, leaves. Anteater. Look at that beautiful seal. See the man with the gun? That's dangerous now. We might have to change our seal. Let's see. No questions today. Nope, no questions at all. This has been kind of quiet. See a head walk by every once in a while. Massive what? Ella, what kinds have you been playing with? Your seal gives me PTSD. Why? It's a beautiful seal. Oh, because of the firearm? Yeah, it's very scary. Oh, they better not change our seal. No, I like our seal. I don't believe it belongs on our flag, though. I like our seal, but I don't want it on the flag. I want a new flag. Can we get a poll together or a petition for a new Michigan flag? I like the blue, but I don't like the seal being on it. I want something. Oh, what do we have now? Baker, is your volume turned up? We have something going on. What do we have? What do we have? Let's see. Do we have a verdict? Judge is back. All right, I just tweeted it out. If anyone else wants to let others know that we have some movement in the court. I'm not sure what it is. It's always the cougher, right in my ear. I don't know. I don't know what we have going on. Twitter hasn't said anything. Jamie, what is Twitter saying? Farrell saying verdict. I don't know. I had another feed up. There is a verdict. Twitter confirmed verdict. Well, I'm glad the court clerk could email me with such fine news. Yep. No email. I'm going to have a talk with Ashley. Why she's not emailing me. But hey, it sounds like we have a verdict. I'm scared. Not guilty. It needs to be a not guilty. Someone needs to message Nick. I will, I guess. Verdict. I think it's guilty, but I don't want it to be. That's probably a good way to come into this. Let's come in and say we know it's going to be guilty, even though we don't want it to be. And then we'll be happily surprised. Oh, don't show the jurors' faces. That wasn't the juror's face. The cameraman is pushing his limits. He definitely is. Oh, I went to edgy. Hey, Nick. Jamie.
Hi.
Like everyone's
Ooh, that was
scary.
Right when you said, I heard you say, Jamie, what's Twitter say? I got the alert on Twitter.
Did you? I see. I still don't even have the alert. I thought I was following the alerts, the verdict alerts.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm
Just
not.
came through.
I must have those turned off. We have a verdict.
Oh my goodness, I'm so nervous.
I know. Verdict. Is either a verdict or they have a question? Are we confirming verdict?
No, it said verdict. It came through.
Verdict.
It says
Okay.
breaking. Verdict reached in James Crumbley.
Oh,
Twitter.
why is my background all different now? It's from the Jody Arias. Hang on, let me change my background. There we go. Hope we don't have another Kim Potter. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody who's coming back, who left us for Jody Arison. We have Jody Arias.
You have a poll. You have a poll.
I have a poll. What's my poll? Will we get a verdict today? Oh, well, apparently that's done. All right. Let's see. What is the verdict?
Yes, 48%. Baker is strangely handsome. 33%. Dave, why did you put that up there? Thank you, Dave.
All right. Well, we only have two options if there's a verdict. It's not a hung jury, so guilty or not guilty. And we know if it's good for one, it's good for all.
Yeah, that is great timing, Miss Hayes.
It is.
It's hung also a verdict in LNC journalism. No.
Jamie, do you have it confirmed?
Yeah, it came through on my
Yeah,
Twitter
I
feed.
showed it on the tab just before.
Okay.
That's a good zoom in. You can see it here.
Breaking verdict reach. All right. Not guilty, not guilty. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy, right?
I know, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
Oh, why is it going to colors? Just guys, focus, cameraman. Focus. No, it's not you. It comes back. Just focus.
This is important.
There's about a 1.5 second delay for this feed to get from Southeast Michigan over to Denmark and then back to Southeast Michigan so that it can get broadcast.
Thank you, good citizen, for spreading the good word on Facebook.
Jennifer says whammy. She's the only one on Press Your Luck that roots for the whammy. But thank you, Jennifer, for being here. Hanging out over on Facebook. Toss me a link. I suppose I could toss you a link there, Ian. Geez,
this isn't the door the jury comes through. This is where they brings in, as you can see, court personnel and attorneys only. So it's not the jury door.
All right,
this is where they bring in Jennifer.
Yeah. We are going to throw us all up top since it sounds like Ian's coming in.
Oh, goodness. I'm nervous. My belly
Uncle,
hurts
get
now.
up here before the verdict is announced. You got a link. Let's see, Jamie, what's your prediction?
I mean, I hope because it took this long, it's not guilty, but I'm just nervous.
Hey, Good afternoon, sir, or morning maybe to
Good
you.
afternoon. Yeah, morning, I guess, technically. How are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. Trying to stay positive here, hoping for the best, thinking the worst. I think that's a good way to go into this.
Yeah.
Just say hoping for the best. Come on.
Law and Crimes chat is hoping for the worst.
Yeah, well, they did a poll earlier, and actually, well, they were predicting, right? They were predicting what the jury was going to do, not necessarily their positions, but their prediction was either not guilty or hung jury was a majority over guilt. But that was interesting from Law and Seaward, because usually they're just like, oh, they're going to be guilty.
I don't think we're at a hung jury, because if it was a hung,
No, we have a verdict here.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. You will have the Allen motion if it was a hung jury.
Oh, they would have been out. They would have been out at least once before with saying we can't make a decision and the judge sending them back.
exactly.
Yeah.
That said, I don't necessarily trust Law and Seaward to get it right about verdict. So it's possible they just come out and ask a question. We've seen that before.
That's
which,
true.
Will be a major blow to my sanity.
I don't have an email from the clerk who promised she would email me if we had a verdict, but that doesn't mean anything because she hasn't responded to my last couple of emails. So she might be just tired of me.
And clerks are busy.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got like 602 people who are sending them messages right now going, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening.
Oh boy.
I guess I can stop presenting my seal of the great state of Michigan.
With the two anteaters.
Well,
It's
it's
not
very important
anteaters,
that we
they're
know.
leaves.
This is a private hallway.
Oh yeah, I know, right? The alarm will sound. Don't go in. And then oftentimes we're standing, like me and opposing counsel are just hanging out in the courtroom, and they're like, "Why didn't you guys come back?" We're like, "The sign."
Sign says alarm. The blinky light says alarm.
Yeah, I'm not going through there unless someone lets me in. Yeah, rest in peace, Toby Keith. That was sad news this morning.
Not to be insensitive. What's his biggest numbers? I'm not don't know much country.
I like his "Should Have Been a Cowboy." That's my favorite song. And then "How Do You Like Me Now?" See, I go back to the '90s with Toby Keith. Let's see.
M. Young, they probably have one in the courtroom. That's why they know what happens.
Yeah, that's it.
Probably
Well, they
the
have
cameraman.
several. Yeah, media sources are in the courtroom, and that's how they know. WXYZ, NBC, Court TV. WXYZ, owner of the local ABC affiliate, is also the owner of Court TV. And WXYZ is the one that got the camera, surprisingly, in the courtroom. And so their people are operating it. Yeah. As a random draw, the court clerk told me, even though I'd been talking to them for a year about having my cameras in here. Oh, no, stop.
Oh,
Not
Red
now,
Solo
Ken.
Cup. Yeah, I know that one. Red
Red Solo Cup.
Yeah.
I fill you up. I never liked
remember
that
that
song. It was just catchy. I can sing
Well, I
the
know.
entire song of "Should Have Been a Cowboy."
I noticed you've got this bar over the left side. I wonder if there's a reason for that.
Wait, what?
Oh, the left side where the Law and Seaward logo would be.
Oh,
I do the same thing with a little picture of Zora,
right.
which comes up because
Well, we don't have any logos to cover up on this particular feed right now. So that's good. I don't know what this is. Baker's actually streaming this. Baker's been running the show today on the Verdict Watch. So thank you very much, Baker, for holding down the fort and letting me work today. That was nice.
Yeah, and
work.
chat says, thank you so much, David, for all you do for us.
Yeah. Well, I bring, I'm the puppet master behind the scenes. I bring everyone together. Baker and Nick running the show for me while I'm off doing stuff.
Yeah, and they allowed us to have the Yodi stream.
Yeah.
So this means that they were probably done before lunch, but thought, hey, let's get a piece of meal on the courts.
Right. MG, I sent you a link, by the way, in Discord. Sean is available. Everyone wants a link. Okay. Sean, thank you very much for the $2 super chat. All right, let's get Sean up here. Let me find my Twitters again. Let's see. Where is Sean?
It was that or go live, so I figured I'd rather be on with you than try to.
No, I appreciate it. No worries. All right, Sean's got a link. MG's got a link.
Well, little bit of A, little bit of B.
Yep, that's right.
A lot of C.
There's really no difference between Baker and I, fundamentally. We're the same person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a little more hair. He has a little more knowledge about the law. Other than that, same is same.
He's got a little more hat.
Yeah, I got a little more hat. Hey, Sean.
Hi, guys.
Prediction, Sean.
Gosh, just want to say, hey, everybody. I don't know, guys. I'm the pessimist right now. I don't got a good feeling.
And what I'm thrilled about is that Law and Crime is running a poll, and people are still voting for hung jury at this point.
I love that. When they
Have you met Law and C? It's
well,
I should have put a hung jury option on my poll just to suss out the ones that aren't paying attention in my chat.
yeah. So what are you guys thinking right now?
I'm nervous that it's going to be guilty, but I'm hopeful for an acquittal.
Same.
Well,
guilty because it took so long after the last question yesterday. If they had come back yesterday, I would have said not guilty. Now I think.
oh, I actually think otherwise. I mean, if they would have realized their answer, they would have come back and been like, "All right, cool, answer's clear, guilty."
Yeah,
But
I agree with. I was watching a little bit of Runkle. Were you on? You were on Uncivil, or no? It was your own stream, but Uncivil was on with you and Recovery Addict, and you had said like you think, or no, maybe it was even your Twitter feed. You had said that based on the questions, you think it's guilty.
I think they were leaning guilty, but there's been a lot of deliberation between now and then.
Yeah.
If they'd asked that first question and then like half an hour later declared verdict is in, I would have said there is zero chance of an acquittal at this point. But that was yesterday.
Yeah. And the one jury instruction that might save her is that one about the gun. Because there is testimony. The person who had control over and hid the gun was not Jennifer.
Yeah.
I think the fact that the jury asked that question takes the first option off the table for the jury, which is that she was grossly negligent in the storage of the gun and the firearm. So you still have then the second way, which is that whole list of things. But there's 5 elements.
Still can't get to that either.
4 of the 5 require knowledge, foresight and knowledge. So
and
the state admitted that nobody could foresee what happened.
Yeah.
Well, and cynically, as a defense lawyer, I love complicated jury instructions because juries have this real capacity to confuse. I don't understand what's going on here with not guilty. So,
well, I agree with you, Runkle. The problem is the way these instructions were set up, though.
Yeah,
they can find they can agree to alternative theories on a single count, and that's scary.
Yeah.
So no, I agree though. Yes, the more confusing it is, they're gonna say like if we can't jurors have told me that like if it gets too confusing, they're like I would have voted like not guilty. So I'm hoping so, but I still think no matter what, even if Jennifer had the dream team with her, there's still over a 50% chance this jury nukes her boots off just because this is a political case. It's an emotional case. Those jurors are going to have to live in that community afterwards.
See, I think a Johnny Cochran or the Johnny Cochran could have just made mincemeat of this prosecutor's team. So I'm really thinking it could have come down to the defense strategy if it's a guilty. Jennifer does not have a dream team, sadly. She doesn't excited.
No, I mean, her lawyer's been really good at moments, but also spectacularly bad at moments.
I know.
And I'm just like, if you could just be consistently the good lawyer, Jennifer would be doing great right now. But, you know, like, hey, let's bring up cheese pizza in our closing. Let's, let's tell the jurors
but I
that
didn't
TikTok is making fun of me.
necessarily disagree with that analogy, though.
I disagree with using it.
I don't, because it's something that every parent can relate to. That his kid, this happened to them.
I can tell you
that's
that
much more widespread than something like this happening.
If the prosecution,
that your kids in school doing it.
If I was running this and the prosecution floated that analogy, I would be standing up and demanding a mistrial.
Yes, I agree.
Well, I would too. I will say that the use of the analogy, I said it from day one. It was a borderline potential mistrial issues. I will agree with that, but no one objected.
Well, I think the prosecution wasn't objecting because it's like, why would you object to someone making a mistake?
It's unforced error, yeah.
Same reason you don't object to her going, and TikTok is out there making fun of me. It's like, that's totally objectionable, but you don't object to it because why? Like, the prosecution would have loved to be able to tell the jury, hey, on TikTok, they're making fun of the other lawyer. Like, could you imagine being able to tell that to the jury in a trial like this?
She looks nervous.
Why would you advance that yourself? It's ridiculous.
I just want to see I want to see the policeman cry. Oh, poor Tate. And they're gonna cry for all the poor little churdlin.
I want to see the ATF agent cry.
Yeah,
I do too. He's gonna cry. He's gonna cry.
Gonna dab his eyes with the pamphlet.
This way,
and then he's gonna later reassure himself by shooting a dog.
Yes.
Like, I'm so sad.
He's gonna go straight out and find a dog to shoot.
Oh my god!
Well, that's
his
what they
spinning
do.
chair. Yeah, he got up so fast his chair was spinning. Ah, that guy. What about that?
And we broke Jimmy.
Like, damn, these ignorant Slav jurors can't find this person guilty. Where's a dog?
These peasants.
Come here, Fido.
He's like, I need a search warrant. Any address, because I don't even have to get it right.
Yeah.
It's all good faith. I tried real hard.
Who wants to bet his favorite sidearm is a Luger? And he really, really likes a certain German designer.
Hey, if I could get my hands on a Luger, I would.
When he marches, he lifts his
actually
legs really
own a
high.
Luger. It's in the other room.
Well, you don't look like your favorite dance is the goose step.
Oh my
You don't look
God.
like you're invading Poland anytime soon.
No, that's fair.
Not with a haircut like that.
I suspect I'd be on the other list.
But I'm sure people didn't expect the other guy with his haircut and mustache to invade Poland either.
Well,
Oh my god.
Hey there, Andrew. How are you? You
Fair
want a
enough.
link on? We got room.
hey,
Right?
Bronca.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Hmm.
Yeah, we got room.
Yeah.
Are you on Twitter?
Nick, I wanted to say hello. I didn't get to say personally, but how are you doing? It's been a little while.
Yeah, I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Got your jacket on, all snazzied up for the.
Yeah, I've been in meetings with
Oh,
people
okay.
who think they are important all day. And
What, Dave?
Yeah.
yeah, and I haven't suited off yet. So yeah. Ta-da.
No, I thought you got all dressed up for the verdict. Like, that's
Oh,
dedication.
yeah. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, that's
Uh,
right. That's it.
That's it.
Take or mute all the ambulance chasers when the judge reads it. But we'll be quiet when the judge takes the bench.
I don't chase too many ambulances, to be fair.
Don't chase
Andrew, I
any
sent
ambulances.
I'm a little too fat to chase an ambulance. I might need an ambulance if I try chase one.
Oh, McKinley, T-Bone with a $20 super chat. This is about to be
Yeah,
depressing. Thanks for.
I
putting this.
still, I'm trying. I'm not. I don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I got a bad feeling.
I do too.
Oh, yeah.
I got a real bad feeling. Hey, Andrew, how are you?
Bronca.
So,
I mean, when they showed the jurors the video, that might have been it.
All right, court is now in session. The Honorable Shirley Matthews presiding.
What perfect timing.
Yeah, right. I need my stress ball. I broke it.
Awesome.
Your Honor, calling People versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990, FH.
Good afternoon, Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Marquise. On behalf of the people.
Good afternoon, I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley, who sits.
Is this being streamed on TikTok?
Yes, definitely.
Right, I'm going to ask when the jury reads their verdict after that, I want everyone to remain seated.
Close. It's Facebook. Ella with the £9.99 super chat. Thank you very much.
Is that a deliberate hairstyle, or does she just not own a hairbrush like so many?
She's been sitting in a cell, a concrete cell in the basement of this court the entire day.
The lawyer?
Oh, no, not the lawyer. Sorry. I thought you were trying to defend it. The lawyer's been brushing her hair all day in the cafeteria.
Yeah. Do you think they told her she couldn't leave the courthouse, David?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. They're not going to let her leave. You got to stay within 10 minutes. But there's nothing around. It's a giant complex with nothing around. So you're stuck in the cafeteria.
Oh, so even the attorneys might have an office nearby are kind of stuck there.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
There used to be an attorney's lounge over on the west wing of the courthouse, which was really nice, but they took that out. And Oakland County Bar Association, if you're listening, I'll join again if you bring that lounge back.
That is correct. I am. Individually? Okay. On count 1 of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Oh my God.
Oh, you're kidding me.
We got them all.
2 of involuntary manslaughter in regards to Tate Muir, we find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
You guys are crazy.
On count 3, as to involuntary manslaughter regarding Hannah.
They
Bullshit.
have a lot
We find the
of
defendant
job as
guilty
criminal
of
defense
involuntary
attorney
manslaughter. And in
because
count
there
4
are a lot of
involuntary
parents
manslaughter against Justin Schilling, we
with
find the
kids
defendant guilty
who
of
commit crime.
involuntary manslaughter.
Yep.
Motion for a verdict notwithstanding.
Is that your verdict? It is. Jury in seat number 2, was that and is that your verdict?
So all you Michigan people get into some boat action.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jury in seat number 5, was that and is that
And we have, the state Supreme Court.
Jury in seat number 6,
It
was
says,
that
let's
and
see
is
what
that-
happens.
Yes.
Yep, this is what happens.
Instead of shutting this shit down months ago.
Jury in seat number 8, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Jury in seat number 11, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Jury in seat number 12, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Jury in seat number 13, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Jury in seat number 14, was that and is that your verdict?
Yes.
Jury in seat number 16, was that and is that your verdict? Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
They got it on the second theory.
Well, good luck, parents.
I know, right?
Well,
Oh my
I
God.
hope those on the jury who are parents have some stupid crime that they can be charged with because of this.
I hope so too.
That their child commits a crime and they get charged for it.
Yep.
And get convicted because it's their fault and they don't realize that.
Mm-hmm.
Guns are bad. We have to penalize the parent for something that's out of their control.
But next thing it'll be, you let your
It'll be CP, like the attorney said.
Hang it. Let's hear if there's a motion.
That's right, Bark Bark.
This should be fine, Judge. Thank you.
April 9th at 9 o'clock is fine, thank you.
April
Oh.
9th.
Karen's
April
gonna have a
9,
big
9
shit
o'clock.
eating grin.
All right.
That's it. April 9th for sentencing. No motion? Why is there no motion?
What? What the fuck, Shannon? Come on.
She didn't bring a motion for a directed verdict. She didn't bring a motion for judgment notwithstanding the verdict. What's up?
I mean,
And are they doing it outside the presence of the jury, or
They haven't. The jury's already gone.
Oh, the jury left already?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she just made no motion. She's just
no
not-
motion at all. That's
Nothing was filed either. I checked the docket.
For all the people saying that she's some like hidden genius.
Yeah.
Oh, that should have been.
Like
So,
she has moments
unless-
which is great, but she's not.
So Maybe that could be an ineffective assistance of counsel.
Yeah. I mean, that could be. I mean, 2 motions missed. I don't know why she didn't bring that motion. Now it's time for press conferences. Go shake the hands of all the victims' families.
Yeah.
T-Bone with a 999 super chat says, "Scary day for our country. Super scary day for single parents." Yeah. Well, anyone who doesn't have their eye on their kids 24/7, it's scary for.
Yeah.
And
at least in Michigan,
those parents who doesn't keep their kids under constant surveillance, the option is government foster care and remove the kids from that. Have you ever seen what happens to kids in foster care? Take a good look at what happens to kids in foster care.
My mom even says so sad because she doesn't want to be brought up on the charges for the things I did as a kid.
Oh Christ! My mom should like just not move to just avoid the entire state.
Yeah. All right. Well,
well, it's just because it's a school shooting. You know.
Well, that's the thing.
It's not going to be enforced generally. I mean, what are they going to do? Go after all the single African American mothers in Detroit when their kids are shooting each other?
Actually,
I
I guarantee you they're going to.
Now they have the
We're going to start going after every parent who gets into like a drive-by.
If they can take political points, definitely.
Yeah, in Oakland County, 100%.
You can't get political points by going after the certain demographic.
But here's the thing, though. Now the police in that county know this is a. The police in this county know this is a tool now.
Wait, hang on.
So there'll be a sentencing date set. I don't know if the judge actually said it yet, but you can see a number of
you
people
weren't
still
listening.
coming out of the courtroom. Obviously, it's not a happy decision because people were killed. We're still waiting for Shannon Smith. She's still in the courtroom. That's the attorney for Jennifer Crumbley. Jennifer Crumbley would have been taken away now. She's looking at a maximum of 15 years, although they'll do guidelines as far as sentencing goes for that. And of course, we're going to be back here about another couple of weeks because James Crumbley, the husband, will be.
The state doesn't prosecute everybody, folks. They prosecute who they want to prosecute.
The jury, based on the questions that they were asking, they were concentrating on Jennifer Crumbley's involvement and how much involvement she had. Obviously, this jury thought that she had enough involvement to rise to the criminal level of involuntary manslaughter, and that was a big issue, first of its kind, in a sense that how much do we hold the parents responsible for the criminal acts of their kids?
No, of course she can appeal. She will. She should.
We'll see if we are going to get any comment at all. Although there's
I mean,
still a
she should
gag
be
order on
making
this case,
a motion
sometimes
for a director's verdict.
we want to talk. Obviously, the victims of the case, for
Then
the most part,
they should have done that after
very quiet and very
state
attentive to what's going
I
on.
hope she's going to file it later.
Again, 7 days of testimony.
I hope so. There wasn't a motion for director's verdict filed last I checked.
The actual school shooting, subject of a lot of controversy. Some people said that the school shooting should not have been there because that wasn't the issue. The issue was
it's going to be years.
We know that the shooting.
There's no rush on it now, like the interlocutory appeal was.
What's going to happen now is that there'll be a sentencing day. Jennifer Crumbley will come back. They will each do sentencing memos, and then the judge will make a sentence. I don't know if she'll be sentenced before or after James's trial, which again is set in a couple of weeks. All right, we're seeing now again.
This is how juries can go, though.
I would not expect a light sentence.
15 years is the max.
Of the 7 days of
she could
testimony,
get 15 with time served,
courtroom,
which would be then down to 13 years, and then she'll do like 10.
And really, I guess I'd say it's a historic trial. And of course, besides.
Well, society's really going to be improved by keeping this woman in custody.
Right.
Like,
and we're creating new criminal law through a court case instead of through the legislature.
Judge let in that Jennifer Crumbley may have fled. Might that have been a situation? Might that have been taken into consideration? There was a jury instruction that the jury could consider the fact that she fled after charges were announced, that they can consider that as an element of guilt.
They got a flight instruction.
Whether or not
they didn't get a flight instruction beyond a reasonable doubt, but they did get a flight instruction. Yes.
Shooter did not testify.
Consciousness of guilt.
Another subject of controversy because the defense,
which I don't understand either, because this isn't an intentional wrongful act.
Said basically, My parents
and
had
she
nothing to do
just
with it.
moved
I was
to
the
another
one
place
that
because
did the
she
shooting.
was afraid to go home.
Amy and
Charlie, I
Brandon, I'm
wonder
going to send it
too.
back to you.
Yeah,
She didn't.
Charlie, if I
She
see
didn't
you
flee,
obviously are looking for
No, she
Shannon
didn't.
Smith, some of the other
and
players
she
in
had
this
like
case, so I
$5,000
want
or
you to be able to do
$6,000.
that. But maybe
You
you
don't
can
go
talk to
to
us just a little bit
Water Bar
about
with
how
$6,000
precedent
in
setting
your
this
pocket.
is. This is all eyes on this from across the nation. We've seen so many school shootings and so many people not held
Oh God, here we
accountable
go.
in terms of parents. And now
This
when we
is
see
Only on
this
the hot
Yeah,
happen,
but
we're going to have everyone looking at this case to say, do
Nothing would
we
have changed
charge
legally if the shooting happened
others
in a
who
mall. It just
maybe
changes
No.
the emotional tenor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, let's take a look
Or
at the
if
facts.
he
Well, they
used
would.
to
They
go
probably
home.
wouldn't have brought it if it happened in a mall.
7 others were
Right,
shot.
Or not just a
The
mall,
prosecutor decided only to
like
charge him
a
on the
drug
death.
house.
So there's 4 deaths here,
Yeah.
4 charges
Yeah.
of involuntary manslaughter. But these charges
You
came
know,
down
a
to
street
4
corner.
If
days
he did
of
a
shooting.
Darrell Brooks and
Obviously,
ran through a lot of people because he was
evidence
obsessed.
there's a lot of evidence here to bring
But again,
those
that's why
charges,
they
to get a
brought it,
judge to sign off
because
on
they
those
knew they would
charges
win
and to
this
have
in
the
the public
prosecutor
eye.
Yeah.
actually bring the charges so close to the time
So,
of
Yeah,
the
15
shooting.
years per count, but probably
precedent
served
that this
concurrently.
is going to set.
They'll be
if
served
there is a
concurrently.
school shooting, the law enforcement will now look to the parents, and they're going to ask the same questions that were asked in this case. You know what? Let me just a couple of things. Any? These are some of. These are some of Jennifer Crumbley's friends that were in the back of the courtroom.
Sure.
She had some people there. They do not want to talk. You could tell just from the look they were disappointed.
Sure.
Jennifer Crumbley did have friends. She had some spiritual advisors that came in. They have a right to
I hope she
clergy,
still does
and,
have friends, not
they were
did
the
have
clergy
friends,
there, but
but
they did not want to talk.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll talk later, but not now. I think, Amy, your question to go.
although
back to
your
the question
friends
about the
tend to
precedent
fall
setting,
off when you're in
now,
custody.
parents beware, because if your kids do something really bad, like a crime, the cops are going to come to you. And in this case, they put Jennifer Crumbley in handcuffs while they questioned her at the station. They're going to look at your text messages. They're going to look at your phone records. They're going to look at where you are. Is this
Yeah,
an
it's just as
invasion
bad.
of your privacy?
Yeah.
No, it's not, because a crime was committed. And I think this case is going to extend the long arm of the law to
Think
these
about
parents.
this.
And a
Your
lot of people are
child
saying when this case
gets
was picked
charged
here,
with a crime,
that
and now all of a
we
sudden the
need
police have a warrant
somehow
for
to get
your
the
phone.
parents involved.
They want to
This
know
is
where
a-
you were,
generally speaking,
where
for the
you were
country,
when
I
your
don't know if
child
anybody's
was committing
listening to
this
the
crime. They're
country.
going to go through
Oakland County is a very
everything.
conservative place. So generally speaking, people want accountability. And where do you start but the
I mean, look in
parents?
the
And I think
boot
that's what
when
the
they
There's
start
no
with
sentence yet.
with,
15 years is the max.
15 years is the
Look
max.
at
when
your
did
kids,
Hunter
what they're
Biden
watching,
start of his
video
offending?
wise, what they're texting, who they're talking to, who
Oh,
their
yeah.
friends are, parents, especially
Oh.
your 15-year-old. I think that's going to be the message.
Charlie, real quick,
in this-
if you have a
in
moment,
this
I
case.
just want to ask you.
Brandon?
You talk about messages that are being sent here. What does this mean for James Crumbley?
He's still fucked.
Well, that's a good question. I would have said that James Crumbley.
If
had the
anything,
worst
he's extra.
case as far as the prosecutor. James Crumbley was the one that arguably that bought the gun. So his case now, perhaps there's a little more evidence against James Crumbley, and that was the strategy from these. When you have two defendants, there's always a strategy. Do you try them together as a united front, or do you separate them? And in this case, Jennifer Crumbley's attorney said, no, we're going to separate them.
It might have been better
because
for Jennifer
the
maybe to
most
keep them
important
together
factor
and
was
let
that
James go
Crumbley
down and her
bought
get
the
acquitted.
gun, which a lot of people were
What,
saying
hindsight?
that's worse. Yet it was Jennifer Crumbley that took the shooter.
There's
to
still a
the
gag
gun
order
range just a couple of
until
days
after James's
before
trial.
the
So I can't
shooting.
talk to
I don't know
Miss
if the
Smith.
jury hung their hat on that, but certainly Jennifer Crumbley knew that the shooter had a gun, went to the gun range, and then posted it on Jennifer Crumbley's social media. Look at the Christmas gift I got for my 15-year-old. I don't know what the jury thought about that, but it probably wasn't very good. I would say in James's case, you always have to think about a plea, perhaps. Does James
Why would the state
Crumbley
offer a plea?
want to go through
Yeah.
all this, or maybe
Yeah.
he can, maybe he can finagle some kind of.
I don't know why we're
deal,
listening to this guy at
with
this
the
point because
prosecution.
Yeah,
There's
let's
a
take this down.
possibility.
Okay.
this is
I have-
like this is a guy with no knowledge just yammering.
I have some starred questions though. What happens if James is found not guilty? Will they have any bearing on her appeal? No, her case is her case.
No.
That's not happening unless
Yeah.
all those jurors magically have strokes.
What did you mean earlier when you talked about the Supreme Court? So the Supreme Court, there was an interlocutory appeal filed in this case as to whether or not these charges should even go forward to a trial. That went to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals said, yes, they're going to continue. Then they appealed to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, to the Court of Appeals, you're going to do a full argument on this, a full panel review sort of thing. And they did that. The Court of Appeals came out with a really dumb argument, or a opinion, and still kicked it back down to the trial court and said, go forward with trial if you can prove these things. But that was done really quickly because it was interlocutory. It's going to take some time now, post-conviction, for the appeal to go through. It's not going to be as quick as it was before. Did we lose somebody on the panel? Anyways.
Don't think so.
And then, can James use this appeal saying he shouldn't be tried as an adult since his mom was? No, has nothing to do with that. The Ethan being tried as an adult is only with regard to his punishment, right? Because when you charge a juvenile as a juvenile, it's about reform. It's about getting them therapy. It's about teaching them to move on and be a better person. When you charge them as an adult, it's just about punishing them. So no, it won't matter. And then Miriam with the $5 super chat. This is the downside of having a jury of your peers judging you. Jury instructions don't warrant understanding of law. Yeah,
I don't think this is the jury's fault. They were given. This is the court not doing the right thing and the state getting greedy, and the defense screwing up. I mean, the jury was given an option and they were able to do it. So I that's, I don't think that's their fault as much as the people who caused that situation, allowing them to convict happening.
Right. And yeah, it was guilty on all counts. You knew as soon as the first one, because she didn't do the actual shooting, right?
Yeah.
So
either she won on all of them or lost on all of them. So.
Exactly. Yep. No, all counts.
And I know people are saying like, oh, she can appeal it. It's just like that Court of Appeals thing. No judge is going to overturn this. They want to get reelected. Yet they overturn this, they're never getting elected again. So, and you'd like to think they do the right thing, but they like being judges.
This is the main thing against elected judges, because elected judges have an interest in every verdict.
Well, I mean, if they're appointed, you get the same issue though, because then it turns out like you can go to legislature saying like, I won't do that kind of crap. I'll make sure the bad guys stay in jail. And then somebody gets appointed who, no system of accountability works where public opinion can influence it.
Nobody wants the bad guys out on the street potentially endangering them, but everyone is affected by this outcome in a way that I don't think they properly understand.
In Canada, there isn't a route for angry politician to remove a judge. They can crap talk a judge, but they can't remove them. And when a judge makes an unpopular decision, there's still a judge in 10 years.
Yeah, but you also end up with judges who can't, how hard is it to remove a judge who's doing bad, though?
So hard.
They almost always resign before getting removed. I don't know when one has actually been removed.
We had a judge
who came close.
We had a judge in Detroit that won for election, never showed up, claimed medical leave, never showed up, never took a case. Then when she finally took a case, she turned off her recorder. She was violating the chief judge's rules. They took all of her cases away. It still took 2 years to remove her from the bench.
Nice work for those 2 years.
Yeah, I know, right? Unfortunately, Kurt's not on the panel, but Sean or anyone have a thought on a U.S. Supreme Court?
They're not going to. No.
I don't see anything. That's a federal constitution.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even a massive any issues. I mean,
why would they take this one? Yeah, they have many more cases of national import than this.
Yeah, there's so much more out there. I mean,
this is going to stop at the Michigan Supreme Court,
and she's going to get screwed.
And Dave, what do you think will be the comment from Governor Whitney and possible new legislation?
So they passed some new laws, and not in the wake of this, but in the wake of the Michigan State shooting, which took place about 9 months or so after this, with safe storage, red flag laws, and something else. And those laws are currently being challenged. I don't even think they're in effect and force yet. Those laws are currently being challenged. Those might go up to the Supreme Court of the United States because those are fundamental challenges to the Second Amendment. But outside of that, the
Supreme Court could spend the next 5 years doing nothing but gun litigation.
Yeah. Outside of that, I'm not really sure. Well, I mean, of course, Governor Whitlis is going to say this was a victory for all, victims of school shootings.
And
or
those
whatever.
poor little children.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, we got to keep everybody in line. Yeah. Well, so the maximum is 15 years, and they served concurrently. They're not consecutive. So it's not one after the other. It's not 60 years for all four. She's going to get 15 years total with time served. And she's been in for 26 months, I want to say. So
is there any kind of gun sentencing enhancement? I mean, there's such a crazy theory of the case.
No, there's no gun sentencing enhancement at all. So she's going to get the 15 years. Well, maximum 15 years. She could get time served. I don't know. The judge might take sympathy on her. And, and we've seen it before out of this court, not this particular judge, where they took sympathy on the defendant. And although they were found guilty, sentenced him to time served. I don't see that happening with this judge and this particular defendant.
If this judge went time served, that's her entire election campaign is defending that decision.
Right. Jennifer Crumbley is now effectively a school shooter, right?
Yes.
Who's gonna give her a break on sentencing?
Yeah.
So she'll probably get 15 years with time served. I was originally thinking maybe a lesser, maybe like 8 years with time served. She'll serve 5 or something, and then get out, which I think would be more appropriate because she doesn't have, to my understanding, she doesn't have a violent criminal record. I think maybe she has a DUI and a bad checker or something, criminal record, but that's it. The journal coming in could be a Supreme Court issue. What?
I don't
Not,
think the Supreme
not
Court
a
will
U.S.
be
Supreme
interested
Court.
in that, but
no, I don't think so. My kid could be a little darling.
Daring, I think.
Oh, my kid could be a little daring. Yeah.
So you guys actually watched the trial. I didn't actually watch the trial, but
it was.
Does it seem there to be any real basis for an ineffective assistance claim?
No.
I mean, just being a bad lawyer is not enough, right? For ineffective assistance. But.
She's just bad.
He did enough.
She's not. Yeah.
Well, so my whole thing is that we've all talked about, the defense doesn't have to put on a case at all. The defense could literally sit there silent. The defense attorney could sleep through the trial, and that's not ineffective assistance if it wouldn't change the outcome. When you start doing overt acts, however, sometimes you can be ineffective and in fact damaging, such as asking your client if he would change anything and they say no, asking your client if you feel like you are also a victim in this sort of situation. But I don't think that rises to the level of ineffective assistance.
That rises to boneheadedness.
Yeah. However, not filing the motions for a directed verdict and a judgment notwithstanding,
That could be ineffective.
That could be ineffective assistance counsel. So that's the only thing that I'm really seeing.
But
there's no strategic explanation for not.
There's always that lurking thing, though. Hashtag harmless error.
Yeah.
Oh, well. And once again, that goes back to none of these judges are going to want to stand up and say, well, yeah, this wasn't fair.
And Jojo, with
I
the
just
$10
check out. I saw a comment earlier about parenting and stuff like that, and because I remembered the statistics on kids with a different father than it should be, and you throughout the world, the statistics says the average is around 4% of all children, which is roughly 1 in 25 children. So if you go into a school with 2,500, for instance, 100 of those are born through cheating.
That's interesting.
Yeah. And so what about parenting? Yeah, there's a lot of, if you go just by how you act as a mother or as a father for that case, statistically, it's a damn good reason to believe that most parents might not be that good, even though you think you are.
Well, that's the thing.
Your interests are not guns. That makes you a good parent. Yeah, but maybe your interest is holistic something.
Well, the thing is if your interests are not guns, but the kid gets a hold of a gun, it'll be, why didn't you notice that there was this gun in the house? Why didn't you find it in their bedroom? Why didn't you? Yeah, exactly.
Well, they could go back in theory and charge the Columbine mother, right? Because it's there's no statute of limitations on unaliving people.
Well, maybe unless they'd have to go straight for murder. But yeah, there's a lot of them they could.
Jojo, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Yes, they absolutely will start complaining about.
And if it is for every murder, you have drive-bys. You have there's a lot of cases out there.
And we've already mentioned that Oakland County has part of the hood of Detroit. Like it's got the rough and tumble parts to it.
It does.
And here's the thing: even if the prosecutor doesn't charge it, the cops know they have it as a tool now. And what will the cops do? The cops abuse tools given to them. If they know it's out there and it's a way they can charge.
That'll definitely happen. Yeah, for sure.
And we're gonna start seeing we're gonna start seeing some black moms getting hauled up on this. And maybe it gets dismissed, but black women sitting in jail for a week or 2 or 3.
Oh, not even just that. You'll start seeing things like, well, if you're supporting little Jimmy here, then I mean, maybe we got to look at charging you. Where's the money for Jimmy's lawyer coming? Let's put the parents in jail, because then they're going to be spending money on their own defense and not the kids.
Dave, has Michigan civil asset forfeiture?
Oh yeah.
Yes, they definitely.
Oh yeah, civil asset forfeiture.
Yeah. So if a parent shows up to bail her kid out, oh no, let's meet out in the parking lot. Oh, that money must have been from a crime.
Yeah, where'd you get the money from?
Yeah.
I have to text a client
That
who's
actually
in Oakland County.
don't give the police ideas, Nick. Jeez, don't give the police ideas, because it also hurts my bottom line. People paying cash.
Hey, Joe Neerman's in the chat.
Howdy, Joe.
Oh. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, this is the thing. That's what the courts will do. That's what the police will start doing. They're going to start charging moms and grandma. Like, imagine that when some black grandma who's like 55, 60 years old gets hauled away in cuffs.
Also, it'll drive plea offers as well.
Yeah. Hey, if this is something we see in Canada with storage issues, like if there's, because we have all sorts of storage laws, what they'll do is the husband's got the guns, and then they'll ask the wife, hey, we need to look in the gun safe. She'll find the key, she'll unlock it, and they'll charge both the husband with improper storage because the wife, who doesn't have a license, was able to get to it, and then they'll charge the wife with possession of the firearms. And then what they do is they turn around, they go to the husband, and they say, we want you to plead out to the storage charge. We're not going to ask for any jail. We're just going to ask for
guns,
a firearm ban, so that you can't have guns anymore. But if you don't take the deal, your wife is facing the charges. Guess how many husbands take that deal? It's virtually all of them. Because what else do you do?
Now, if the police showed up and like Mrs. Runkle didn't know where the key was, do they cut the safe open at that point, and then it's like, okay, well, we'll come back later?
I tell every spouse, if the police, and me as well, if the police come and they're like, we got a warrant we need to see in your gun safe, I'm like, cool, I'll be out on the front lawn. And they're like, no, we need you to give us the combination so that we don't have to cut through the safe. I'm like, that sounds like a you problem. You figure that out. I would much rather have a client any day of the week where the police have had to angle grinder their way through their safe, than one where they've opened the safe. Well, I tell people, when the police are there, don't help, don't anything. You're not required to assist them with the search, so you just sit there and watch. I've had spouses, I've had wives in my office say, well, I feel real bad because they cut open the safe. I'm like, that is the only reason why you're not in, you didn't walk out in cuffs that day. So every time.
But I just want to see Mama
takes this up on
Brooks.
appeal. I doubt very much she shouldn't. No, she should.
No.
There should be another attorney that handles it, because if they need to throw her under the bus,
right?
She's not gonna be
they're
the one
going
writing
to
it.
argue ineffective assistance, whether it has merit or not. You can't really argue ineffective if you're keeping the lawyer that you're claiming was ineffective at trial. That doesn't work. Appellate work is much different than trial work. It's a different skill set.
Well,
It is. Yeah.
I was
You
gonna
don't
say-
argue I was ineffective, therefore grant my client an appeal.
I have actually seen it in
Let me get this
Canada,
done.
Oh.
and the Court of Appeal had some comments about it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. If you try that here in America, that the courts are gonna.
Megan, you want a link? I'll bring you up
You
here. Why
might
not?
get a disciplinary.
Well, she has
You might
nothing
get a
to say.
disciplinary complaint for that.
Hey.
Hi, Joseph.
Hey, Joe, what are you thinking?
I want to before I express any thought, I want to acknowledge the amazing coverage that you provided, David, and
thank you.
and tell you that you did just phenomenal work from start to finish. We all were hoping for a different outcome here, obviously, but you know, anyone in the chat who's been watching and enjoying that, if you can just express your appreciation to David for the phenomenal work that he did, whatever way you feel is appropriate. I think that this guy's worked his tail off. Covering a trial is exhausting. It's exhausting, like in ways that people cannot imagine. It's like you live and breathe this, like as if you're on trial yourself. And I just wanted to acknowledge that you not only, you know, put in the time and the effort, but you provided phenomenal coverage. So great job.
Well, thank you. It's this is the case that the reason why I started streaming. But I am so I'm like Megan right now. She's in chat saying I'm at a loss of words for this particular case, because I'm struggling with finding a way that the jury thought that this was an appropriate conviction for this particular case. Like, or, you know, if you like Jennifer, if you don't like Jennifer, you have the state themselves, you have the state witnesses, but you also have the prosecutor saying nobody saw this coming. And so how are you going to pin it on anybody, let alone Jennifer Crumbley? This is just someone who wants vengeance. This is a group of people that are out for blood, and it doesn't matter. They need their 1,000 pounds of flesh.
Yeah, and I'll tell you that I think it's difficult to refute the point that this was a way of trying to clamp down on those who support Second Amendment rights, and because they're being punished for giving them access to a gun, you know, and for not being open with the state about it. I mean, those are the only two things that they kept harping on. And I think specifically white people, because I mean, there's a lot of black kids who have done this, and no mother has been charged, and you know.
Well, I mean, nobody has been charged like this. Like, this is kind of a precedent setting.
But they could have done this in a lot of different places. They could have done this. They could have done this in Chicago. They could do this in Chicago 300 times a year.
Oh, they will. I mean, they're going to start.
I don't think they will.
No, they won't.
I don't think they will.
You don't think they'll start charging people?
I think that maybe eventually
It's negative political capital. It depends on who you're going after.
They're going to do it quietly, though. They're going to do it in small cases in Wayne County that you're never going to see.
Yeah, most of these will just never make the news.
Yeah.
Well,
and if it does make the news, they can just quietly go, "Oh, it was a mistake. This was a charging error. Somebody got overzealous, but we've fixed it now." And so every time it gets to be politically difficult, they can just quietly make it go away. But
I just think about what happened. I mean, I'm thinking about these high-profile cases get such a propaganda wave built around them. The George Zimmerman trial, the Michael Brown shooting, the Eric Garner shooting, the Marissa Alexander case. Marissa Alexander shot at her husband's head while he was standing next to their two children. Missed. It hit the bullet hole was in the wall behind him. And all the forces came to defend her. They said, "Oh, she shot. All she did was shoot in the air. She shot in the air at his head. I mean, unless you're shooting underwater, you're always shooting into the air, right?" She tried to kill him, and the media supported her. Everyone said she was just a domestic abuse victim who didn't do anything bad. He's just damn lucky he didn't catch that round in his forehead. But the propaganda defense that's built up around these cases for certain people is amazing.
You know, last week, Andrew, you actually walked me into a place that I was not at when you were trying to say, can you imagine a scenario where perhaps a parent would be held guilty? And you painted a pretty compelling picture that there are situations where perhaps a parent should be held guilty. But the place that I came to,
yeah, right, in theory, right?
In theory, the place
you can imagine facts that would support that.
Precisely, but the facts that would be supporting that, especially if the kid is being charged as an adult, are a situation where you have a kid who's clearly a psycho, right? So imagine if Ethan was displaying, signs that that he hates society and wishes that he could do anything to end anyone on earth, and then a parent gives them easy access to a gun. So you can understand why that parent would be charged. But the thing is this, they wouldn't be charged because of negligent parenting. They should similarly be charged if they're not a parent or guardian and you see someone who's a psychopath and you're like, oh, here's a gun.
Right.
So it's not failing as a parent, it's that you're empowering a psychopath. But over here, the thing is, when you're talking about a situation where it's because of your quote unquote grossly negligent parenting, which to say, if you want to say she's a negligent parent, okay, grossly negligent, that when you're charging him as an adult that he's doing his own thing there, to me, this is an abortion. This is just a disaster. America did not become better today, it became worse.
Do we think that there's a fundamental misunderstanding between gross negligence, and are we not doing enough to educate our jurors on the difference? Because you can
I think a lot of our jurisprudence doesn't make a clear distinction in the difference. I mean, I prefer a clean cut between negligence and recklessness. And gross negligence, to my mind, is merely recklessness. But negligence is where I'll start with recklessness. Recklessness is when you know you're creating a risk of death and you ignore that risk. And drunk driving would be the typical example, right? You're not intentionally harming anyone. You don't want to run anybody home on the way home from the bar. But you know that if you get drunk behind the wheel, you're engaging in a known risk of death or serious bodily injury, and then you unintentionally hit someone. That's recklessness. That's manslaughter. Negligence is when you're creating an unjustified risk, but you're not consciously aware that you're doing it. And that's only good for civil liability. I think especially prosecutors, they like to use kind of more ambiguous language like culpable negligence or gross negligence. And to my mind, that ought to be simply recklessness, defined as I just discussed it. Because once you make it ambiguous, it becomes a slippery slope between negligence, only good for civil damages, and looking at serious prison time.
That's what the state wants, though. They want the convictions.
Which I hate the idea of let's punish everyone criminally and with or without jail time, right? Everyone talks about crowded jail times. There's a lot of bullshit that has to go on with even just probation. The hoops that people have to jump through and things like that with probation for something that's essentially an accident. And now we're facing, all this hassle, prison time, and all of this stuff. I just don't like that idea to begin with. So I like the idea of getting rid of gross negligence and just sticking with recklessness, because I think that's more to the point of what should be criminally culpable conduct, right? As opposed to an accident that just happened to be an extra serious accident.
Yeah, it's a fundamentally different mental state, right? Because they have to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt that you knew you were creating the risk.
Yeah.
I got the question over at X about will they now go after the teachers and counselors who didn't do it?
No.
And no,
It's part of the same system.
The state's not going to eat its own here.
Yeah,
And
they
in
have
fact-
immunity for civil suits, and the prosecution won't charge them criminally because they need them as witnesses for the next trial.
Well, yeah. And
And
how
in
many
fact,
of them
you
could
saw
be hit
the
with
whole-
mandatory reporting?
The whole push here was to take a lot of the responsibility from the school and put it over to the parents. All of the trained psychologists and counselors and whatever looked at this and went, I don't see a problem. He can go back into class. The parents who are just like, you don't actually need a PhD to be a parent. It just really needs slot A, slot, tab B, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's the
risk of
set.
going after the school might be quite different if this was some kind of private school, some kind of conservative school or religious school. Then it would be a very different dynamic.
But yeah, here these are the educators.
They're all hacks. They're just part of the hackorama.
Yeah, and the prosecutor going after teachers. I mean, she might as well just go out there and beat puppies with a hammer. That's what it's going to look like. So
yeah, the person who's weeping hardest right now is probably James Baker. James Crumbley, because I mean, he gave access. He was the one overseeing control of the gun, and supposedly,
well, according to Jennifer's testimony, we'll see
if that's true.
I think for sure the biggest thing that James and his attorney need to be talking about right now is how to keep him off the stand. I see no advantage. In fact, I see a huge disadvantage based off of Jennifer's conviction to put him on the stand.
Yeah, they got a free
Why
run through.
does her conviction make you more convinced that he should not take the stand?
Well, because she threw him under the bus a lot, and then it's going to turn into a he said, she said sort of situation.
He loses that. He's going to
he loses that. Yeah, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
I have a lot of star questions.
This is
I can't imagine they would have the same issues of like waiving privilege and so forth, because hopefully his lawyer will have gone over how to testify.
Well, yeah, hopefully they prepared a little better because, yeah.
Oh, the witness prep was awful in this one.
Oh yeah, it was.
awful.
It was.
It was absolutely awful. I reached out to Jennifer. I reached out to Shannon Smith while the case was going on, and she responded. And then I told her I wanted to do an interview if she'd be available. She hasn't responded to that, but the judge also imposed a gag order continuing until after James's trial. So she's not going to be doing any interviews or anything until after James' trial is concluded. So
can I
be
ask
mid-March.
questions, David, about Michigan sentencing in this type of scenario? Because I have I have a whole bunch of questions. So first of all, is there a minimum if the judge feels like this was really that she got the short end of the stick? How far does she have the capacity to push this down under 15 years?
So we have sentencing guidelines, which used to be mandatory up until about 5 years ago. So now they're just guidelines. So the judge can deviate from the guidelines with little to no reason to do it. So the judge has great latitude with this, and it is all judge sentencing. There is no jury, and there's not like a drawn out evidentiary hearing either. The probation department will do a investigation and produce a report to the judge, just giving background information.
Just
and
a
then both
pre-sentencing
sides,
report?
Just a pre-sentence report, yep. And then both sides will submit their own sentencing memorandums, and then the judge will make a decision. But the judge has wide latitude here. And in fact, in Megan and Mirowitz's case, that was a different judge again, but sentenced to time served, which nobody saw that coming. And she was convicted of involuntary manslaughter of her father by throwing a lie on him, which then led to an infection and caused his death. So there's a great amount of latitude here. And she was facing up to 15 years too, in that same sort of situation.
The next question I have is, assuming she would get, I'm just give a number, 10 years, right? So she has 2 years served already. So that would I assume that would eat that down to 8 years. My question is, I know that in most prison systems, you get off, time for good behavior and things of that nature. Does the fact that she's serving multiple concurrent sentences impact her ability to have her time shaved down, rather than if she only had one conviction here, or they just view it the same as just one conviction?
They would just view it the same. Basically, they take the highest sentencing. If you're charged with, like, say, this and then a bunch of lower ones, they take the highest one. That's what you served. You get off, you get your time for good behavior, and you get out. But it's based off of the highest one. In this case, it would be, I'm assuming the judge could sentence her to different amounts of times per count, but they're not going to. So it would all be the same. But I don't know how that count actually works offhand. But they do get time for good behavior and things like that. And so in theory, her good behavior time should have started the day she was arrested too, in Oakland County Jail. So she should be stacking up days ideally already at this point. Which is, again, all we're doing is minimizing the damage at this point. We're just saying, well, she's not going to serve the full 15. She's going to serve at least, if she was sentenced to the full 15, she's going to serve
13 more.
At the most 13 more. Then with, good behavior, and that's assuming she's sentenced to the max. She's going to serve time, unfortunately, and I don't think she should.
Right. No, I think the whole panel here is in agreement with you on that. It's just a matter, I'm just curious as far as the balance of her life. It's not like she's, a 70-year-old woman. So I'm wondering, as far as the balance of her life, do you think we could, I don't know if you want to make a prediction on this. Do you think we can foresee that? I can't imagine the judge will give her the full 15, but at the same time, given the sentiment in Oakland County, it's not like she's going to just say time served.
Well,
so
I can imagine the full 15.
I can imagine the full 15 because she's going to do 13 and then get, time served sort of thing. I just don't want to see it. I was hoping for something closer to like 8 years.
Yeah.
Given the fact that she has no violent criminal record, I think she has a DUI or something going on in her past and things like that. She's not the one who actually did anything, so she's not a danger to society. You know, there's a lot of reasons not to give her the full time.
I mean, it's only public sentiment and the fact that, you know, this is national attention that I think would motivate her to push it upwards rather than downwards.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't followed the news on this, but I presume she's being presented to the public as effectively a school shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So why would you cut her any slack?
Yeah. Whose son shut up the school and now she's convicted of those.
And
four
she made that
kids'
possible.
death. Yeah.
Yep.
Same judge for James. Yeah, absolutely. Same judge for James, different jury, same prosecutor, different defense attorney. So actually, with a different defense attorney, who knows where James is going to go? Presumably, the jury has to put all this out of their mind, even though all those prospective jurors have been watching this for the last 2 weeks.
Do you think that there's been any application to remove it from its current jurisdiction to a different venue in Michigan? And is it possible that James can say that the public here has been so tainted by Jennifer's conviction that they're almost certainly going to just whitewash me and just lump me in with her, and therefore I have a stronger basis now to change venue to a place that might be less emotionally affected than this community was?
That's actually not a bad idea. If I was James' attorney, I would be renewing that motion. There was one filed earlier on, and I would definitely be renewing that motion. Based
in
off
light of these
how-
convictions. Right.
Yeah.
But of course, there's
be
always the
interesting if
universal
somehow-
excuse, right? They'll say, when they hear that motion, they'll just say, well, where in the state would you suggest going? Because this has been covered everywhere.
Anywhere else.
Escanaba and the Upper Peninsula. That's where I'd go.
Yeah.
As far as you can go.
Yes.
Go all the way to Copper
You're going to
Harbor.
get a different set of jurors too, and what's going to be interesting is if somehow they acquit him.
Yeah,
You know
that
where
would
Copper
be amazing.
Harbor is? Go all
Yeah,
the way.
yeah.
Some
Copper
jurors
Harbor,
with common sense.
Houghton and
That would
Hancock,
hurt for Jennifer though. She's sitting there doing like a decade and he's wandering around.
Tiffany with the 999 super chat. If JC gets time served, is there any reason for her to appeal? Yes. Well, she's going to have a conviction, and presumably it would be public appointed court, court of appeals attorney. So, absolutely.
But-
Plus, you might have some people. I would jump on the bandwagon and try to help with the appeal if I could, just to make sure that this law gets knocked down and put in its place.
Yeah, but
Well, it's not
Jennifer
even
also
law.
has
I mean,
to.
it's
Jennifer
being
would have to make the
misapplied.
decision of,
The
okay,
risk.
if
There's a
she's
risk.
really got time served, she might just take your losses and go.
Yeah,
Because
It's like the taser case, right?
would you risk another trial? Where okay, fine, you get your trial and then you get stroked for 14 years, and it's like
that's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
it would have
And,
to be up to her.
yeah. Hey, David, I gotta step out. I'm
yeah.
gonna be starting Michelle Trakunis, starting the trial, catch up for today on that one. So
All right. Well, thanks for jumping on and sharing all your sad feelings with us. Sean, yeah, everyone go check out Potentially Criminal Sean. And he's got that really long trial, which no body and no evidence of a crime just yet, right?
Well, so I mean, they found all these smears that show up with luminol, but none of them test positive for blood, and there's no DNA with some of these. But like the trash bags that got thrown away with blood-colored items in it have fingerprints on them, and like, why did the guy go dump garbage all over Hartford, Connecticut, like on a day where the woman disappeared? So there's some issues, but yeah, nobody. Yeah, nobody knows what happened to her technically.
Well, circumstantial evidence is still evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It is, so.
it doesn't look good. So,
All right. Well, take care.
Well,
I think probably end up redirecting you over there. So, all right.
yeah,
Thanks
all
for
right. I'll
coming
see
on.
you guys.
Sounds like Zach's trial.
Yeah, Sean.
Yeah, except there's a lot
Yeah.
more evidence than Zach's trial.
Yeah. Zach's trial had no evidence.
Zach's trial was basically on wishful thinking.
It really was. And they got there, which is scary. Which if you were watching that trial, you should have thought this is going to be a guilty verdict on Jennifer Crumbley. Because you can see how far juries can stretch things.
Jurors,
in
man.
their mind. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. What's the statistics? Like 10% is just noise in the system. Is that what you keep saying, Andrew?
Yeah. I mean, I see this a lot in the gun community. These self-defense cases, people are like, well, even if they arrest me and prosecute me, I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6. And I'm like, well, first of all, those aren't not the only two options. Second of all, have you seen a jury? I mean, juries are dangerous and
The 12
unpredictable
ignorant
creatures.
slobs.
This jury, look at this.
You're assuming the jury's going to be 12 copies of you. That's not the case.
I know there's a juror study that sent to juries cases that could, like to mock juries, that could not be convictions. They just missed a critical element on something. And juries convicted at like 40% on cases that should have had a 0%.
What?
And that's like, they
Because
give it
they
to
don't
a panel
understand.
of 12, and of those panels, 40% of the panels convicted. So,
And having a non-jury system, not a guarantee. We have plenty of wrongful convictions over here as well.
I am shout with $20 says if they find James Crumbley not guilty, will that confuse the system as far as punishing parents going forward? I mean, it's in the volumes at that point. They'll just keep charging people. They've got a conviction. They're not going to be afraid to bring charges going forward, applying the same sort of theory from now on.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was trying to explain to my audience. As far as people talk about precedent. This doesn't set precedent. The Michigan Supreme Court set precedent when they said that you can charge the parents. That's when the precedent was sent.
Yeah.
What this does is it sends messages to district attorneys who are loath to lose cases that if you get a hotly charged community, even if you present a fairly weak case against the parents, you have a decent shot at getting conviction, so you might as well try, rather than saying, oh, we don't want to go out there and lose because that hurts our record and stuff like that, so we just won't charge. So that's the drawback here, is that now district attorneys are going to be more enthused about trying charges and push their Supreme Courts, their highest courts, into embracing this as a viable theory for going after parents.
Yeah, once the case becomes politically charged, it's a no-lose situation for the prosecution, because either they get a conviction at the end, whether on the merits or not, or they don't get a conviction at the end, but they fought the good fight.
They're the good guys,
right?
They're the good guys. Yeah.
And much like the RICO trial, the Young Thug RICO trial that Nick's covering, I think that's a test run for the Trump RICO trial. Same court, same prosecutor.
Oh, it absolutely is.
They're just throwing things at it and see what they can do.
Technically, it's not the same prosecution because she hired her boyfriend.
Yeah, she hired her boyfriend as a special prosecutor.
What's interesting is that the feds are asking questions about where did our CVID money go? You were given $15 million to clear the docket, and you use it for RICO trials. And that was conditional money for clearing the docket. And now a lot of cases in Fulton County are starting to reach the statute of limitations. So victims of lesser crimes will never have their day in court. Defendants who claim innocence will never have their day in court, and everybody loses because Fannie Willis wants to be the next attorney general. Now it doesn't look like that anymore because she lied in church on Martin Luther King Day about her affair with Nathan Wade.
I'm going to read through the Court of Appeals opinion again, now that we know the outcome of this case and what was presented at trial and even the jury instructions, because the Court of Appeals opinion was very circularly logical BS and, if A, then B, but B equals A sort of approach. And I want to kind of take another look at it now that we've been through this whole trial and see how that might, like if I was James's defense attorney, what would I really be trying to do here? It'd be interesting. That might be another stream. Definitely not this one. But I don't know what else to say, guys. I'm just disappointed.
The appellate court's direction on how to proceed, then you've got issues.
Yeah, right. Well, I think they did to some extent. Again, it's been a little bit since I looked at it, but I think it was more of a if they can show that they allowed essentially unfettered access to the firearm, then they could potentially hold these parents liable, is essentially where the Court of Appeals lined up.
But is there a law to lock up the weapons in Michigan?
No, but it's still allowing. Yeah, I know.
You wouldn't need that. That would be helpful to the prosecution, but it doesn't have to be illegal. It just has to be reckless.
Yeah.
I suspect the deal that James is being offered is you can plead guilty and we will not give you any promises on sentence.
Right.
Like,
no, the state would have no interest in offering a plea other than
no.
what the charges are.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah, they would just plead straight up. But
Thank
there's
you.
no
Yeah.
lesser included anyways.
Yeah, my first videos I did on this channel just over a year ago. Yeah. If you want to have fun at my expense, go watch those videos.
It's like all of our older videos. But yeah, I have nothing else to say about this. I'm just extremely disappointed. But I'm glad you're all here to tune in.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks.
With that, I think I'm going to shut the show down. Everyone check out everyone's descriptions, or everyone's, by the way, channels are in my description. If for some reason you don't know, like Ian or Joe, amazingly, but everyone is in the description, so you can check out their channels. And then tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to do just a laid back sort of stream similar to this, except maybe we're talking about happier topics instead of this disaster of a trial. Wait, what did I miss? I missed a super chat. Did I?
No. I think I pulled everyone up. And
yeah, Baker's been in the background pulling up for me.
Yeah,
Thank you very
Baker's
much.
been getting them up in the background.
Yeah, I'm pulling out.
If I was James, I'd be looking for a deal. And
not going to happen. Not going to happen.
No, they're going to offer, and just knowing this prosecution, they're just going to offer them straight up. Also, the other thing too that's interesting about this Oakland County prosecutors, they don't come to you with pleas ever. It doesn't matter what the charge is. They don't come to you with pleas. You have to go to them with pleas, and then they'll consider it.
And to respond to the whole, James looking for a deal, that's like a guy who's literally dying of thirst at like a Frosty stand, and he's like trying to haggle about like he's in a desert and he's trying to haggle over like the snow cone price. It's like they know what the situation he's in. They know that this case has him pretty much effed, that he can't even testify without it basically being a losing venture. He has zero leverage.
Yeah. We have
the only thing is avoid embarrassment, and maybe your picture won't be posted everywhere as much. That's about it.
Nick, who's covering the RICO trial? Nick is.
Young Thug RICO trial, and it's a cluster F of epic proportions where 6 defendants are charged with other people's crimes because they are associated with them.
Yep.
As a criminal enterprise. Fun fact: if the federales decides that Miss Fannie Willis and Nathan Wade embezzled that federal funding, well, technically that
would be a
RICO charge.
Oh, I didn't even realize
that
I
won't
had my
happen,
poll going.
Yeah. Yeah. Thursday, I'm going to have a recap of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on this week's Young Thug RICO trial, because it's more of the same that we have seen for over a month now. So I can do a recap of everything in less than 2 hours. So that will be on Thursday.
All right. And you guys are all going to get shuffled over to potentially criminal Sean and his wonderful trial. So go enjoy that. Tell him I said hi. And we'll see you guys here, back here again.
Take care, guys. Good seeing everybody.
See you guys. Bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
When I was young, my daddy said, gotta keep one eye open in your bed. 'Cause there's a time coming when the devil gonna come for you. So my trigger finger